Hello and welcome back. It is time for PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the final day. You are here with me, DK, and of course, on my side here, I've got Span Cargo. Span, how are you doing today?
I am so excited. Today is the day, and I'm so excited to be here. How about you, DK?
I am over the moon excited to see what the teams will bring in today. I mean, over the past 2 days, we've seen some absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in. I mean, day one, a good bit of aggression coming in right there in the start, and of course things settling down then a little bit as we progressed further onwards. But coming in to day two, we saw just some absolutely insane plays. We saw a 22 kill game coming in, we saw an 18 kill game coming in. Things were just absolutely crazy. Now, if that is anything to go on, I think we are in for quite the ride in today's final 6 matches. Just looking at how the teams have been performing over these past 2 days, today is going to be absolutely insane to watch.
I do not disagree. Yeah, it seems like the first day was kind of a little bit more on even footing, everybody kind of getting not too far away from each other, but then yesterday there were quite a few teams that went on ahead and started really stacking up some points, and some of which were teams that didn't do necessarily as well the day one. So it seems like they may have kind of, regrouped a little bit, figured it out after day one, did really well in day two, and now I'm kind of curious to see who else is going to go on ahead, regroup, and do amazing today for the last day.
I mean, we've seen some strong consistency coming in. On day one, we had the players from RICO, Infinity, NASR, and HOTLINE finishing in first, second, and third place so far for that first day of the Super Weekend. Of course, for the second day, we saw the players from SUDOR coming in with a double chicken. GUNZ also bringing in their own chicken dinner. But then, of course, RICO, Infinity stepping up once again, claiming 2 chicken dinners just yesterday. So already, there is quite the strong start, especially for teams like RICO, Infinity. And of course, if we look over towards, what we've been seeing so far on those overall standings, things are looking pretty tough. I mean, we were talking about this before coming into the broadcast. That middle section of the leaderboard, I'm thinking we're going to be seeing quite a bit of changes coming in on that front, as the teams are so close together, especially in that middle part. And of course, even there could be quite a bit of an upset still coming in at the top of the leaderboard, as we saw, of course, in yesterday's games, some absolutely huge points being brought in. So there is definitely that chance, that opportunity for the teams to still make that run to push on in to that top position. Of course, as we know, top 5 teams from here will be moving on to the next phase. The top 5 placing teams are moving on to what is going to be a pretty exciting EMA. So, man, it is going to be absolutely tough. But I have to say, though, I am pretty impressed with 2 teams so far. Aside from the teams that we see sitting at the top of the log, I mean, on Thursdays, we were talking about teams that we are looking to see step up and bring that gameplay, bring in that performance. And of course, Fate and SUDOR, a team, 2 teams both of us, kind of identified with. They really delivered on their performances just over the past 2 days. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they will be able to continue that momentum, bring in the necessary plates to potentially give the players situated in the spots just above them a run for their money.
Yeah, I'm a little excited to see that. SUDOR, we did go on ahead and point out myself, and I was just like, I think they're going to go on ahead and be. I put them in my top 5, of our guesses. We like to go on ahead and do that before each final. So that SUDOR was up there, and it is interesting to see them all the way up there as of right now. Second day, definitely going on ahead and actually performing. The first day, not as much, but they are in fact stepping up, and currently 5th overall. I mean, I'm interested to see if they're going to go ahead and continue that, and Fate is actually right above them as well. And we talked about how close everybody is on the leaderboard. Everybody at the top actually could jump each other just by 1 game. So we have those teams. We have that overall rankings as of right now, but there's still no solidified thing. We still have 6 games left today.
Yeah, and of course, what's going to be so interesting today is I definitely think once again today that the Sanhok maps are going to be the very important maps, right? As we also mentioned on Thursday, that is kind of the map where the teams can make up for whatever they missed out on, let's say, the Erangel or the Miramar map, of course, leading up in towards Sanhok. So it's a nice bit of a split coming in once again. Of course, this map sequence that we're going to be running through will, of course, still be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then, of course, we just repeat that on the second half at the end, and it's going to be absolutely tough. And I'm so excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. I mean, like, it's so difficult to predict who's going to step up, because we came in to the finals looking at GUNZ, you know, expecting GUNZ to really bring that consistency that we had leading up to the finals. And of course, they had a little bit of a tough start coming in on that first day. They made up for that on the second day, and of course greatly improved their points to finish off strong after the second day. But of course, now as we progress up into the final day, this is where everything comes to bear. We're going to see how these teams are going to hold their own, and whether or not they're going to be able to continue with the momentum they've been building up so far, or maybe we could possibly see teams coming up, surprising us, and just coming out of the woodwork saying, you know what, it is the final day. Now we're going to show you the amount of aggression, the amount of skill, gameplay that we have, that we can bring to the table, and just how many points we can bring in these final 6 matches. So yeah, this is definitely going to be the one to watch. Out of all the days, out of all the games these teams have been going through, this is a absolute banger of a day.
Yeah, nobody's safe. We talked about, you know, first day of finals. They're just like, okay, who's going to go on ahead and already launch themselves up towards that top of the leaderboard? Who's going to allow themselves to? Everybody kind of has the goal, especially the first day, to try and get themselves comfortable so it doesn't go down to the last day. But the first 2 days already went on ahead and completed. We already said how everybody could potentially jump the other just in one game. So nobody was quite able to go on ahead and quite get far enough to be comfortable. These teams don't have to they can't just go on ahead and play games to keep their spot. They have to continue to play games to really excel in each one still. I mean, obviously, we're expecting that of the teams anyway, even if they were comfortable, but yeah, it's like it really is every single 6 games today is going to go on ahead and matter in that. And there also have been some changes that I'm interested to see just by taking a look at, you know, we're basing all of our predictions off of the super weekends, and obviously clean slate, it could be completely different for these finals, but also just looking at the percentages for wins for each of these teams as well, just for me personally are really interesting to look at. RICO Infinity team, for example, they had an 8.9% average chance of getting a chicken, and right now they have 16.7%. So that is an absolute massive increase. GUNZ, meanwhile, had a 20% throughout it, and now they have a 5.6. So just taking a look at that, I mean, it just does show that teams can go on ahead and change up a little bit, and I don't know, I'm rooting for everybody. I do want to go on ahead and see if there's going to be some upsets, because that's what I find very interesting and entertaining. So...
But what I also find very interesting to look at is just the level of gameplay we see coming in between these teams. Again, there's no particular team that is really able to break away from the rest of the pack. We did see, of course, after yesterday's matches, that RICO Infinity ended up 25 points ahead of the players from NASR. So, as we know, of course, that is a gap that is easily closed in one good game. So definitely looking to see what is going to happen, because we have no certainty of who will be placing up in those top 5 positions, even who would be placing right at the top. It is going to be an absolute neck-in-neck fight all the way down to that last map, which is, of course, going to be Sanhok. So this is going to be absolutely crucial. I mean, this is where the teams can't afford to back down at all. Every single map, every single game, they have to bring their utmost best. And of course, that only results in absolutely phenomenal gameplay. I'm so excited to get into this, and of course we are going to be running us through that overall leaderboard momentarily, just to get a bit of an idea as to where the players are currently situated, and of course just what a performance they've already been bringing in, potentially even what we could expect in this final day. But of course, as we know, it is purely just guesstimation. Of course, speaking of which, here is our overall rankings. As I mentioned, RICO Infinity sitting up in pole position, 3 chicken dinners, 72 kill points, and 152 points in total. NASR, of course, they're in second place on 128, 25 points away, sitting on 48 kills, but really strong placement points. And of course, we see the players there from GUNZ over in third place on 115. We've got the players from Fate over in 4th on 111 points. SUDOR Esports in 5th place on 109. YaLLa Esports sitting in 6th place there on 100 points. Then, of course, we had the players from Ra'ad sitting over in 7th. And Galaxy Racer also then in 8th. Both teams rather, sitting on 99 points. Second page, we've got the players here from FalconsEsport there in 9th place, sitting on 92. HOTLINE Esports in 10th on 87. We've got the SCYTES in 11th there on 75 points. Real Tiger sitting over in 12th place on 62. And of course, we've got the players from RTG also sitting on 62 points. iKURD over in towards that 14th place on 56. And of course, Alpha Legends on 46 in 15th. And then over in 16th, we've got the players from Snipers, 33 points. So as we move from the top of the leaderboard down to the last slot, there is a considerable change in points as we progress down. But of course, as I mentioned, that middle to top half of the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard, it is still so close. And man, I'm so excited to see what the results of today will be.
I do not disagree, and actually after taking a look at that, let's take a look at our first place team. As of currently, RICO Infinity team, just taking a look at their map stats as of right now. I mean, we knew that they were going to go on ahead and do well, I believe, on Miramar, and it looks like that is in fact going to continue, that being their top map with 1486 damage, average of 6.5 kills, and the highest survive time as well. I mean, Erangel actually being their lowest run right now with 631, while Sanhok is right there in the middle with 1400. And we can go ahead and take a look at some highlights as well from the games as of right now. I mean, this is our first place team. They were able to do really well in both of the first games. I mean, if they go on ahead and continue to be consistent today, do you think that they could go on ahead and walk out of here with a first place spot? Or do you think, what teams do you think could potentially upset that?
Well, I don't know. It is so neck and neck. It's really difficult to say. But of course, looking at RICO Infinity, you know, when they played on Miramar yesterday, they of course were able to acquire a 10 kill game. So a really good show of aggression coming in from them, and really impressed just by how they've been able to continuously improve their consistency, just their overall gameplay, and the level of skill they bring in to this. Absolutely so comfortable when moving through all these engagements. We saw just now there, Ragnar just casually gets up, puts the spray down, gets the chicken, and you know, like that's it, you know, no sweat, just relaxing. And I mean, that speaks so much to all these teams. A lot of these players, they handle themselves so well under pressure. I mean, I would have cracked probably long ago on the first match, I guess, right? But just looking at how they are approaching this, how they are just staying calm, I mean, absolutely insane stuff. Of course, another team that we were talking about is the players from NASR. We saw them, of course, sitting over in second place on that overall leaderboard. And of course, Miramar is the map in which they bring in the most damage on average. Erangel being the map on which they find the most kills, of course, sitting there on 3.75. So definitely going to be looking to see how NASR will be performing, especially on our 2 Erangel maps. Of course, we're going to be starting the day off on Erangel, so definitely a lot of potential for them to step up, show what they've got, and of course bring in those points. And of course, speaking of which, here we got Patika just going absolutely crazy on said map. Erangel is the one to watch the performance for NASR. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see them stepping up as we go in towards Miramar and even Sanhok.
They're also actually the team that has the craziest conversion, I'm going to call it, when it comes to amount of points, whether it be kill points or placement points. And they have the biggest gap. So they have 48 kill points and 80 placement points, you know, like over 30-point difference there. They have the widest conversion, I'll say. So it does look like they're really, really good at going on ahead and being consistent, staying alive until that late game spot. And maybe they're just a bit passive. I mean, they're able to go on ahead and make it in there, but they don't have as many kills as the teams currently around them on that leaderboard. So I'm interested to see. I mean, it's working out for them as of right now, but will they go on ahead and continue that strategy, or will they be a little bit more aggressive today? I'm interested to see what's going to go on ahead and happen with that. But right now, they do, in fact, they're the team that has the first place in that craziest conversion there.
But all that tells me is that they are really good at the positional play, right?
Yeah.
So they don't always necessarily position themselves in a way where they line up with a potential rotation for, you know, an enemy team coming nearby. So in a way that is a bit of a safer play, and that is also a pretty clever play if you ask me, because they're able to find themselves into those later phases and being selective with their engagement. So not jumping into any and every fight. So to me, that is a big brain play coming in. So, you know, that kind of makes sense why we see a strong placement point coming in from them, but not as an aggressive kill placement coming in, you know, in respect to that. But of course, you know, as we move down that board, if we look over towards the players from GUNZ, they've got a very even kills and placement kind of balance coming in towards them as we now move up in towards their stats compared to the team from Fade who we have sitting over in 4th place. You can see GUNZ, of course, being super aggressive, coming in there on 15,000 damage in comparison to the 12,600 damage we see for the players from Fade. And of course, you can see the players from GUNZ 3 kills more than we see for Fade. And of course, also a considerably higher number when it comes to those knocks. The headshots pretty much side by side, as well as the amount of health being recovered by both teams. Both of that sitting on about, what, that was about 13,000, I think it was, if I looked at the number correctly, not maybe not missing a digit, but either way. So GUNZ really have a good consistency when it comes to the amount of kills they are able to bring in, and also then looking at the amount of placement points. So really nice balance that we have there. And I mean, also when we looked at RICO Infinity, they also have a very close balance between their placement and their kills. But of course, you know, Fate was also one of those teams that we really were expecting to see great things from, and they stepped up, they delivered, they brought the action we were hoping to see, and absolutely fantastic things. And I mean, that's what makes today so difficult, because another team that you were talking about, Span, is of course the team from SUDOR.
Yeah, and just taking a look at their stats as of right now, I mean, you can see that their right stats over there are the ones that are definitely better. And this is the game where this team, they didn't do super stand out amazingly the game 1, but they did so on day 2. I mean, you said it themselves, they're able to go ahead and grab 65 total points just in day 2, and now they're 5th overall. Those 2 other teams that we went on ahead and pointed out are also in that 3rd and 4th place position, and all of which, by the way, I mean, GUNZ, Fate, they're only 4 points away from each other in terms of overall standings. And SUDOR Esports, they're only 3 points away. So we talked about how close they are, but I wanted to go on ahead and point that out to really emphasize just how close they are. And we can also see their amazing gameplay from our finals thus far.
Yeah, some really fantastic shots coming in, and of course Mr. Hidan here stepping up, finding the hits all over the place. But what I'm really impressed with as well is just how consistent they've been in the finals so far. I mean, we've been talking about the kill points, we've been talking about the placement points. They are too also one of those teams that have a really good consistency on both sides. And I mean, looking at the point difference coming in between, let's say, 3rd place and 5th place, that's only a 6-point difference. So that is just a number, just a matter of kills, not even placement, that can change that. So today is going to be absolutely crucial. And I mean, if we're looking at, for instance, just the kills alone, if NASR were to bring in a few more additional kills, just getting a little bit more aggressive in their play today, that could already really benefit them and just strengthen the position they currently have on that leaderboard. But of course, that goes kind of across the board for a big majority of the teams, if not all of them. If they bring it up today, they bring that level, that A game, they bring that next level aggression with them, they will just benefit from it so much. And I mean, they're going to be smiling at the end of the day.
Yeah, they are. And so that's the conversion, you know, the difference there. It's really close. And also, you did already go on ahead and touch on it a little bit, the top 5 teams going on ahead and qualifying for EMEA. And the 5th and 6th place team aren't that far away. There's 9 points there that are separating them. So just on top of, you know, Pro League Arabia stats standings, and there's a whole nother one as well getting into that top 5 to move on to EMEA. So there's 2 things to go ahead and keep in mind. And so first of all, you want to do well in that top 5 to go on ahead and figure out what you're doing for Pro League Arabia, but also you want to just be in that top 5 in general to make it to EMEA. So there's kind of 2 goals really for these teams to go on ahead and get up in there. And again, they're still very close.
Yeah, but it's so awesome to think of it, you know, that this is not the end of the line. There's still so much more ahead of this. Once they make it through this phase, you know, it just gets even tougher, going up against even harder players, harder teams to play against. And of course, you know, we know moving up in towards the EMA, we're going to be seeing teams not only from Arabia in there, but we also have teams coming in from, for instance, you know, the Western Europe side. So that is going to be a pretty tough competition across the board. So many teams that will be moving up into that. So pretty exciting stuff, of course, lying in store. But now we are getting ready to move up in towards Erangel, the first match of the day. This, of course, being our 6th last match for PMPL Arabia 2021. This, of course, being the spring split. So quite a bit of excitement. The anticipation is building. We're looking to see what the teams will be doing. So, Span, are you expecting any particular team or teams to shine today, or is it still kind of a unknown, unsure one for the time being?
Because the last 2 days were they're very different, I will say. The only team that I feel like definitely was consistent, we already talked about, is RICO Infinity team being able to go on ahead and jump into those top spots for both days, just separately. And there's also, I mean, a few teams that I'm keeping an eye on because they did really well in one of the days compared to the other. So that's a hard one. I don't know if I can choose a specific one. I mean, I do think RICO Infinity team is going to continue to be consistent. And then as for other teams, I mean, I'm hoping that some of the teams that went on ahead and did well in one of the days is going to go on ahead and come back. So some of them being, you know, Galaxy Racer, YaLLa, Real Tiger 9, they all did really well day 1. Day 2, not super as much, but still towards that middle part. So maybe some of them as well. How about you, DK?
Yeah, I mean, sitting in the middle is not a bad spot to be in. I mean, you're still on good standings. You could easily just bring in a strong performance and boom, you know, you're right up there.
Galaxy Racer only 10 points away from 5th. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that come in on the Super Weekends, where teams just make these absolutely astronomical leaps, just coming in, poof, you know, heading up those games, just bringing in that next level stuff. And of course, I'm kind of low-key looking forward to that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking to see who's gonna surprise us today. I mean, because the teams are all so close. It's really difficult to say, you know, oh, this team, because if we look at GUNZ, for instance, they were consistent to the T all the way through, leading up onto the finals. They had a little bit of a tougher day on day 1. Going up into day 2, things started looking up. Things started looking better. But now, we look to see on day 3, what will happen. Will this be the day where we see those absolutely insane performances coming in? And I am expecting it to be exactly that. I am expecting to see crazy plays. I'm hoping, though, that the zone maybe changes up a little bit. Because we saw, of course, you know, on the first day, the zone was quite nice. We had a very nice zone,
very
tame. Nice flight path. You know? I don't want it to be nice today. I want it to be hard. I want it to be difficult. I mean, Erangel, I want to see chopsticks at least once.
I
Come
knew you
on,
were going to
please,
say
PUBG,
that.
give me chopsticks.
I
want it. I want to see that because it is going to be such an interesting fight. Looking at everyone just bringing their absolute best. I can't wait. And all I ask is just 1 chopsticks. Please, PUBG.
No, I definitely agree with you. I mean, day one, I was content with the playing paths and the zones. I was happy about them. I feel like it's always nice to start off on that level playing field because it does show there's two different ways to look at it, right? If it's more of a level of playing field, it really does go on ahead and show the strengths of each team and how they're going to go on ahead and overcome at equal footing to everybody else. But now, I mean, this is a PR for a reason, you know, like the teams, they are able to go on ahead and really adapt to tough situations. And this is the last day of finals. So maybe I'm on your side as well. Maybe I do want these setup games to go on ahead and challenge them even more. And let's take a look at that schedule as well, DK.
Yeah, of course, the schedule, as you can see, we are going to be running Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and then finishing off on Sanhok for that final. I'm expecting that final match, that is going to be absolutely on fire. If we have not yet seen an absolutely brutal mess of a game, I think that is going to be the one. That final Sanhok, that is going to be the do all, end all, break all, show whatever you've got, like all or nothing match. That is going to be the one to watch. I'm so excited to get into that one. But before we do, of course, it is time for that first match. We're going to have to head in to our Erangel, and I'm hoping so bad that we get just the chopsticks, or at least, you know, a not nice zone coming in. Just something out of the ordinary, just to bring that extra level of excitement. Because as you were saying, you know, it's nice having the zone when everyone's on a level playing ground, right? But this is the finals, right? We want to see the teams being put through their paces. We want to see the teams tested. They have to bring their absolute best. They need to be challenged. And if we have zones or flight paths that are a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult to compensate, I mean, what else would you want? That is where we're going to be looking at to see. You know, that kind of gives us a good idea what these teams are made of and what they can do, how they can handle themselves when things get tough. So yeah, really looking forward to see what is going to be happening. So I'm expecting, of course, you know, Erangel to be quite the interesting match as we're getting ready to move on in towards that. And I mean, who knows, even today we could see an exceptional performance coming in from the players from Galaxy Racer. We could see an exceptional performance coming in from Falcons, HOTLINE, SCYTES, Real Tiger 9, RTG. I mean, everybody on this list, I'm hoping to see that.
I agree. I want all of them to go on ahead and really play their hearts out. I mean, we know that each team is really playing their heart out. So I know it's like so hard to like, I know that's like, okay, you got to go on ahead and choose one team, but it's like, oh man, I'm like that person. It's all like, oh man, I want all of them to do well. But I mean, we'll see. We'll end up seeing, because there really are only a few that are going to grab those top few spots. It's really just who's going to go on ahead and really play these last few games out really well. So I know we keep saying it, it's like a broken record. I'm just really excited to go on ahead and get started and see how each of these 6 games really go on ahead and pan out. Like, can't express it enough. And I'll agree with you. For the first game, I'd be very content with a chopsticks circle. Like, just down in that Gaka area in general. I don't think we've seen that yet in finals. So I want to see that. I think that terrain is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, win on Erangel, why not? You know, like, come on, if you can bring a chopsticks, bring a chopsticks. I've got my own pair, I'll go fetch it, you know, just to bring it in. Because I want to see chopsticks. If I don't see chopsticks in this Erangel map, I'm going to go fetch my chopsticks and sit here and wait for it to come on the second Erangel, alright? I'm going to sit and wait with my chopsticks in hand if we don't get
just going to skip the rest, just go straight to next Erangel. Yeah.
yeah. Like, hopefully the chopsticks will have, but of course, let's see exactly what is going to be happening as we move in towards Erangel. And of course, here we are. It is time, and of course, it is Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 5 series. Spen. Alright. It is an okay flight path. Nothing too crazy, but of course it is not it's not the decider just yet. The decider is still coming. We're waiting to see where that zone is going to be going. Any predictions?
I mean, it's over there to the western side, so I mean, maybe it's a feeling good kind of plane path. Maybe it'll pop over there on the west, but also it's starting straight over Military Island, so like that's also could be room for, I don't want to say concern. That would definitely be one of those challenging zones that we're kind of looking for, but you know, we're both just gonna hope for a Gaka chopstick ending. So we'll end up seeing in a few seconds now. Everybody now jumping on it out. They do in fact have their usual drop spots, and we haven't seen anything crazy from them from any of the finals in terms of that. So it should be tame until the first rotation time, and shortly we'll see that first circle going ahead and pop.
That's it. I'm gonna go get my chopsticks. I'll take the reins. I'm gonna go get my chopsticks because I'm not satisfied with this. But it's at least alright. I gotta say though, the zone did shift up a little bit extreme. It did go over to that far eastern side. Alright, so I'll give it that. But I'm not satisfied because we don't have the chopsticks. So I'm gonna go get mine. I'll be right back.
Heard. Well, it is going over to this eastern side, and we did talk about how we wanted it to go chopsticks, excuse me, in the first place because it's interesting terrain there. We have these big open fields. We do have a mountain over there as well, very small compounds. It is an interesting just location in general to really play out of. But I'm not disappointed with this circle as well because it's also really interesting terrain. No matter where the second zone goes on ahead and decides to go, it's going to be completely different because far on the northern side we have that huge mountain. In that center zone spot we have a ton of fields, and then lower down we have a ton of ridges and hills. So, and this coast here we can see that Raad is at Milta. So there is a lot of terrain differences that is giving us on this circle. And I mean that's just what Erangel is for in general, I will say. But this plane path also over there on that western side, it does look like everybody is in for a far first rotation.
Yeah, well, yeah, that, and of course, Erangel's also for chopsticks. That's what I want, you know, it's like, so I'm not satisfied that we didn't get it on the, I want to see it at least once today. I mean, come on, it's like what else can I ask for, you know, it's like, it's going to be so interesting, of course, but yeah, you know, this is definitely going to be a very interesting terrain for the teams to be playing on, especially with it being so far over towards that eastern side. But of course, now we look to see where the teams are going to try and rotate up into. Of course, SCYTES, the usual spot all the way down over in towards that Sosnovka Military Island. So there could be a few interesting rotations coming from this. Of course, everyone else still just going through their looting phase, trying to get themselves set up and ready and prepped. Because I can just feel the tension here already. I don't know if it's just maybe the lights or something, but it's building.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, just this entire last game, I'm sure that there is so much tension. Everybody here definitely has that in their mind. Okay, this is the last day, the last 6 games. None of us are very quote-unquote safe. I mean, there are a few more teams that definitely have further to fall if they're not going to go ahead and do well, but it is just a huge mental game coming into this last game. All of them, I'm sure, are very determined.
And it's gonna be quite interesting to see that determination come to fruition as the teams move in. They start committing to those rotations, start finding themselves in those positions which they think would be best in, you know, and in anticipation of that zone, and of course the best position they could play from at the current time. So quite a few interesting things to look forward to as the teams, of course, make their way on through. And I think it's going to be a pretty hairy fight. I mean, with that zone, especially far over towards that eastern side, we do also have a section of the map completely cut off because it is water. But we did see, of course, in the one super weekend, that doesn't mean much. The teams still go wherever the zone takes them, be it in the water itself. They will go swimming and, you know, go look for Atlantis.
Oh my goodness. Imagine if we had another one like those. Now, that is the pinnacle of difficult zones. So that was insane, actually. I still remember I was just taking screenshots during that because I was like, no way that the zone is actually possible. But going into finals, I'm curious, will we have another one of those impossible zones again? I mean, obviously we do not know whatsoever, but yeah, that would definitely be interesting to see. I forgot about that for a second, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, of course. I'm expecting a big. Well, in fact, like we've actually had quite a few interesting plays coming in. One thing I have to say though is, I mean, the teams that we see here throughout the whole Arabia region, right? If you really look to the other regions, look at the kind of gameplay that comes in. Arabia is just absolutely on point with the utils. Those nades, they are absolutely brutal. I do not want to go up against any of these teams if I know they've got any utilities. You like any grenades, any flashbangs, any mollies. Much rather the other way instead of running towards them. But that's just me.
Yeah, no, we've seen some absolute nasty nades come in from some of these guys. Like, yeah, I would not want to be within nade range whatsoever. So that's definitely something. I mean, something to go on ahead and keep in mind. I mean, I feel like at the very beginning of PUBG Esports, really there was just not much usage of util. But now that everybody understands each of their weight, obviously they're going to go on ahead and use it more. So I like seeing them going on ahead and using it because honestly, the util in this game is very powerful. So teams should be going on ahead and just util spamming on inside of these fights. So, and since they're really good at throwing it as well, I think that just creates a whole nother level of difficulty that every team has to keep in mind.
I mean, I gotta say, definitely the meta for Arabia is it's a whole different ball game all by itself. But I mean, I think every region is like that. Every region has got its meta. Every region has got the way that they play, right? So I mean, it's going to be super exciting, of course, when we get into those later phases, just to see what the teams do, how they're going to take those zones, how they're going to move about, and how they're going to try and plan their positioning, because we've seen this time and time again. If a team sets themselves up beautifully, positionally, in that zone, they just benefit from that position time and time and time again. They are so spot on with their shots, they are so spot on with the aim, that it makes it so difficult to contend against the team holding that strong position.
Exactly. And I mean, that really does come down to that map knowledge. We touched on it a tiny bit already actually today. There is just a huge weight when it comes to both macro and micro. Macro, being the big rotations, knowing the map locations, the terrain that is in fact playable and what areas have line of sight of others. And then the other half, which is micro, which is more gunplay. So gunplay, it also super important. We already talked about the nades coming into it. You really have to be good at both, so you can't have one more over the other, I would say. And then everything that these teams do, every rotation, every nade that they throw, really does have intention to try and have the game sway in their advantage. So every spot that is also taken, it's for a good reason. Each one has its advantages and disadvantages.
I mean, speaking of advantages, RTG already sitting there, smack dab center zone. Galaxy Racer also smack dab center zone. The snipers lying in wait. Everybody else, pretty much, from this lobby are all still pushing further inwards, moving up bit by bit. And of course, it is going to be an absolute mess. A hornet's nest when the teams all start going at each other. And of course, I mean, just looking at the school region there already, you can see so many teams all moving up alongside. We got iKURD, we got Falcons, we got NASR. Everyone has got a very similar idea while rotating up in towards the zone. And I think the first team to be able to move in to a strong compound and secure themselves, fortify that angle, they will just reap the benefits of that.
I do not disagree, and I'm kind of concerned about iKURD's location up there, Funnel Hill. I mean, it is a good location to go on ahead and rotate through and take later game, but maybe right now is a bit too early, especially smack dab in the center. They're going to be under a ton of intense fire because they're currently smack dab in the center of multiple teams. So iKURD, I wouldn't be surprised if they're there and they kind of just lay low for a little bit, but I also wouldn't be surprised if somebody goes in and joins them. And it looks like our first shots of the game are also flying out there. Looks like Fate Esports catching out Real Tiger 9 on their rotation, already losing ramp.
Yeah, and of course we've seen a Real Tiger 9 bring in quite a few interesting plays in all the games of past, but now this is where everything comes to bear. Looking to see how they're going to try and find these angles, find these shots. And now, of course, with the players here from Fate just rotating up right in front of them, it gives them that opportunity to get into those engagements. Unfortunately, it seems like Fate is just managing to stay that little bit out of reach for the current time. But of course, now a team that has someone that is almost within reach is, of course, the players here from GUNZ. We just saw them focusing their attention over on it towards the players here from HOTLINE, who's also now looking to take up a good spot. But SCYTES taking up position there of Potato Hill. Pretty interesting, as we got GUNZ, we got SCYTES, we got a HOTLINE. All three teams fairly close, but now the blue zone is closing in. We are making our way up in towards the next phase, but Thanos gets hit as Helm End put the shots through, and of course R1 follows up with the confirm. The first player that we see getting taken out right there, and then of course now that is only the start. Things are only gonna heat up from this point onwards. Of course, now the seal has been broken. Now we look to see how these fights are gonna go, and this is now that time. You know, it is time, Span. It is time. We gotta see, you know, like, we just gotta see the map light up. And I think that is exactly what we're gonna get. I mean, just looking at how the teams have come into today, based on the past 2 days. Yesterday was absolutely insane. I mean, already now, look at this. The shots coming in from Falcons, never alone, reminding iKURD they are never alone. And of course, now we look to see where the next phase is gonna go.
It's about to pop here now. I mean, it does look like iKURD, they were able to pick up 1 kill, but they are, in fact, in a little bit of a scary location, but it might work out for them. We'll see in about a second now. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. This is, wow. Okay, everybody already had to make such a huge rotation coming in from the western side trying to get inside this first zone. We could see that the majority of people are, in fact, on the western side of the previous zone because everybody had to make a move in there. And it looks like the zone just decided to go ahead and be like, oh, you guys... I still don't think we're far enough to the east, so I'm gonna hard shift. Good luck, everybody. Nobody is really now in a good spot. Everybody instantly grabbing their cars now, trying to grab it. And that's what usually happens in a hard shift like this. Everybody sees it, they're just like, oh my goodness, nobody should be on the other end of this. We just gotta get in our vehicles and go.
It's like the dinner bell got rang, and everyone's like, alright, time to leave, off we go. And everyone just scooting over on towards that eastern side. So this is going to make for quite a few interesting places. We saw now on that map, everyone is heading east. This is going to be absolutely insane. And again, this is where the positional play comes in. That's where it is going to be absolutely crucial. The sooner the teams can find that good position, that position they can fortify, you know, the more they'll benefit from that. But now it is going to be an exceptional challenge because everyone has now got that mindset. We saw that great migration coming in. Now we look to see exactly who's going to be migrating up to where and what the result of that great migration will be.
Yeah, I'm interested to see now, probably within the next minute. Everybody should go on ahead and try and have a location where they're going to be settled. It's just what fights are going to occur before it really settles. A bunch of these teams now that were a little bit on the later side are just going to be pulling into some of these edge compounds. You can see iKURD taking Alamo here, just watching as everybody else is rotating around them. If right in front of them is free, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep on driving, but it is really now at this point with this hard shift, like, I bet a ton of people are in front of us that kind of have to be a little bit more careful and start playing that edge game.
Yeah, and I mean, HOTLINE, they definitely playing that edge game as we see them now just moving up on towards the far north reach there of the map. But of course, we see Chaos now with the scope trained right on it to the players there from Galaxy Racer right up ahead. He spotted the movement. Now he's looking for the opening, but another player that is capitalizing on the opening, of course, is Zaid here from the Snipers, who just rushes up, picks up a few players coming in from the Real Tiger 9 team. And now Volt is the last remaining hopeful. He now needs to try and pick a good spot to rotate into. And of course, that could be a blessing and a curse, as we've seen time and time again. The solos, that is just a whole nother level of play.
It's so difficult. It really does. You said it's a whole different level of play. It really does. Right when you go down to a 2-man or solo, it just changes completely. You really do have to be a ton more careful, just trying to find a place where you can go ahead, set up, and just lay low. Don't really peek anything until you absolutely know that you can start stealing some kills or start getting involved. But we'll see what's going to happen here. The zone shifted once again. There is like a wizard tower smack dab in the center of this zone. That's usually what solos do, go grab a shack in the center. But we'll see what he does. There are a ton of teams in front of him holding him out, but looks like there's action happening outside of zone.
Oh yeah. Helm End pushing up a little bit aggressively onto the side here of RICO Infinity. As you can see, Prestige, of course, already down. QTEL now quickly trying to make that rotation, trying to get out of harm's way. But of course now the shots are finding their way on through as QTEL also gets picked up in the process. RICO Infinity still in it. They're not out just yet, but of course the shots are coming in. They're looking pretty tough for them, but now we see those third parties actually starting to come through for the side of the players there from NASR. So again, the third party hits, that is also going to be quite a big thing throughout the games here today, as the teams are extra cautious. Everyone is trying, they're keeping their eyes as open as they can possibly get them. And of course, we now see the players here from RTG and Alpha exchanging a few shots. Their captain keeping his eyes open as he puts the shots up in towards Marshall, Senke, and Flame now being the two remaining hopefuls for the RTG team. It is looking pretty tough. I'm not sure whether or not they'll be able to get these reses in, as captain is also now trying to creep up over towards Chaos, but you can see the spray coming in here from Flame, trying to keep them at bay, just trying to hold them off for the time being. But of course, now the players here from Alpha are trying to improve their overall positioning. They're moving up bit by bit, getting that positional play. Of course, now executing it, moving up. As you can see, the players there from RTG quickly rushing in. Senke going in for the raise, trying to get it up on towards Marshall. With Alpha so close to them, it is going to be absolutely crucial to have as many possible players in this game to go at it. But of course, here we go. The shots now flying in, the smoke's coming out, and the zone is really starting to heat up all over the place.
No kidding. There's still so many teams up on the northern side. I'm actually, something I'd like to point out, even though I know these guys are fighting, HOTLINE ended up sending it straight into prison, which I found interesting because you'd have to go out into the blue to actually go on ahead and leave it. And I mean, Alpha Lunches are right in front of them. Maybe they'll go on ahead and pull out of prison and start getting involved. I'm not quite sure, but I think that's an interesting choice. And maybe they just did it as of right now just to be safe, because there are so many teams up on this northern side. I mean, we're watching two of them right now fight it out, and right beside them, even further to the western side, two more teams were in the midst of fighting.
Yeah, I mean, if the players here from RTG are not careful, they could get caught in a very uncomfortable sandwich. Of course, now Alpha not even going to wait around for that opportunity as they now start pushing up as well. We see the players there from Falcons also now getting eliminated. Things are looking pretty tough. 14 teams still remain. We are in the fourth phase. Oh, but Jody with the nades though on towards Senke. Easy pickup, but now Alpha starting to push on in, applying the pressure once again, picking up RTG in the process, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Of course, as expected, the shots are coming in. Those third-party hits are finding their way on through, and this is what makes it so interesting, as that zone now once again moves on up. This is like a carrot on the stick. This zone shift the whole time through this map is like a carrot on the sticks, just making the players run all over the place. And of course, YaLLa being one of the teams trying to move up into that position, but they are experiencing a few shots now coming in from a little bit more of a northerly angle there. We've got also the players from Raad positioned on the side. NASR also trying to push on in. We've got the players here from SUDOR right there alongside YaLLa. Bandar comes flying off of the rocks, takes a little bit of damage coming in from Saif. But now, Powerful looking to make the play, looking to make it up into the possible next phase. They could possibly pull it off, but of course now Munir comes in, picks up that kill on it towards YaLLa, making them now just on a two-man team. Well, that of course is only if Powerful can get the res back in.
Yeah, looks like SUDOR kind of searching for it as well, but they don't want to go on ahead and really push over there, overextend, especially with their location inside zone. They're just going to wait for them to come to them further. But also, you're right, the zone is kind of running away from the majority of the people, everybody kind of having to chase it. In this zone as well, there's very few locations where teams can play. Otherwise, there's a huge bull smack dab in the center, but everything else is pretty much open field, except for the locations that we already see where people are. So...
I mean, Away's coming in with a beautiful spray there on towards Umar. Now looking to pick up a few more as he put the shots up in towards Molto. Mumbai now just lying in wait, trying to end up in a really good performance that we're seeing so far coming in from Galaxy Racer, already sitting on those 2 kills. Now, of course, we look to see whether or not they'll be able to pick up more. iKURD and SUDOR, though, sitting on 5 kills apiece. The snipers sitting on 4, so some really tough plays that we've got so far. But of course, now we still have 12 teams remaining. We're coming to the end of the 5th phase. We'll be seeing in that 6th phase pop up momentarily, but in the meantime, of course, the players here from iKURD and Alpha are still battling things out over in towards the north. Galaxy Racer right there alongside them. Things are looking tough. I don't know who's going to be able to make it out of this one in one piece.
And it looks like, it looks like all 3 of the teams are kind of fighting at each other. Galaxy Racer starting to toss over some nades. It looks like they're just fully committing to getting involved, but they're the ones that are starting it. They got to be a bit careful because I'm sure right when iKURD hears this, they might push as well. And right now, 2 down for Alpha Legends so far, just 1 left. And here comes the rest of Galaxy Racer to a 2v1. And,
what luck was that, though? Galaxy Racer come rushing up with a vehicle, picking up the final player for Alpha Legends. But of course, now they pay the price as iKURD send the U-Tools over right on to their position, picking up, of course, Oasis and MJ in the process. But now, Helm End looking to apply a little bit more of that pressure as he and the rest of the players there from iKURD are focusing all their attention onto the side there of Galaxy Racer. But this zone is looking exceptionally tough. But there we go. Few more hits coming in as Kalaga and Helm End both feel the sting of that knock coming on through. S-Rod now just right there on the edge of zone, trying to make that play. Only a few seconds left before the blue zone starts moving on up. We're heading up into that 7th phase, but the spray coming in from Max. Oh, taking a next level play up in the vehicle. Doesn't even bother to get out, just shoots straight on through. Some really interesting maneuvers across the board, but of course now Max getting knocked out in the process. No, not yet. He's just super low on health. That was very, very close. But of course, 9 teams now remain as we jump over towards the players here from Fate. We got SCYTES right there alongside them. Snipers also looking for that entry in towards the zone. They've managed to sneak in 2 players, but now SCYTES turning their attentions over on towards Fate. Picks up a beautiful one as Reef now gets knocked out here by Phobia. Isawi just up ahead, just trying to make... Is he going to back up into it? Oh, it was so close. Phobia getting ready to push. SCYTES still sitting on all 3 players, of course. Now Phobia looking to clean it up, clear the edge of the zone as he makes his way on through. He's figured out where some of the players from Fate is, and of course puts the spray in, picking up several kills, now leaving Lath to fend for themselves.
Yeah, they ended up just leaving that situation, just crashing the center wizard tower, which was free, and it looks like the other wizard tower on this eastern side, they're actually in a huge fight with it, and it looks like one of the members here has an MK14, which is a bit scary, and SUDOR, all they can do here is continue to push.
Oh, I mean, Hassan here for NASR now, everything riding on his shoulders, but Saif strafes into that one, puts the shots on in, and down they go. Right back up into the lobby. SUDOR already sitting on 12 kills for the first match. We're not even done yet. There's still 7 teams remaining, 17 players. We are in the 6th phase, about to head over in towards that 7th phase, and this is where things are going to get exceptionally tough. Of course, you can now just see the spread on the map. The team scattered throughout the zone, looking to see where this next shift is going to take us. And Span, I could tell you, this is going to be so tough.
It really is. This location, like I said, I mean, there are a few bulls here, but we can even see, like, the ring around the center person, Sawi. It's so out in the open that everybody kind of has to play these ridges on the edges. And the zone, once again, popping. It shows it's going to pull over to that western side once again. Everybody on the east, they're going to be fighting their whole way in.
Yeah, and of course now we can see SUDOR sitting on 3 players. We got Galaxy Racer on 1, we got Fate on 2, we got Snipers on 3, we got the SCYTES also sitting on 3, but of course now the Snipers looking to reduce the numbers there for the side of GUNZ. As you can see, the players of course just huddle up in towards the north of the zone. SCYTES now still looking for that entry point. They know that there are several players in the vicinity, of course Snipers being one of those teams right there alongside them. So both these teams need to be super careful with how they try to push up in towards the zone. The Snipers and the SCYTES really have a bit of a challenge on their hands here, and of course that blue zone is about to start closing on in. SUDOR of course sitting on that far eastern side. They've got quite a distance to cover. Galaxy Racer also having quite a distance to cover to make it up into zone successfully, but now we look to see what is going to happen as the players here from SUDOR turn their attentions over on towards side, but of course Hidan gets picked up in the process. We got SK Tan now going toe to toe with the players from Fate, gets picked up in the process. Down he goes. Fate sending them into the lobby. It's an absolutely fantastic gameplay coming in. 5 teams remain. As you can see, Max all the way up in the far north, just sneaking his way up in towards the zone. Snipers now dropping down, getting serious as they are looking to hold this position in the south. The SCYTES, of course, now not too satisfied just yet. They want to go exploring. They send the nades up. As you can see, a boot, of course, finding the damage on towards them. But here we go. The SCYTES now pushing up aggressively, looking to pick up the 2 knocks so far. And, of course, looking also to get the confirm on towards Zahid. Will they be able to find it? The sprays are finding their way on through. Nothing hitting Zahid just yet. He is in the clear for the current moment, just hiding on the edge of the smoke. But of course, if he moves too far, he'll get picked up in the process, as we see Fate now getting eliminated, getting sent back. And now the final 4 teams are left to fight it out. As you can see, Rauf just putting in a little bit of a spray through the smoke, looking for those hit markers, as the damage still finds its way through all across the map. And this is absolutely brutal. Of course, now Snipers get ended there as Phobia finds the last few hits, wraps it up, and of course Max just lying in wait. Max Cash just here, patiently waiting to see what the zone will bring. Will he be able to sneak himself up in towards that zone? Oh, Phobia finding those shots up ahead. GUNZ, of course, now just turning their attentions on to the players there from the SCYTES. Picking up 2 kills in the process. Phobia, the last one left to play, makes the play, but Rauf puts the shots back up in return. It is now Galaxy Racer up against GUNZ. And here we see Max now moving in, coming in with a beautiful opportunistic play. They're stepping in right at the exact moment he should. Getting yet another knock. Will he be able to pick up Rauf and claim that chicken dinner for Galaxy Racer? Oh, he's going to try. He's pushing in. They're dancing around the box. The hits come in. Who's going to be the one to get it? And of course, it is Galaxy Racer claiming the chicken dinner. Playing a little bit of a roundabout around the box there. And of course, well, it paid off. Chicken dinner in the bag.
I have so much to go on ahead and analyze at that ending there, but we will go on ahead and save that till after the break. You know, a little bit of incentive to go on ahead, come back for the rest of these games if you weren't already interested. But we'll go into a break, so we will see you guys shortly.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. This is the last day of the finals, the big day. But of course, we got to give a big shout out to Nimo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup and Campus Championships in 2021. And of course, we just came back from our first match in which we saw the players from Galaxy Racer claiming a beautiful chicken dinner on Erangel. And what a way to start the last day span. Absolutely insane stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot I feel like to analyze going into those ending circles there. I mean, immediately when that last hard shift over to the western side, I mean, the one that had to move was SUDOR, so they went and had crashed onto the wizard tower in the very center of the zone, and unfortunately they didn't win it. For some reason, who was in the center just slipped my mind, unfortunately. Who was that? Oh man. Oh, now I'm mad at myself.
The first shift.
The person who is the solo that was left inside of the wizard tower at the very end there. But all that matters, I guess, really, is that SUDOR ended up losing that. The person inside that wizard tower, they're inside the entire time, and I was like, will they go on ahead and continue to win that? But then a nade took them out, and then I'll talk a little bit more about it because our match stats are actually ready. So going on a tangent, let's jump over here really quickly. Galaxy Racer winning that game with 15 placement points after the win, 8 kill points for a total of 23 points. GUNZ Esports grabbing second with a total of 20 points. SCYTES in third with 17, actually tied with SUDOR Esports grabbing that 17. And SUDOR, wow, 13 kill points for them. Snipers in fifth with 12 total points. iKURD in sixth with 11. Fate Esports in seventh with 9 points. And Alpha Legends grabbing that 8th place spot with 4. I guess, second page as well. It looks like NASR Esports in 9th with a total of 3 points. YaLLa Esports also going to grab 3. Then the next 4 teams after that, RICO Infinity Team, HOTLINE Esports, RTG Esports, all going to grab 1 point each. And then Falcon Esports and Real Tiger 9 coming in that 15th and 16th place spot.
But I mean, now we move into our total damage graph. And of course, SUDOR went absolutely to town in the Erangel. As you can see, of course, 23-24 damage. Wow, 13 kills coming from that. We got the players there from SCYTES also bringing in a pretty strong amount. Of course, 1995 damage. We had the gun sitting on 12 damage with the 8 kills. And of course, the players there from iKURD finishing up with 1607 and 9 kills to accompany that. So some really strong shots, some really strong kill numbers we got just in this past match. But I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed though with the 13 kill game coming in there from the side of SUDOR.
I'm really impressed with that as well. I mean, they were fighting that entire time over on that eastern side after making it up on top of that hill, so I'm not surprised that they were going away with that amount. And then that crash into the wizard tower was really the only thing that they were able to do, and unfortunately they lost at that point. But another thing I'd like to talk about while our highlights start to go on ahead and start reeling is that Pax Clash Galaxy Racer, they were so patient. That solo on this northern side of that last zone, he saw the members right in front of him from GUNZ Esports, yet he still held his trigger. He waited until the last possible moment. He knew everybody else was eliminated, and then he started shooting when he saw him rezzing. So that was beautiful trigger discipline coming through him, and then he ended up winning that 2v1, which is absolutely insane. But he was there just, oh my gosh, how many times have we said how much power a solo has? And I don't know if we've really seen that come into action, but this was definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a perfect show on that front, of course, you know, like absolutely insane stuff across the board. I mean, of course, here, Galaxy Racer still had all 4 players in play. And from here on, that is where things got a little bit tougher. But of course, you know, they were able to hold their own. Max was able to make it up in it towards that final circle. But what a journey it was for the teams right here on Erangel to go through all these engagements. Again, absolutely phenomenal utilities coming on through. I mean, Phobia, some beautiful sprays that we saw right there. And what a nice rush we also had coming in from SUDOR. They were so aggressive for the entirety of this match, picking up 13 kills. I mean, here they were already sitting on 12, making that 13. That was the last one they were able to find. Some absolutely insane plays. Of course, now Hidan, as we know, wasn't able to find anything from that point as Abood swiftly ended it for him right there. But now we get in closer to that final play. That absolutely insane clutch we saw come in from Max.
I'd also like to point out really quickly, these teams on the southern side, like SCYTES and Snipers, they also played really well fighting on into there, and Phobia being the last one alive, had a horrible rotation coming into here, but he was the one that went on ahead and was a distraction, the third place person. There we go, Max Cash. There you go. He knew exactly when he needed to go on ahead and stand up and start getting involved, and it was a little bit of ring around the rosy around that crate for a little bit. There it is, a little bit of a view away. Oh my goodness, and he was doing a bunch of damage there.
But that was just absolutely amazing, you know. Like I have to say, I'm super impressed with what Max did there. Please, Max, teach me your ways, good sir. That was absolutely amazing stuff. Really, really good job. And what a way to start the day with a match like that, a performance like that. And of course, it is going to be absolutely insane as we progress through the rest of the day. If this is where the day starts, I am really, really looking forward for the rest of the final 5 matches we've got, you know, still in store for us here today. But of course, before we get into that, Span, what are your thoughts? Give us your analysis, because you said there's a lot of things you want to break down. All right, now the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Well, I already went on ahead and talked about some of it. Well, I guess we'll start at the very beginning, right? I mean, first of all those hardships were so difficult for everybody to start making a move into, that everybody the entire time really had to focus on making those huge rotations to get inside, and it didn't stop after the first one. It continued in the second one. Everybody just absolutely grabbing their vehicles, absolutely making a send for it. That created a lot of early fighting. So I will say that. So there were a lot of early fighting that ended up happening, fighting for positioning, and the location that the zone decided to choose straight on top of a hill that had an open side, that also created even more fight. So just the entire time there was so much action that was happening because of the shifts and the location that the zone decided to play into. That's why we saw teams like SUDOR going ahead and gain so many kills, right? They were able to fight their way into those positionings, and then I already went on ahead and talked about it. I'm kind of curious to see if they would have won that crash onto that wizard tower. I feel like maybe something could have been different. And then the last person in that wizard tower ended up dying from a nade. At the end there, nobody was inside of that wizard tower, right? If a team was able to stay alive in that wizard tower that entire time, I feel like maybe the people in there would have been the winners. That's honestly what I expected. I'm like, that is the wizard tower to be. So honestly, really amazing to see the crashes come in there, because SUDOR knew that they needed that location for themselves, and then beautifully placed nade as well, because whoever threw that, they knew that they needed to get rid of that person. So that's really it. And then I already talked about the solo with the trigger discipline. The entire time there's just really good gameplay going into there.
Yeah, it was definitely a very good showing coming in here. And I mean, so far it is still pretty much neck in neck. You know, there's no clear way to see what, or to determine who's gonna be the strongest here today. Because I mean, it's still neck in neck all the way through. And I think even moving up in towards Miramar, yes, the dynamics of the map changes up a little bit. There is a little bit more space, a little bit more terrain to make use of. So I still think it is going to be an exceptional challenge for the teams to play on Miramar. Just looking at the mindset the teams are kind of, you know, applying here today, just the way they've decided to step into these games, you can see this is the finals. The way the teams are playing, there's no guessing, there's no wondering. Everyone is bringing their A game. Everyone is stepping up to the plate. They're bringing that next level stuff, and of course, it's going to be neck and neck. It's going to be so tough all the way through. That's why I'm so excited, you know, to get up in towards our Sanhok maps, just to see who's going to try and make up in those particular maps.
I'm interested in that as well, because actually we took a look at some match stats from our top 2 teams at the very beginning of the cast, right? So we saw what GUNZ and RICO Infinity team had up there based off of all their stats. And their two main maps were Miramar and more so Erangel, right? So they weren't the top stats for Sanhok. So who exactly are the top stats on Sanhok? Some other teams that aren't at the top of that leaderboard. So probably right below them potentially. So I do think there's a lot of potential there for Sanhok to be one of those game-changing maps, and it's going to end on that map as well. So I do think keeping in mind the strong maps for those top teams right now and the potential for Sanhok is huge. I mean, we still have another map to go before we get into that Sanhok stuff, but I am definitely looking forward to both.
So next up, of course, we're heading over in towards Miramar, right? So what are your expectations going in towards Miramar, right? So we've already seen a really strong showing coming in from the teams across the board, but who do you think will be a team to watch moving in towards Miramar?
I mean, I know that this is stats from day one, right? But we knew that just from Super Weekend, it was RICO Infinity Team, GUNZ, and Falcons, those three teams that usually were the teams that did really well in Miramar. They're the ones that had the top stats. And I believe the past 2 days, it's been pretty different in terms of that. Like, there are still two of those teams I already went on ahead and named that were up there. I think going into this, maybe we'll continue to see that, but we have seen some stats. And let's take a look at that overall before we go in ahead and move into that second game of today. We can see RICO Infinity Team still holding on to that first place spot. 3 chicken dinners now with a total of 154 total points. GUNZ Esports in second with 135. NASR Esports with third, 131. SUDOR Esports in fourth with 126. Galaxy Racer going ahead, jumping up there in that 5th place position with 122. Their first chicken, by the way. They were the person that was in 8th place that on the left side of this leaderboard that didn't have a chicken until now. And even the rest of these teams, looks like SCYTES in 9th with 92, is so close to grabbing that 8th place spot as well. I mean, FalconsEsport having the same amount of points, HOTLINE Esports with 88, iKURD Esports right there in the center. It's still so close, and we talked about how one game could go on ahead and change everything. Galaxy Racer won that one game, and they jumped up 4 placements.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a thing that we see in general. That's kind of the norm now, where we see the teams bring in, you know, just an absolutely aggressive play, absolutely phenomenal performance, and then they just jump up. They just jump up so many positions. So, of course, now, when we get over in towards Miramar, right, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. This is where I'm going to start looking to the teams that we've seen be consistent across all the days, all the games, everyone performing really, really strong. And 2 of those teams that we've seen being pretty consistent so far, especially over on the final weekend, was of course the players coming in from RICO Infinity, as well as the players there from GUNZ. So definitely looking to see how they will be performing, but also just based on what we saw now in this first match, definitely the players from Galaxy Racer, they are right up there. I mean, I'm expecting a pretty good showing from them to come in as well. But in fact, I'm hoping everyone performs. But you know, you gotta like point out a few teams that I personally think should be doing pretty well on Miramar. Any teams that you've got an eye on, or you just kind of, you know, supporting everybody?
I mean, this is a serious one to think about. This is serious business, you know.
Yeah.
Well, who went on ahead and won our last Miramar games? I know that there were... I think that there were teams that went on ahead and were supposed to perform well on Miramar that did continue to, and there were some teams that went on ahead and changed it a tiny bit. I do know that, but I do know I'm expecting RICO Infinity Team. This is their map. They are the team currently in that first place position. I am expecting them to do well on Miramar once more. I feel like that's kind of a basic answer, but I mean, consistency is impressive, so I do think that they're going to do well on Miramar. How about you, DK?
Well, I mean, if we look to yesterday's performances, just to get a kind of idea, because it's already a big up from day 1, right? Day 2 was already insane, right? Yesterday we had SUDOR finishing off on the first Miramar map on 18 kills, so really, really strong showing coming in from them. The next team up with the highest amount of kills, of course, was the players there from RTG sitting on 7. So it's going to be tough, but of course, let's head on over into the match so we can stop guessing and we can start seeing what the players, what the teams are going to be doing as we make our way through our first Miramar map. And of course, we've got that lovely flight path coming in. Of course, not looking like such an easy flight path, but we're going to be looking to see, of course, where the zone is going to be popping up into, because that is where I hope that little bit of an upset comes in.
It looks like our plane paths are also really liking the western side of our maps so far. I mean, of course, that's going to be a difference coming into Sanhok, since everybody should be able to spread out, but it is effective. Makes a difference inside of these two bigger maps, because as we know, you can't go on ahead and stretch out as far. You can't reach your usual spots. So there are some teams that could potentially have to go to their alt drops instead of their main ones, and that could go on ahead and affect their main game. And that just goes to show that if this zone goes ahead somewhere completely different than the plane path like our last game, that means everybody is in for a huge rotation and just fight to get in immediately. But this one, again, over to that western side, we'll just have to wait and see what it's going to have in store. And wow.
Yes, please! That zone. Oh, Span. What is your opinion on that zone?
My opinion, I'm excited. You know, I've said it before. Usually when it goes down to that southern side, you definitely have to keep it in mind. You can see even just the coloration on the map, that darker brown. That's where it gets super, super rocky, super out in the open. There's barely any trees there. Definitely very harsh terrain to go ahead and play. Coming into this, these teams really need to go ahead and prioritize those compounds down there. That's usually what happens in a zone that pulls down to the southern side. Like anywhere else, usually teams can play in a bunch of bridges, but down to the southern side, teams need to go on ahead, find those compounds on top of those hills to go on ahead and really do well, because otherwise every other location is a bit more dangerous. But we don't know if it's going to go all the way down there, because even Los Leones is still inside this. Could this potentially be a huge city ending? We don't know just yet.
I mean, we're not seeing any crazy changes coming in with the drop locations per se, but of course, you know, we do now have the team starting to rotate down in towards that southeastern side, and I am super pleased with the zone, because it means things are gonna be crazy. Things are gonna be tough. It's gonna be absolutely insane to go through Miramar with a zone like that in the company that these players find themselves, these teams find themselves. So definitely looking forward to see what the map will bring, and of course what performance the players are going to bring. So definitely I'm going to be looking, as I said before we jumped into the match, we're looking at the teams that have been you know, pretty consistent in the past days, looking to see whether or not they'll be able to find that momentum or even continue pushing through with that momentum. So definitely a lot of potential, and things are only getting tougher and tougher as we get deeper and deeper into this finals.
So true. And it looks like we're going on ahead, jumping over to a RICO Infinity team as well. We already went on ahead. I kind of chose them as the predictors of doing at least really well on this map. I'm curious to see, but they have a ways to go. I mean, they dropped Amante. That's their usual drop spot. It looks like they're going to have to make a huge rotation in. Meanwhile, teams like Fate, their drop spots in Los Leones, they're kind of chilling as of right now. They're going to be able to loot for a little bit longer, or potentially going ahead, loot up exactly what they need and start making a move and grab those compounds that as of right now I do think are super important to go ahead and grab. So I'm interested to see now, since RICO Infinity Team 2 have a little bit of a challenge ahead of them, what exactly they're going to do.
Yeah, again, you know, especially with a region like this is where that positional play comes in. I mean, like, I sound like a broken record probably by now, but it is the truth. As we've seen that now work out time and time and time again. Some really, really interesting stuff happening across the board. But of course, now SCYTES in their usual spot. Nothing out of the ordinary, but it's actually a good drop for them. Looking at where that zone is, they don't have such a crazy rotation to do. Of course, they've got that road all along the southern coast to get all the way up in towards the zone. And that seems to be a fairly safe passage, just based on what we saw on the map, you know, where the teams were positioned. But of course, now if we look over towards the players here from Raad, they seem to be still going through their loot phase, getting everything ready. Of course, they are over in towards La Cobreria, so quite a much more northerly position. So they have quite the distance to cover to get back up into zones. We saw there's almost 3 kilometers for them to go. So they might come in on a bit of a late rotation. Well, that's kind of what I'm expecting to see, just based on the distance that they are away from zone. But of course, we can say exactly the same here for the players from GUNZ. They've dropped all the way over in towards El Paso. Quite a distance to cover to make it up in towards zone. And this is where I then start asking the question is, do you think at this stage, looking at where the zone is, and of course, you know, the number of teams that we have still left in this game, do you think teams could benefit from the late rotations, or would the early rotations be a little bit more essential in this at this point?
It depends on where you are. So all those teams very far away that we were just looking up on that northwestern side up there, they're going to be waiting a little bit longer, especially since they're going to go ahead and loot up and they're going to come in late because they have to know that there's so many teams in front of them. They kind of just have to wait for them to go ahead and grab all these spots. They want all the teams to go ahead in front of them to move further inside so that they can go ahead and get a spot on at least edge, because one of the worst things that could happen to you, honestly, especially in the first rotation, is to rotate by a few teams and have some of your teammates be taken down just off of rotation, not even getting into a fight, you know? So they want everybody in front of them to stay in front of them, get further in so that they can go ahead and backfill them and potentially actually go ahead and third party. We know that there's a huge advantage when it comes to that.
And we, of course, see quite a bit of that on Miramar. So we know the teams, I mean, like any opportunity they get for third parties or even, or even just potential engagements, you know, they don't shy away from that. In fact, we see that aggression getting dialed up. And that is something that we see quite a bit of, especially here in the finals. And I'm really, really happy that that is the case. That the teams, you know, they are serious about this. Everyone is bringing it. They're bringing the aggression. They're bringing their positional play. They really, you know, just giving it their all. And I'm absolutely loving it. Of course, even Jigsaw is giving it his all there with his spray on towards Hidan, who is now trying to stay hidden as he tries to move out of harm's way. Just get behind some potential hard cover.
And it looks like Safe is now driving on over to help out. But oh, wow, okay. It does look like Safe is not going to be able to keep his teammate safe. Volt's right beside him as well. I don't know if they'll be able to potentially get that res, but SK Ton, it also looks like, oh, they're kind of split up in this situation. Who are they going to go on ahead and deal with?
I don't know, but it is going to be quite difficult to play. And this is what you were talking about, you know, looking over towards this region on the map. It's such a tough terrain to play on. So definitely already quite a bit of a challenging factor for the teams here. And I'm quite satisfied with the zone shifting where it did. Looking, you know, taking into consideration we are. This is the finals. It is the last day. You know, the game can't be nice anymore. Now we need to see the team step up and deliver. And of course, this is kind of forcing their hand. And one of the teams that we've seen really delivering today so far, of course, was the team from SUDOR. But now we look to see whether or not they'll be able to pick it up again.
They definitely lost one person so far, unfortunately. They were super spread out, one of them being taken down by not even iKURD, an entirely different team. But now, iKURD, they're kind of, I can't even tell, is iKURD surrounding SUDOR or SUDOR surrounding iKURD? I feel like it's kind of a mixture at this point, but we already know that SUDOR at least has one less person. So if they're going to continue to be spread out, I'm a little bit worried, because if another one gets knocked, then they're going to be hugely at a disadvantage. And as of right now as well, a lot of them are kind of out in the open, and a bunch of teams now, they're getting closer and closer towards the center, and it looks like they have to keep on coming since the zone just popped directly over top of them once again. A lot of teams, actually a lot of teams still inside zone. Out blue zone, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting, definitely, to see how these teams are going to try and cope with that zone, because I mean, it doesn't really make sense to see those late rotations. Usually we see all the teams, you know, being able to kind of stay ahead of that zone a little bit more. So definitely an interesting play coming in from Raad, the snipers, HOTLINE, even Alpha. They just barely inside the zone. And of course, then the players from GUNZ coming in with that really wide rotation along that far western side. But of course, now as we jump over towards the players here from Galaxy Race, you can see them now moving up in towards the warehouse. They're just trying to set up that position. Of course, Falcons just a little bit over towards their northeastern position. So quite a few interesting you know, positional plays coming in once again. But now we look to see how this whole Last Leon setup will work in, you know, for the players from Falcons.
We will say, honestly, these buildings right here are very strong, I will say, going on ahead and grabbing up here. If this does, in fact, become a Los Leones ending, or at least pulls towards this cliff, which I've seen it go on ahead and do before, I mean, this spot, the Falcons and YaLLa, honestly, both of them are over here. They're going to have a really good spot. They can oversee their entire western side. If anybody's going to go on ahead and pull up into those warehouses beside them, they can just go on ahead and start shooting down on top of them. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen. And otherwise, they're really close to each other. They could potentially get in a fight as well. But it looks like the iKURD and SUDOR fight has kind of continued. Each of them still not shooting just yet, but still very close to each other. Wait. Oh, is it only SK-Ton? Did the rest of SUDOR leave?
It
I think
seems
so.
like that. Maybe they were like, no, you've got it. You've got it. We've got full faith in you, my friend. Just show us what you've got, safe and track 2. They've rotated up elsewhere to set themselves up potentially for a good anchor point a little bit later in the phase. But of course, we'll look to see how this works out for SK-Ton, whether or not he'll be able to survive here until, the team decides, okay, now it is time to make that play. And it's definitely an interesting spot to be in.
I think maybe he couldn't have left. I mean, he was the one that was actually in between a ton of the iKURD members, so maybe he couldn't leave. The rest of his team had to just leave him. Kind of now as a solo. He'll probably be able to make it to the rest of his team if he goes on ahead and leaves now, and realizing that the team around him is now not there anymore back inside the compound. But meanwhile, they're still further on that southern side. We're kind of jumping to Real Tiger 9 that's kind of closer to that north, from around that center position as well. They actually have a really good spot up here on top of that mountain, because also from up here, similar to the spots that the teams on the edge of Los Leones have, they have a huge overview of all the teams around them. The only concerning thing about this location is it's so big. So many teams could potentially go on ahead and contest them for it, and it's pretty much out in the open. A ton of teams would be able to participate from afar. It does look like, though, that we're still waiting on a bunch of teams to get further inside here.
I mean, snipers and, of course, HOTLINE still just all the way out in that blue zone. And as we know, the blue zone is going to do quite a bit of damage. So, yeah, definitely not what I was expecting to see from them rotation-wise. But now, the zone having shifted up, it just makes it a little bit easier for them. They don't have to go that much further to get all the way up in towards the zone. So things are looking a little bit up. But what is not looking up is the south of that zone. Look at the sheer number of players coming in from the south. Absolutely insane.
I am so excited. We're having Los Leones ending. I don't think we've gotten a city ending in the first day, so I'm looking forward to it this day. This is where Real Tigers 9 position could really come into play up on top of that hill. So I'm curious to see how exactly it's gonna go on ahead and roll out. Meanwhile, everybody else that didn't have a spot inside zone, they're just gonna start absolutely sending it into the city. That's what you have to do. The city, it's interesting in that so many teams can go on ahead and pile in here and be right next to each other and not take a fight because of all the hard cover that's available to them. So I think we're about to see a ton of teams now inside of here.
Yeah, and of course, we want to see that consistency coming in from the teams. Looking to see who's going to be able to hold the momentum that they've been building over the past 2 days. This is where it all comes to show. We're looking to see what is going to happen as Marshall now focuses over towards Sadat, just on the offside there. Just quickly tapping away at the vehicle as he now just tries to make things a little bit more favorable for themselves, making it ever more difficult for the opponents there. But of course, looking at Los Leones, this is going to be an absolutely insane town fight. And Span, you've been looking for a town fight for quite some time, and now finally PUBG delivers, gives you that. So I am hopeful that we get chopsticks when we get back to Erangel. But of course, well, yeah, now we got to be satisfied with the town fighting that we should be having. Of course, so far, everyone's still just looking for those positions, but that is what makes the town positions so interesting.
I absolutely love it. And honestly, Los Leones is very different as well, since it is so massive and so sprawled out. There is still a lot of open spaces, especially where those very wide roads are. So Los Leones is also an interesting city in itself. And it looks like right here, Real Tiger 9 did in fact pull down the mountain. They know that they need to at least have a foothold in one spot, and they're able to take out a member of, what was that, Fate? That ended up extending a little bit too far, it seems. Or was that was SCYTES. I have misspoken. SCYTES and Fate, They have a very similar color. So that was a member of SCYTES.
Yeah, Razur, poor old Razur getting taken out there by Real Tiger 9. But a good position coming in here from Real Tiger, as you can see now. They just coming in with an interesting split. You could almost say it's a 2-1-1 split, but not really. They're just looking to improve that a little bit. But now, what's looking pretty tough, though, is this position where we see the players from SCYTES and NASA. We got the whole squad from NASA up on the top here, and of course, 2 players from site now, just position here from what we can see. In fact, sorry, there we go. All 3 of them are in fact positioned right there. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one as the players here from NASA now try to secure that angle within the zone. But of course, now they need to get up a little bit closer, a little bit further up north, up into that safe zone, as NASA now getting ready to mobilize themselves and potentially start their rotation. But it is going to be a tricky one to get out of because they've got GUNZ right there alongside them. They've got the players from SCYTES. We got iKURD in the vicinity as well. We got Real Tiger 9 just a little bit further up north. So things are looking particularly tough. But even over on the southwestern side for RICO Infinity, Galaxy Racer and SUDOR, expecting quite a few engagements to come from this.
I mean, we even saw that new zone. It decided to pull up to that northeastern side. It ended up pulling so far away, but it looks like the fight is in fact starting. And oh my goodness, we didn't even have time to go on ahead and fully cover that. SUDOR Esports is going to find themselves eliminated. Galaxy Racer picking that up, and inside of zone, absolutely everyone just went on ahead and sent it once again. It looks like RTG, one of them being taken down as well over here, as everyone's just trying to find a new spot to play.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a bit of aggression coming in there from Galaxy Race. And, of course, we were expecting to see aggression coming in from all the teams here today. Now, of course, speaking of that aggression, the GUNZ already now stepping up here, putting the shots over towards everyone in the vicinity, taking any opportunity they have. Of course, you can see SCYTES now just trying to rotate up behind them and over towards that western side. Things are looking pretty tough, as we can see, of course, the heads coming through for the snipers. Ghost blowing up his teammates in the process, but Freak now here for GUNZ, keeping a very watchful eye on NASA just up ahead, as we can see Hassan trying to stay behind the hard cover up in the smoke. Of course, now Freak getting ready to push up a little bit further. He does that a bit of additional support, that extra bit of cover right up on the ridge, as you can see Lord now laying down the fire. But now as we move up in it towards Los Leones, this is where things look pretty insane.
Oh, wow.
I mean, 14 teams still in play, 49 players remain, and everyone is pretty much up here over in Los Leones. This is going to be absolutely crazy.
And entirely not surprising. It's what happens. This is what city endings do, as so many teams are able to stay alive so far into this. I mean, this still is only 4th zone. This did pull kind of away. We could see a bunch of those plateaus and mountains up there on that northeastern side, so there is a potential that this won't go on ahead and pull back into there. But honestly, even if it does go up on top of that mountain up there, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of the fighting still happened inside of here, because everybody's going to be having to run in the same direction. Nobody is really going to be able to make a free cross. So this is where we're going to see the bulk of the fighting now coming out of this. In this situation, I definitely want to not be inside the city at this point.
I mean, we were asking for a challenging zone. We were asking for the teams to be challenged, to show us what they've got. And again, PUBG definitely delivered on this Miramar map. And this is going to be absolutely crazy fighting that we see coming in from the teams, of course, already, as the players here from Fate and iKURD now turn their attentions on to the side there of Real Tiger. The shots, of course, finding their way on through. We see Vault getting picked up in the process. Reef now just ahead of MJ there. This is so tricky to play. If you move up a little bit too far, you are in line of sight of a different player, a different team. So regardless of where you go, you have to be so careful now.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why city endings are so scary, honestly. And it also looks like the zone is in fact going to go on ahead and pull away from it up towards those mountains, like I kind of I cursed it that as well there. And it looks like GUNZ are the only team up on top of the mountains. If they're able to hold this out, everybody down below them are going to get in a huge fight. This is looking really good for GUNZ if they're able to hold it. But we can see RTG up there on the northern side might make a rotation up into them. But everybody else inside that city, as of right now, they're just going to be funneling straight into each other. A ton of teams are about to go ahead and be eliminated.
I mean, this is that chain fighting that we usually see coming in on Sanhok. Now it is happening on Miramar. What is going on? But of course, this makes it so exciting. As you can see, of course, Ida picking up the shots there on towards last from Falcon. Of course, RICO Infinity losing one of their players down in the blue zone. Prestige getting sent right on back. But now we see a continuation of the aggression from everybody in the zone. Nades getting cooked up, shots flying back and forth. Everyone going to town right here in the town of Los Leones. YaLLa comes strafing into that one. Picks up the players from Falcons as Bomba gets sent back into the lobby. But of course, this western side of the zone is still looking so heavily congested. Everyone just waiting to make their play, looking for that opportunity, looking for that opening to try and better their position. And of course, also looking to pick up those points.
And it looks like Fate so far has somehow been able to keep all 4 members up just inside. I doubt that they're going to leave their building anytime soon, since they do have a position. They're just going to wait until this next zone pops before they're really going to get involved unless they see an opportunity present itself. But everybody else, I believe, is suffering some losses, so they're going to be able to keep a few up. I do think some people on the northern side also have 4 up, actually, taking a look at it. But usually what also happens, we're probably going to see a bunch of teams start being broken on up, or at least losing 1 or 2 members. As of right now, though, it still looks like we have 39 people alive, which is a lot more, honestly, than I expected. But it seems like everybody is kind of able to just shove themselves in there somehow, but not for long, because this next zone is about to show itself again.
Man, it is going to be pretty hairy. This looks like a final zone almost, just based on the amount of action, the amount of chaos we've seen coming in so far. But of course, it is far from over. We're only in the 5th phase, heading up in towards the 6th phase now, as we of course now look to see what the teams are going to be doing. And of course, so many utils finding their way on through as Ramp is cooking it up, sending it over in towards Marco, but Marco seals the fate there for surprise. Here we see Ramp now pushing up. Oh, but Marco just moving in and out, strafing back and forth, ducking and weaving bullets. Will he be able to pick it up? Yes, indeed he does. Seals the fate for Real Tiger, sending them back. And of course, here we go now. YaLLa sending up on towards Fate. As you can see, Laith now getting knocked out in the process as Bandar comes rushing into the warehouse. Up comes Powerful, up comes Bandar, up comes Yamaz. Everyone comes rushing in, of course, just putting in the shots, eliminating the players from Rad. This is just getting hotter and hotter as we move on through.
Wow, I mean, this is the point. Everybody has to make a move, so everything is going to start pushing, and there's so many teams happening here. Fate just ended, another one popping off. Fate Esports, they had 4 up, no longer in a matter of seconds, a blink of an eye. 2 members left for YaLLa, though, still have to continue forward. We can still see that, I mean, Galaxy Racer and iKURD are now the teams holding them out, and they're in their own altercation. We see iKURD trying to toss over a bunch of util. Galaxy Racer blissfully okay inside of the compounds that they are able to grab, because it's just on the edge. But that means they are going to have at least 2 teams try and fight them for it. Meanwhile, GUNZ still has a really great position up on top of the hill that might be contested by RTG. I still think that whoever gets the top of that plateau might be in for a really good game, but first, who is going to push first, iKURD or YaLLa? Oh,
it's going to be pretty close. I can tell you that. But of course, now RICO Infinity get eliminated. The utils finding their way on through from the hand there of Galaxy Racer up in towards the players here of iKURD. And of course, YaLLa still looking to make that play on the warehouse. So we got Alpha just holding up. I wouldn't be surprised if that positional play for GUNZ works out in their favor. We've said this before, and I'll say it again. Positional play is absolutely essential, especially going up against these teams. It is looking to be a pretty hairy fight. And of course, we got 7 teams still remaining. The West is still heavily congested as everyone is trying to make their play. El Chapo sends one up. GUNZ comes rushing in. Of course, sealing the fate there for the players from RTG. Back they go. Ready for Sanhok map. But of course, now 6 teams remain. Everybody looking to get that chicken dinner. They're looking to find those points. Galaxy Racer now just defending their fort from the hands of iKURD, who's looking to push a little bit further on up, trying to come in from that southwestern side, sorry, rather. Now, of course, we've got iKURD and Galaxy Racer side by side. We also have the players up ahead there. Chaos just holding that angle alongside the players from HOTLINE. But of course, GUNZ just hugging the edge of that ridge. But now Galaxy Racer, YaLLa, and iKURD side by side. A solo for YaLLa, a solo coming in there for the players from iKURD right in front of us. Of course, well, sorry, Helmend is right there alongside the R1. So it is looking up for the side of them. But will they be able to find the hits? Will they be able to get out of that blue zone? As we see Galaxy Racer now getting super aggressive as they push up towards Bandar, picking up the kills in the process. Galaxy Racer now down to 2 players. 2 of their players already getting knocked out in the process. Alpha looking to make that play. The zone, of course, shifting up once again, right up in favor of GUNZ. They read the zone beautifully. But of course, now we see YaLLa getting eliminated. 5 teams remain. iKURD now trying to out-heal the damage coming in from the blue. Alpha making their rotations, making their rush onto the edge of the cliffs. We got players, of course, from a HOTLINE trying to stop them from accomplishing any good position on that hill. 5 teams left to find it out. Span, this is going to be absolutely crazy.
I mean, honestly, I had said it. I was just like, whoever's going to go on ahead and win the top of the plateau, they're going to be in a beautiful position. It's between RTG and GUNZ. GUNZ going on ahead and winning that team fight for themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if they're going to go on ahead and take this for themselves. But Alpha Legends now being able to move up so close directly underneath them, cutting off those lines of sight, they could potentially go on ahead and be a little bit of a thorn in their side. We're going to have to see. Raouf, actually, I'm a little bit worried for him. Is he a little bit too pushed out? Will somebody else be able to get involved? But it looks like iKURD is going to go on ahead and be taken out. Everybody else now are, in fact, underneath them. I think it's just really coming down to this last zone where it's going to pull to who will have the advantage in this situation. Is it going to pull to the top, in which I don't know if Alpha Legends will be able to make it up there, or will it go down to the bottom? In that case, GUNZ, they're going to have to start jumping on down and getting in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha, they were looking pretty good coming into this phase, still sitting on all 4 players now, of course, being reduced down to 3. You can see Hamodi trying to get the shots up in towards Kaito, picks it up in the process. But of course, now looking to make Alpha down only to 2 players, as Kaito is now also getting knocked out in the process. Down he goes. Oh, Alpha, what just happened? They hold on. Oh, it is so close. Oh, GUNZ, what a play. Come rushing on in. Just closing up the door right there, just sealing the fate, and of course, that was absolutely insane. Of course, HOTLINE Molto making that last little rush there for the team, as we could see him succumbing to the blue zone. But what an absolutely phenomenal play that was coming in from the GUN team. Absolutely insane stuff.
I do not disagree, and being able to get those knocks and know exactly how many people were left, they just decided to be aggressive, go on ahead, push down the hill when they could, and just take the rest of them out. But we'll be able to see how many points exactly they were able to pick up after a short break with those game stats. Be right back.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. This, of course, is our final day, the last day for the teams to show us what they've got. And boy, have they been showing. Of course, we just came back from Miramar where we saw the players from GUNZ just descending on towards everybody with quite a bit of aggression, coming in with an absolutely phenomenal play, finishing off quite aggressively, getting 12 kills in the process. So really, really well done. Good job, of course, man. Span, this is an absolute insane day. I mean, Erangel was tough, was hot, was heated. Coming in towards Sanhok, the players made it look like, well, coming into Miramar, so they made it look like Sanhok. Things are just absolutely insane.
Oh my goodness, they really are. And honestly, really when it comes down to a city ending as well, that's where the difficulty really does increase, because there are so many teams that are able to go on ahead and make it in there that it's just so filled with people that you even said it yourself while we were watching it happen. Like right when you try and start making a play, there's another team that's been watching you, waiting for you to go on ahead and make a move so they can shoot at you too. So even if you're trying to go on ahead and take out the next team that you need to take out to get further in the game, another team is there to go on ahead and one up you, basically ruin that chance for you completely. So that's really the challenge when it comes to those city endings, and I'm glad that we were able to catch one, because I don't think we've cast one this entire league, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one other one, but not in Los Leones. So that was really exciting to go on ahead and actually see happen. Even though it did pull out to that plateau in the end, it still created so much congestion, so much fighting coming out of the city.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a city fight like Los Leones, you know, that position is absolutely key. But of course, you know, speaking about key, we're going to be jumping in towards the match stats just to look at a bit of a breakdown of what the teams did. And of course, you can see GUNZ just going to town there with 12 kill points and 27 total points. Alpha Legends, of course, then in second place there on 16 points. We got iKURD in third on 15. We got YaLLa in fourth, also sitting on 15 points. 11 kills for YaLLa though. HOTLINE over in fifth place on 14 points. Galaxy Racer coming into sixth place on 11 points. Of course, the Snipers over in seventh on 6. And then we got the players there from Real Tiger 9 over in 8th place, finishing up on 5th point. So really strong kill plays coming in this match. And of course, as we move on to that second page, we don't see any kill points, only placement. RTG finishing up in 9th there on 2. RICO Infinity in 10th on 1. Fate on 1. Ra'ad finishing on 1. That has been such a tough one. NASR, Falcon, SCYTES, and SUDOR not being able to find any kills in that last match. But of course, looking at the amount of damage, the sheer crazy, insane numbers there. I mean, GUNZ, 2,400 damage, 12 kills. And then of course, Alpha Legends, Galaxy Racer, and YaLLa, all three of them bringing in that 1,500 damage. With of course, YaLLa converting 11 kills from that amount of damage.
They were able to get a bunch of kills. They only got 4 placement points, so they ended up being taken out pretty early on, which we will maybe catch in these highlights that are now going to start popping on up here. But they were able to go on ahead and fight the entire time, which is honestly surprising. I'm honestly surprised that we didn't see maybe some kills spread out a bit more, since there is so much third-party potential. I was kind of expecting maybe a bunch of teams to get a bit more, but there was just fighting from the beginning, honestly. Right when people realize this is going into Los, like even out here in the warehouses, just automatically started getting into those big fights, and kind of already touched on it. I mean, right when we saw the next zone happen, where I was just like, uh-oh, it's like half plateau, half city. Whoever is going to be able to get out of the city somehow and make it up there are probably going to be in for a really good spot. And that was GUNZ. GUNZ were out there. We saw RICO Infinity team trying to get out there on the southern side, and RTG get out there on the northern side, but GUNZ were there first in the center, and they were able to go ahead and win those fights. So they had the top end.
Yeah, but I mean, just looking at YaLLa just playing through this, they were so aggressive, just steamrolling their way on through. But look at that nade from Ultron. That was absolutely beautiful, right on point. But of course, you know, GUNZ were the team to claim the chicken dinner there. Absolutely insane stuff coming in. But especially as they took that position up on the high ground there, again, that is where the positional play really worked in their favor. And of course, I mean, Alpha, they held their own all the way through on to that very last play. But the way that we saw the players from GUNZ just ascending down on towards them, this rush that we see coming in, the full squad from Alpha stepping on in, all 4 players full sending in towards that. I mean, just look at the stats here for GUNZ. Quite a bit of damage being brought in, but of course, Lord standing out in that one on 812 damage, 6 kills, and then of course the 4 knocks finding their way on through. Absolutely insane plays. I mean, GUNZ, that is kind of what we know them for. That kind of gameplay, that like aggressive play. I mean, over Super Weekends, we've seen them, you know, bring in so many kills. And of course, it's good to see them bringing that back once again on this final day.
Yes, the first day of finals, we talked about like where's GUNZ. We haven't really seen them. Yesterday, we obviously weren't casting them, but we were watching them. They were coming on back, and then today, yeah, it looks like they went on ahead and were able to figure it out for that game. And we still have 4 more games left to see if they will continue to go on ahead and do so, because they were so strong in the Super Week, and we thought it was kind of going to be a little bit of a slide, but exciting to see that it's not, and also interesting to see kind of that development, figuring out the rest of these teams now inside of finals. There is a new level. I think everybody is in fact playing a tiny bit differently, and that's why we've been seeing some of these teams having to make adjustments.
I mean, it's still a pretty neck in neck fight, but of course that is why, you know, I'm so excited to get in towards the Sanhok map, right? So this is where the teams can really make quite a considerable change, you know, as they have that opportunity to get overly aggressive, even more than they've already been on Erangel and Miramar, right? We've seen that come in, the teams just stepping up to the plate, delivering time and time again. And I'm pretty curious to see who is going to be the team to claim the chicken once we get up in towards Sanhok. But of course, you know, we are going to be looking towards, you know, just to see what will be coming in. I mean, so much potential. Such a journey. I mean, the teams have accomplished so much. I mean, by the end of today, they've played just over 90 games.
That is a lot. That is a lot when you think about it. I mean, these teams probably, I mean, they feel it. All these players, this has been a very long league. They have been working up to this entire time. These are the games that are really going to go on ahead and super matter in the end. So they definitely are feeling it coming into this, and they I mean, we already talked about it. They know the weight coming into this. They know the mentality. I'm hoping that they're more on that strong side of the mentality, but I'm kind of curious if the nerves are coming into play. But as of right now, I haven't quite seen any.
Well, I can tell you the excitement is definitely here, and of course the adrenaline. I'm pretty sure the players are feeling that adrenaline rush as they get closer and closer to the last match. Of course, I think it's something that kind of builds itself up, but the important part, of course, here is that the players need to try and remain as calm and as cool, collected as they possibly can. And in fact, it seems to be kind of the thing of the day. The players seem still to be pretty relaxed. In fact, it seems like they've got their focus right on point. We're seeing those gameplays come through. You know, some really good decisions on the rotation, some really quick reactions when it comes to those reflexes on the shots. Everything seems so dialed in today, and it's absolutely amazing to see that.
Yes, even these last 2 games, they were so the players, I mean, we saw it ourselves, even the solos, they know exactly what they need to be doing. It seems like a lot of these guys are really on point today. So, and that's only after 2 games. Only 2 games have gone by, and I'm just like, I'm itching for that overall leaderboard to actually go on ahead and show itself, because we talked about how close everybody was. Like, really one good game could go on ahead and do it, and we've already seen some pretty good gameplay coming out from a bunch of teams that I think that already our leaderboard is pretty different. But obviously we're still waiting for this to go ahead and be ready, so not quite yet, but 4 games still left. That's like, it seems like so many games to go on ahead and make it further, but not a lot at all at the same time. I'm sure the players are definitely feeling that even more so than what I'm feeling, but So far, amazing gameplay. Yeah, you said it yourself. So
Yeah.
going into Sanhok, I mean, I do have some expectations or hopes, I guess, coming into it. I'm really interested to see usually what we've been seeing out of it, which is a ton of team fights, chain fighting. Especially, I feel like first day of finals are really, really intense, and I'm hoping to have that continue.
Yeah, but of course, you know, another thing also to take into consideration that this is the marathon, right? So we need to see that kind of pacing come on in, and I'm hoping that the kind of momentum, the kind of play that we've been seeing from the teams, that is an indication of, you know, what to expect as we move on forward. Because if that is, it is going to be it's going to be absolutely amazing to witness, and I think it's still going to be a pretty close fight all the way through to the end. Of course, as we get ready to move over in towards the Sanhok map, looking at what we saw in yesterday's games, right? We saw a pretty strong performance coming in from RICO Infinity. They were, of course, able to pick up 10 kills over on towards Erangel. The second team with a high amount of kills on that was, of course, the players from Falcons. They got 8 kills, finished up over in 5th place, of course, for, you know, matches. So definitely looking to see how the teams are going to hold their own, how they're going to perform as we get up in towards Miramar. So definitely expecting quite a few interesting things to come in. But of course, now it is time to get into our overall standings to look at where the teams find themselves on the overall standings. And of course, we find the players from GUNZ right up at the top, sitting on 162 points. We've got the players from RICO Infinity currently sitting in 2nd place on 155. Galaxy Racer over in 3rd on 133. NASR over in 4th on 131. SUDOR over in 5th place on 126. Fate sitting over in 6th place on 121. YaLLa in 7th on 118. And then, of course, as we move over towards the players from HOTLINE, currently over in 8th place on 102 points. The next page, of course, we see Ra'ad over in 9th on 101. We got the SCYTES over in 10th place on 92. Falcons in 11th, also sitting on 92 points. We got iKURD over in 12th place there on 82. We got Real Tiger 9 over on 67. And as we move a little bit further down the list from there on off, we see the numbers starting to look again a little bit more consistent, but there is a little bit of a separation coming in. All right, we're seeing the teams higher up on the leaderboard slowly starting to move away. They're starting to create that little bit of a gap, all right? And that, of course, is expected as we see that consistency coming in time and time and time again from the teams. It's going to be pretty interesting to see, of course, you know, just how that will continue throughout the day. As we've seen the teams step up, we've seen the gameplay. But now, you know, some of the teams really got to, like, now they got to focus. And this, of course, is the map on which they can do this. This is the map on which they can bring those changes. If they're not satisfied with their overall standings or their overall points, this is the map to make up for that.
Exactly. I mean, you can kind of argue that Sanhok is the map where you're really going to focus on. It's really where your gunplay, your kills are going to come into play. It's like that is where you're really going to be having to be on point in terms of your fights, right? But also on top of that, maybe not so much on your macro play, your rotations and locations, but you can kind of argue that as well. I mean, you do still have to go on ahead, find the better positions, because there's going to be so much more fighting. There is so much more fighting because of how small the map is, that really having a good spot is arguably even more vital than on those bigger maps. Especially, it's all so close range. So there is still going to be a big mixture of both, but still more, we're going to see more fighting than rotations because the map is smaller. But there's still going to be a lot more, I don't even know how to say, so many small dynamics that are important on Sanhok that aren't present on those other two maps. So I'm looking forward to it. And it looks like this is our first one, and we're going to be ending off on it as well. So Sanhok definitely is an important map in this.
Yeah, and of course, you know, that they are fighting to get up on that leaderboard. And of course, let's hop in game to see just where the fights are going to be breaking out as we move on in towards Sanhok with the Reno 5 Series. Born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And of course, now we are here on the map. We don't see the flight path, but it doesn't matter. We know on Sanhok that the teams can pretty much reach almost wherever they would like to go. Now we look to see exactly where they choose to go, and of course who's going to bring the aggression first. Who's going to be the team to step up and just go over this map, just going to town on everybody, bringing in the action, and of course, well, raking in those extra few points.
It looks like, wow, all of our planes have really just wanted to be over on the western side of every single map, interestingly enough. At least this one. I mean, we already talked about Sanhok is definitely small enough where everybody should be able to get far enough away. And another thing that we haven't really seen on day one was a contestation there, a boot camp between YaLLa and Galaxy Racer. But is it happening now is kind of what I'm curious about. It does look like YaLLa not entirely inside there, but definitely around it. At this point, there does come a time, do you think that these teams will purposely start putting themselves in a place to hurt a specific other team? Because now it's like going into the last 4 games, should there be targeting of the teams directly above you to try and jump over them? So I'm starting to look for those kind of patterns, see if that could potentially be happening now.
Well, we definitely know that the teams are more than capable to hold their own against each other, right? So if they feel that they like kind of, you know, now's the time to try and go for that kind of play, you know, they could still possibly pull it off. But of course, you know, we wait to see exactly whether or not they can do that. But you know, the tough call on that is you know, if you push up and you go to challenge a team in a particular spot, right, you have to be very careful with who you challenge, because I mean, any of these teams that you go up against, they are, you know, everyone is playing on a very, you know, very like skill level here. So if you believe that you can take them out, well, you got to believe that they can take you out as well. They can send you right back up into that lobby, you know, and we've seen this time and time again. We've seen some solo players just clutch it out. We've seen squad wipes happen in, you know, less than a second. Some absolutely insane, brutal plays coming in. So, yeah, it's definitely a tough call to make. So you got to be 100% sure. You got to know that you can find those angles. And I mean, even though looking at the players here from iKURD putting the shots down in towards NASR there from RICO Infinity, you know, this is exactly one of those things. If you want to challenge someone, you got to be able to, you know, take the consequences that comes from that.
And I believe we saw this the last Sanhok game of day one as well. I mean, RICO Infinity team identified that iKURD drops directly above them, and they just started pushing them. So I guess the question I asked just moments ago is in fact already had started coming true, right? They do know that a team drops directly above them. That is an opportunity for them to be aggressive on it. They usually know their usual positioning up here. So if RICO Infinity team can use that knowledge to their advantage, they're obviously going to go ahead and take it, because at this point, I mean, all the points matter. The leaderboard is in fact close. RICO Infinity team kind of pulling away, but still not safe, not even 10 points away now, dropping down to second place. I mean, they want it back, so they're definitely going to go ahead and take advantage from the knowledge that they have.
Yeah, and of course, you know, what better map to take it back than right here on Sanhok. This, of course, gives the teams ample opportunity to do exactly that. And of course, we can see Alpha and YaLLa pretty close together, looking to see if we're going to have a bit of a fight break out here on the lovely green postures of the Sanhok map. Snake Valley, as some people call it. But of course, no. We're not going to be seeing any snaking just yet. No need for that. Definitely expecting quite a few interesting third-party shots coming in, especially as we are in these early few phases and the teams aren't particularly close. Not a hot dropping per se, but they are still particularly close. You can see, of course, the players there from Galaxy Racer keeping a very watchful eye up onto the hill, where we know the team from iKURD, of course, were positioned as they now too start to make their way over towards that eastern side. So definitely, you know, looking to see where the teams are going to try and rotate up and who's going to try and set themselves up for the coming phase.
Does look like iKURD is going to be able to go on ahead and make a rotation away. So I guess RICO Infinity team isn't really going to be able to chase them in this scenario. They couldn't get those kills, and they're not being super aggressive. iKURD being able to make a rotation away, already kind of scouting out Galaxy Racer as well. Usually, I mean, we've seen them how many times going ahead, go to that compound on the very top of the hill and just start taking shots at the people inside of boot camp. But this time, they're not going to be able to do that. They're having to go ahead and leave, especially because, I mean, it could be a bit more dangerous, especially where this zone went ahead and pulled to. Maybe just going on ahead and prioritizing their first movement is more important.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this whole map is dangerous. Looking at just how the players are spread, where everyone is, I would not like to be there. This is, such an uncomfortable, and especially driving a Lamborghini, you know, in the jungle. That's a very interesting... That's a very interesting maneuver coming in here from HOTLINE. But I mean, if not, why not? You know, might as well, you know, when in Sanhok, whip out your Lambo and go riding on the lovely green dunes there. But now, we look to see what the players here from SUDOR are going to be doing. Of course, now it's pretty close to the team here from RICO Infinity. As you can see, Prestige keeping a very watchful eye up onto the top of the hill. Spotted the movement. But of course now, well, Painan, as we know, could at times be a pretty hot spot. And it could sometimes also be a highly contested area.
Especially because it is used a lot for crossing on over. If people want to go on ahead and get across those bridges, Painan is a little bit safer. You know, it provides that cover to be able to jump across that river. So yeah, I agree with you. It's usually congested around there, especially the compounds. Getting up onto that hill from Painan is absolutely huge. So it's really just, it's basically a very good walkway for a bunch of teams. So that's why so many teams try and take advantage of it, and really they just end up running into each other. Meanwhile, everybody else who's able to make it away from there faster, I mean, we'll be able to see how they're going to go on ahead and perform. YaLLa Esports, the ones that we're spectating right now, kind of just chilling out. And directly beside them, as we can see, is NASR. And I'm not surprised to see them so close to each other, because that's just how Sanhok is.
Yeah, but of course, you know, it is like the crossing grounds. But I mean, like we've seen a few tough fights over in towards the quarry region. You know, this is not a particular spot that you want to be in, down below, you know, in that bowl. Sometimes we see teams looking at, you know, a little bit brave. They go venturing into there, but fortunately we're not seeing anyone, you know, pulling out those moves just yet. But now, speaking about moves, we see Alpha making their way on through. We got YaLLa just up ahead of them. So expecting things to get pretty interesting, but it is, however, getting quite interesting over in the kill feed now. As you can see, Captain, he's just looking at the rocks, looking at the trees, just admiring the view from up top there. And it is a very interesting view as we now, of course, jump over towards the place here from YaLLa. Ida also now just going through the compound, but of course we see the sights just off in the distance. But now moving back up in towards Painan, in towards our crossing, our great river crossing. You can see Ragnar now just trying to find a few shots there in the direction of Hidan and Saif. But fortunately for the players from SUDOR, that smoke just gives them that little opportunity. But now Ragnar has spotted out Saif in the moment, waiting for the angles, picks up a bit of damage in the process. Doesn't manage to get the knock just yet. But he is now, of course, looking to do the same to anyone that dares cross the river.
This is a very difficult situation to find yourself in underneath this bridge. It does look like he would be able to go and head back up off of there, use the little bit of the ledge that he has to further get inside of the trees. It'll put him in a little bit more of a safer spot, and up there I bet he'll be able to help out the rest of his team to get across from RICO Infinity team, now trying to hold them out on that southern side of Painan. I mean, these are such open sight lines here that we'll have to see if SUDOR will be able to go on ahead and make sure that they're safe. I mean, if they get far enough away, they should be fine. Two of them, Track 2 and SKTON, we can see are in the compound directly to the southern side, though. A little bit closer than the other two. So will they be going ahead and backtrack? I have a feeling they probably will, because at this point, making that rotation, just getting across that river is the first main obstacle to focus on. And uh-oh, it looks like Phobia from SCYTES tried getting to the rest of his team in that vehicle, but it's found out from YaLLa.
Oh, and of course now a quicker response coming in there from SCYTES as they put the shots over in it towards YaLLa. But now we can see iKURD now trying to get down to Phobia, trying to get their numbers back up so they have a fighting chance in this lobby, looking to bring in those points, looking to step up with the performance there, of course. Now, YaLLa still not being able to get up on towards Bandar. As you can see, Yamas moving a little bit closer. But Ghost and the rest of the team here from SCYTES just playing the angles. We can see Ida just up ahead. And of course now the SCYTES, they are looking for the opening there. As you can see, Razur also now keeping a very watchful eye here. No nades in sight, so he is safe for the current time. They won't reach all the way over towards there, so we won't see him getting knocked out just yet by another nade. But he is, however, trying to find the shots up in towards Bandar as the SCYTES are playing at the top of this ridge. And it could be a quite interesting position should they find the shots down on towards YaLLa.
With that higher spot as well, I like seeing that they have a vehicle as well, just to make some sort of a quick rotation. Usually vehicles are really scary on Sanhok just because of how close everybody is. You know, that making any sort of a drive is usually very, you know, dangerous, and that everybody could just go on ahead and go for big shots onto it, take them out instantly. But if they need to make a big move, they're obviously able to, and they have a good position to go on ahead and just launch down that big hill into safety anyway. But obviously don't have to move just yet. They're probably very content in the situation. And these other teams that honestly, there isn't a huge difference when it comes to compounds and terrain, in my opinion. Kind of both have hard cover, a lot of it, and both have the opportunity for another team to go on ahead and sneak up onto you.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of sneaking happening on Sanhok. You know, it is the snake map. It is the map on which we expect to see, you know, the action come on in. And hopefully we'll see that Miracle come in from Miracle over on towards the players there from iKURD, looking for those shots, not really finding them just yet. But as we now move on a little bit further up towards the players here from Ra'ad, you can see the team from SUDOR just down below. Everyone moving through, looking to see if they can find anyone in the vicinity. But of course, snipers still getting caught on the far eastern side of the zone. And it seems like we have that nice center play coming in towards Bootcamp Quarry and that whole challenging region, you know, with the hill in play. But I'm looking to see where the next one is going to be taking us, you know, whether or not it's going to go all the way up in towards that central difficult spot. But of course the zone is about to pop, and yes indeed, it just centers up on itself. Oh, so many teams already really well positioned within the zone. But now I'm curious to see if anyone's going to try and move up and improve their positions.
Well, Alpha Legends grabbing that center spot with those compounds. I mean, it is lower down in the bowl. So while they have a center spot, they're kind of in a lower position where a bunch of teams will be above them, just around them. So, oops, I accidentally punched my mic. I punched you. There you go. Hopefully that wasn't audible. But, you know, hopefully everybody it'll be interesting to see how they're going to go on ahead and handle being inside of a bowl with everybody above them, around them. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And it looks like actually directly below them, HOTLINE and iKURD starting a fight.
Yep. No, they're not starting a fight. They're continuing the fight as they now... Oh, HOTLINE comes running in, putting his shots in. But of course, Galaga steps on up, gets the wipe in on Thanos. Molto now moving up in the process. This sounds like a Marvel movie we're busy watching here, with all the action coming in on Hassan. What? Sneaks in the third party, picking up HOTLINE. Absolutely crazy plays coming in there. Of course, I mean, that was such a difficult shot to make. Just at that range, beautifully done. But of course, now we look to see what is going to happen. iKURD not out of danger zone just yet. We got the players there from Alpha just up ahead of them. But now iKURD has been reduced down to 2 players. So things are going to be pretty tough for them. But of course, now we got the players from Falcons just up ahead of Alpha. Falcons sitting on 3. Oh, here we go now. Never alone. Just trying to clear the building. No one in there, however. But of course, you know, it's double checking. Just making 100% sure that you don't push in and potentially maybe run into someone. But he could also be, you know, fooled by the mannequin in the building at times. But of course, now Kaito, he's not fooled. He's just lying in wait, looking for that angle, picks up a quick kill. Munir now trying to send the nades over towards his teammate there, trying to get the res up on towards Sadat. But of course, Hidan just steps on up, gets the confirm. But Saif is also down. So a nice trade-off between the players here from Ra'ad and the SUDORs.
It also looks like SUDORs might be in a little bit more of a sticky situation down on the southern side of this hill. I mean, if they somehow can make some sort of rotation, they may have some cover. We can see the smokes coming on out. That's a great usage of smoke. Safe, very low HP, though. It looks like they're definitely going to have a difficult time. And Alpha Legends, they had this spot for a while now, and Falcons kind of took their own compound. And a nade almost going to go on ahead and blow up him and his teammate for Falcons' side. But they want this spot for themselves. Which team is going to win it?
Alpha really trying as they move on in. Captain bringing the aggression there alongside the rest of his team. Of course, now Chaos quickly trying to recover a little bit of health. Did take quite a bit of damage, but up comes Last now, looking for the angle, looking for the opportunity. On it towards Alpha. Will he be able to pull this one off? Up comes the nades, getting sent in. Alpha taking quite a bit of damage there once again. Chaos not having much luck just yet with all these utils, but of course that is exactly as expected. It is the Arabia region. It is Sanhok. So it is going to be absolutely insane. So tough to play. But of course now Falcons just moving back and forth, trying to secure their compound. They're only on a two-man team because the players from RTG not too far away. So that potential threat is still there. We got the sights also just up on the hill. So now this is where Alpha needs to be super, super careful. Falcons also not just feeding the heat, building the action. Oh, just also getting there. The nades flying up. As you can see, Captain being relentless in his efforts with the nades. Looking for the damage, looking for that opening onto the side of Falcon. But of course, you know, Falcons, they're not budging. They're just holding on. They're like, you know, I'm going to stay and wait for that opening. Not going to give you any of those kills. If you want it, you have to come and get it. And of course, now, one of the teams we see trying that as well is the players here from Fate as they step up with the shots on it towards the snipers. Insane shots in from Reef coming here. Really, really beautiful show.
That was a nice spotting of that enemy team. They're nice 2 knocks. And yeah, now they can go on ahead and continue on with their rotation, getting inside of the zone. We could see even over here, snipers being able to get some of these reses, though. It looks like they're going to be able to continue on inside right behind the team that had previously gotten a knock onto 2 of them, but no definitive kills so far. So that fighting over there on the eastern side is in fact going to continue. Meanwhile, we can see even more people just trying to get in towards the edges of this next zone. It looks like there's now a bunch of fights ahead of us. GUNZ now running up onto RICO Infinity team, and in front of them are 2 entirely different teams as well. So we'll just have to see what actually is going to happen. But GUNZ definitely have to start making a push towards RICO Infinity team. I think this fight might be absolutely... I think it has to happen. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of this one.
Oh, well, RICO Infinity will definitely not get out of that one as QTEL gets hit with a third party from behind. Insane plays coming in, of course. That is absolutely beautiful stuff. But here we see the players from Alpha deciding to make the play on to the Falcons, sending them right back up into that lobby. Of course, the players there from RICO Infinity also getting sent right on back. But now, GUNZ are moving a little bit further forward, trying to get that angle. They've already taken out the players from RICO Infinity. Now, will they look to repeat that on to the side of any of the other teams? Of course, now it seems like they're focusing their attention onto the players here from the real Tiger 9 as we see them positioned on the western side of the zone, right there on the edge. Jigsaw now getting caught in a bit of a tricky spot. I mean, if he moves up, he could get spotted from either side. We've got so many teams in the vicinity. Galaxy Race, of course, also right there up on the hill. Ra'ad moving in from that eastern side. The pressure is mounting. The positions are getting more difficult to play. But, of course, you can see a few shots flying up in towards Faith just off in the distance. Real Tiger 9 puts the shots now up in towards Raouf as Jigsaw finds the hits. Oh, freak. Now also succumbing to the hits. Wow. Insane shots there from Jigsaw. Wow, putting that puzzle together, just sending it over. Really insane play.
Wow, just real Tiger 9. I mean, I was looking at this. The zone pulled over towards that western side, and really only a few teams can play up on top of that hill. So Frags, Orad, RT9, Galaxy Racer, Fate, they're all going to have to push up and fight on top of that hill and see who's going to win it. Like maybe max 2 or 3 teams. But yeah, real Tiger 9 all the way at the top already. They're just able to look on down and potentially hold GUNZ out. So this is huge for them. Hopefully, they'll be able to go on ahead and keep attention to their northern side as well to hold out those teams up there as well.
Wow,
Ooh.
This is just insane stuff. Real Tiger 9 is stepping up. Wow. But of course, now if we look to the points, the players from SCYTES and iKURD, both teams already sitting on 6. A few more hits finding their way there on through there from Hassan from NASR up in towards the team there from Raad. Galaxy Racer now getting bombarded here by Surprise. Sending up those hits. Now will he be able to pick it up though, Captain? Getting a little bit of damage, finding its way towards him. The players there from RTG also just on the opposite end of the hill. Surprise sending that nade up into the tree. Not really going where it had hoped. But of course, well, it is what it is. So you can see now the players here from NASR moving on up. Finishing the job there as they now too look to fight a little bit further, a little bit more on in towards the zone. RTG now into the danger zone out in the blue. This is the 6th phase, but of course now Real Tiger 9 putting the players from NASR in the danger zone as well. As you can see Ramk now just trying to rush on up. He was so low on health. No surprise that 1 or 2 shots took him right on down. Vault and Surprise now looking to get into those hard cover positions. Of course, now NASR keeping a very watchful eye on the ridge lines up ahead of them. But here we go. Alpha just coming to the blue zone. Right back they go, of course, now with the nice assist there. Oh, the shots finding their way on through now as Nabo now tries to get the hits in it towards several players, in fact, here from Real Tiger 9. Galaxy Racer, of course, still up in the north trying to make their own play. Back down in it towards the zone, but here goes the shift, heading all the way over towards that eastern side, and of course now Vault trying to put the shots back up in towards NASR head after head. Galaxy Racers are coming to the blue. Surprise! Now having a few hits come in here from Nabo. Some really tough fighting though.
Wow, just absolute. This is so open on the side of this hill as well, right? I mean, we do have the trees, the long grass, the rocks. That's why everybody is kind of laying down in those specific situations. But otherwise, if they make any sort of the move, it's going to be really out in the open. And I thought we were going to see, we were talking about nades earlier. Was that one going to go on ahead and do something? But RTG is safe for now. Galaxy Racer is going to find themselves knocked. And honestly, 5 teams still alive. 7 teams, 6 now is huge. Oh. There's so many teams, but now RTG is going to fall as well. Everybody's just crawling to try and grab that top spot.
Yeah, this zone is absolutely brutal. Just looking at the positioning of the players, where everyone is scattered throughout the zone, it's going to be a particularly tough one to play. But of course, now NASR looking to make a play down in the south as they turn their attentions over towards Real Tiger. But Real Tiger has got their eyes set on them as Vault steps up, picking up several kills and confirms along the way. Miracle, of course, being one of those players. But now Nabo just trying to inch his way forward. The rest of his squad getting taken out by the nades, the explosions, the absolute insanity we see on the map here. And of course, the snipers, Amir trying to make that play out in the blue zone. Of course, iKURD already sitting on 13 kills. Snipers looking to make it a little bit less, but of course, instead makes that 14 kills now. iKURD really stepping it up right here on Sanhok. Of course, the 4 final teams now left to fight it out for that chicken dinner. We've got the players there from GUNZ. We've got RTG. We've got iKURD as well as NASR. Things are looking so tough. And of course, I mean, this is going to be a pretty tough one. I mean, the Real Tiger 9 really impressing me with their performance on the Sanhok map. But iKURD just blowing it out of the water. NASR also bringing in a strong performance. 7 kills so far. But now we look to see who will be the one to claim that chicken dinner. Of course, 3 of our 4 teams positioned right here within the zone. Of course, now NASR meeting their end there as they get sent on over towards the lobby. Now it is the 3 final teams left to fight it out. It is, of course, Real Tiger and iKURD in zone with the addition of Lord GUNZ all the way out in the blue trying to get that heal strat going. And of course, GUNZ now succumb to the blue zone. It is now between Ramp Vault as well as Kalaga. The final 3 players, 2 players for the side of Real Tiger, and our solo Lone Ranger coming in there for iKURD Kalaga. Will he be able to hold his own against a 2-man team? This is going to be so clutch to watch.
Oh, I was gonna say he's gonna need to take this as 1v1s, and he spotted out one, but no!
Oh.
Too low HP, and he goes out. So, oh, well, you already called it. Really impressive performance coming through from RT9 there.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. But of course, we're going to be back after a short break, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty stuff of that match. Absolutely insane stuff. But see you guys after the break. Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. This, of course, is the final day where we see the teams going absolutely insane. And what a crazy play we just had coming back from Sanhok. Insane stuff, of course. Real Tiger 9 finishing off with the chicken dinner there. Absolutely beautiful play. 2v1 up against the players from iKURD. But of course, now let's jump into the stats to see exactly where the teams ended up with regards to points. Of course, iKURD sitting up in first place, sneaking in 14 kill game, bringing them that pole position, 26 points. Real Tiger 9 finishing up in second place though on 22. We got NASR over in third on 15 points, GUNZ in fourth on 13, the Snipers in fifth place. And then of course, as we move on through, this is where things look pretty tough. Of course, we saw the players there from the sites finishing in sixth place, RTG finishing up in seventh place, and of course the Alpha Legends coming up into 8th place. But looking at the total damage, again, some crazy high numbers coming in there from iKURD. 2200 damage, 14 kills. Of course, Real Tiger 9 and NASR both bringing in the 7 kills. Sites on 6, Alpha Legends then on 5. And of course, you know, just a few highlights just to remind you. I know the match just ended, but I mean, there are so much that happened. You know, we just got to look at it again.
I mean, there was a lot of impressive plays, I will say, that came on in here. Especially, I will say, hopefully we'll see it soon, the fighting happening in the very center of the compound. Yeah, iKURD versus HOTLINE there, and then later another team going on ahead, having to flush each other out. That in itself was so important, and even just all the fights, that end zone was very interesting, I guess, to say the least. Kind of more open, I guess, comparatively on the very side of a hill for Sanhok, but everybody else, they had a hard time trying to get inside zone in the first place the entire game, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, this was just an absolutely exceptional match. Of course, the zone not being as aggressive, a little bit more of a you know, slow, easy flow going in there, but really good pacing, and the teams just having to stay on their toes. No one can really settle just yet, but so that resulted in some absolutely insane plays. But of course, you know, these utils being on point as always, you know, kind of expected to see those utils come in, and this of course leads us closer and closer to that absolute crazy play we had right here in the finish. Of course, Kalaga stepping up with a little bit of damage. Ramp tries to get it, but gets taken out in the process. Really, really tough plays, but of course, no surprise to see Estrad and Kalaga finishing up here with the top players of the map. Of course, Ramp as well as Chaos right here for the players there from Real Tiger 9 and Alpha Legends, but Kalaga bringing in 1084 damage. Estrad finishing though on 7 kills. Really impressive stuff, and of course that only gets me even more excited before moving up in towards Erangel, because I am hoping for my chopsticks. I want my chopsticks. I want it. I told you I'm gonna go get it. I went to go get it. I grabbed it, and now I want to see chopsticks. Out of everything we could possibly have, I'm hoping that is what we have. But of course, you know, a really, really strong showing again from these teams. And as expected, you know, we see the map from Sanhok being kind of a crossing point. You know, you were talking about Painan being that, you know, that crossing point as well in the map where the teams can change from the one side. I feel like kind of that is what Sanhok is, you know, in our games here today. Like that is kind of the crossing point where the teams can, you know, bring in that extra little bit of play to look for points which they couldn't necessarily find on Erangel or on towards Miramar. So yeah, some really tough things coming in. But of course, yeah, we're heading right over towards Erangel once again to see what the teams are going to be doing, and if there's any lessons that have been learned coming in from the first visits over on these maps. So what do you think, Span, is going to be happening once we get right back up in towards Erangel?
You know, I mean, I kind of hinted at it, I believe, last game, or maybe Miramar, can't quite remember, but we're officially crossed the halfway mark of today's games, right? We only have 3 games left. This really is where figuring out maybe if the usual style isn't working, or if it is working but the people above you, theirs is also working, being consistent and getting points and there's no jumping happening, that maybe they're gonna have to try and take a little bit more drastic measures. Not quite sure, but if we are going to see that, it would happen within these next 3 games. So going into Erangel, I mean, you kind of already said it. We've already had 3 of the maps already. So hopefully coming into these last 3, maybe they'll have some sort of an idea from the previous maps that already happened of what to expect coming into this one. But also, will there be another layer on top of their usual gameplay? I'm not quite sure. So I would usually say I'm looking still for some consistency coming in through the usual consistent teams, but also we might see something interesting happen. Not quite sure.
Yeah, well, aside from it marking the halfway point for us here today, this also marks the point in which, 90 games have been played up to this point. Right, 90 games. When they finish today, it's 93 games later. So quite a long journey these teams have been going through. Well, not every team has played all 93 games, obviously, but of course, it's just still interesting to think of the sheer number of matches we've been going through in this tournament and what the teams have been going through to make it all the way here. But of course, if we look at our games yesterday, right? Looking onto the second visit on Erangel, we of course had the players from GUNZ, Fate, and HOTLINE finishing strong. GUNZ bringing in a 22 kill game. Really phenomenal gameplay there. Fate, of course, finishing off on 13 kills in that one there. And it's really tough to imagine such a high number of kills. I mean, that is, 35 kills just between 2 teams. That is, again, half the lobby. I mean, if we look back to the first day, we saw the players from Real Tiger 9 finishing up in pole position on 9 kills. We had the players from YaLLa finishing in second on 8. And then, of course, the Falcons coming in with 10. So already, such a considerable change just from day 1 to day 2. And already throughout day 3, the last day, the teams have just upped the ante. They've just upped the level. And it's so interesting to get into this 4th match to see exactly what they will be delivering.
I cannot wait. And yeah, I mean, I guess you got your chopsticks. Maybe it'll be a little bit of a, I don't even know what to call it, premonition, a little bit of a hope. Maybe it's the offering to the PUBG, the PUD devs, whatever you want to call them, to potentially pull that circle over towards there. I know we really want to see the end circle there, so maybe it could potentially happen. So maybe I'll also put that on my list of what to hopefully expect. But yeah, I mean, you said everything else absolutely perfectly to these last few games. I mean, going into it, this is exactly what they've been waiting for. This is exactly what they have been playing these past 90 games for. And coming into this, like at this point, there are some teams. I mean, we'll look at the overall shortly and see just how far these teams really have to work inside of these last 3 games to continue to potentially jump into those top 5 spots. But it really does come down to this. There are still a lot of teams that are really close to each other. So they're really going to start having to play. They're already playing their hearts out, but they really have to really start playing.
But what's also interesting to think of, which I'll get into right after the overall results, as we move in to see what the teams have done. Of course, 15 matches down. Only 3 more to go. GUNZ already sitting on 2 chicken dinners and 177 points. RICO Infinity on 3 chickens, sitting on 155. NASR over in 3rd on 146. Galaxy Racer, of course, over in 4th there on 135. SUDOR over in 5th place, sitting on 128. We got Fate in 6th on 125. YaLLa over in 7th on 120. And of course, the players from iKURD sitting on 108. The only team on the first page not finding a chicken dinner just yet, but they did, however, beat out the players from Real Tiger 9 in the previous match. But of course, now the second page, as we move on over, we can see the players there from Ra'ad sitting on 40 points in 9th. We got a HOTLINE in 10th on 46. Well, the total numbers are missing, but of course, that is a surprise we'll tell you about later. Ra'ad right there in 9th, HOTLINE in 10th. We got SCYTES in 11th. We got the players from Falcons over in 12th place. Of course, Real Tiger over in it towards 13th. And, we leave the results blank there, so you're gonna have to kind of do some quick math, just to figure it out. But of course, it makes for such an interesting, procedure as we go through everything. And like the lowest amount of points we have on the overall standings there, of course, is 59. Over towards the players there from Snipers. Then RTG sitting on 71. We got Alpha Legend sitting on 72. We got the players from a Real Tiger 9 sitting on 89. Of course, the Falcons on 93. The side sitting on 99. But then Raad and Hotline both sitting on 104 points, up in 9th and 10th place. So still, things are pretty neck and neck as the teams go through. But still now we see that slight bit of a separation now happening in the higher end of the top part of the leaderboard. So at first we had it in the top 2/3, and now it's moved up a little bit closer. Now that gap is, slowly, incrementally, increasing as we move on through. So definitely these next 3 games are going to be quite interesting to see.
Definitely. I mean, you kind of already talked about it too. So Rod and HOTLINE Esports do both have 104 points. That is only 4 points away from breaking into the left side of the leaderboard, the top 8, which is 108 points. So 4 points away, very, very close. But then, yeah, some of these teams are then pulling away. So from that 8th place spot with 108, they're 20 points away from getting into 5th place. And as we know, 5th place is the cutoff where all these teams want to find themselves. So 20 points, that's getting bigger. That isn't really a 1-game match unless you do absolutely amazingly, right? It's like more probable that you need 2 games to go on ahead and overtake that. So now we only have 3 matches left. Like all those teams that are in that range of around 20 points, a little bit closer, a little bit further, like they really got to go on ahead and start hoping to go on ahead and pull out a bunch of points. But yeah, all those teams at the top that are pulling away, it is because they've been consistent. So that's why we play so many games over a longer time period to really start to see if that's going to go on ahead and start playing out, which it seems like it is starting to today.
Yeah, of course. Well, let's hop into the game to see exactly what the teams will be bringing as we move on over to our final Erangel for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Of course, this is Reno 5 Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And well, to start off this match, we've got a fairly decent flight path. Nothing out of the ordinary, Span. But what do you think of it? And do you think that zone will be any better?
This is finally a plane path that is not all the way shoved over into that western side of the map. So this one's finally starting by Primorsk, going up towards Salbra Kameshki. So it's finally a more diagonal plane, not across the main body of this land, but definitely across the middle part of this map in general. So based off of this, I don't think we're going to have anything crazy like our very first match of today where everybody had to go on ahead and make a move. Based off of this, I would assume that no matter where the circle pops, that everybody would have a little bit more of an even direction to go on ahead and go to, unless, the zone decides to go Zarky, something crazy.
Well, we're going to be finding out momentarily just to see exactly what the zone will bring. And pretty standard zone, but that is not a bad thing. Because now
Chopsticks.
The teams have that opportunity to, yes, go into Chopsticks. It is still in play. We'll see around about the second phase exactly where that zone goes. But, I mean, it's a fairly satisfying zone. It'll be, a little bit relaxing for the teams as they don't have to worry too much about the rotations. They can focus on getting their loot ready and getting themselves set up for the coming phases.
Looking forward to it. So it does look like it's really only very few teams that are in fact going to have to make some sort of a big rotation. Pachinki, of course, smack dab in the very center of this zone. There are a few teams that the majority of these teams are already inside of it. I'm interested to see where they're going to decide the best compounds to be at, what compounds they're going to choose, and if potentially anything really is going to happen. There's really 2 paths as well. I already talked about 2 paths, whether you're going to continue to play normally or have to play it a little bit drastically if you're just too far away from the cutoff point. But also, there's 2 ways to go ahead and do that. Are you going to go on ahead and try and be as passive as possible, get up into that placement points, and then really go on ahead and go hard fighting at the very end, or are you going to be aggressive from the very start? There is a mixture, just depending on which team. And it looks like somebody is already knocked. Real Tiger 9 has Volt currently knocked.
Yeah,
and out.
Wait, all
what?
the way down. What?
I think he
Huh?
drowned. He drowned in Primorsk.
Wow.
I think
Of
he
all
must have
places
crashed, right?
on the map. It's
Wow.
possible. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but rest in peace, my friend. Of course, we'll be looking into the rest of the map to see what the teams are going to be doing. And of course, looking over towards School and Rozok, it is looking pretty hard. We've got the players from NASR, as we can see there. We've got iKURD, we've got RTG, all just hanging around in the vicinity. And now, this is where things are going to get interesting. To see, of course, you know, how the teams are going to take their positions in this phase. Everyone, of course, now quickly going through the looting part of it. And then we're going to see those rotations potentially come in from the teams, of course, depending on whether or not they are satisfied with where they are. Also, depends on whether or not they are satisfied with the points they've got at the current moment. If they want to maybe cause a little bit of an upset, you know, go out looking for, you know, a bit of a fight, looking to bring in some more points. And, you know, for the time being, things are pretty chill. You know, it's that silence before the storm, that quiet before the storm.
Yep, looting phase, definitely the calmest time, unless there's a hot drop. But I mean, this plane path was good enough. These players definitely, I mean, there hasn't been really any hot dropping except for during the super weekends with boot camp on Sanhok, but otherwise there hasn't. So it is pretty calm coming into the very beginning of each game, which is honestly kind of nice to see. Everybody should be able to go on ahead and try and loot up quite evenly. I mean, everybody at this point has to know how detrimental early game fights really are. I mean, it messes up your looting patterns, messes up your initial rotation. You could potentially go on ahead and lose people immediately right off the bat, which is obviously not ideal. So I'm not surprised that we're not seeing hot drops at this point, this level, you know, because they're just so bad. But, you know, that'll give everybody a chance to go on ahead and loot up and create a little bit more of an interesting first rotation mid to late game, honestly.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking to see where those rotations go and, of course, where the players are going to try and position themselves. And, I mean, yeah, sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of early game action, but, of course, you know, at this point, the players are playing a lot more of a strategic play. You know, they're not looking to go crazy. They're thinking of the big picture. Like, and that, of course, being, you know, finding a good position on the overall standings. They want to try and get up in towards that top 5. And it is, of course, quite a bit of a fight. Yes, they get rewarded for being the team finishing up at the top of the log, you know. And every position has its rewards. But, of course, the most rewarding positions are, of course, those top 5 ones. As they then, of course, get to move on towards the EMAs. So definitely looking to see who will be up in those slots as well. But now, everyone still going about their business, making sure they're ready. And of course, Isawi, he looks wrapped and ready to go. You know, you can just put him in the post and he will roll right on out. But of course, a slight bit of a rotation potentially coming in. And I'm expecting to see some of the teams just repositioning. You know, not necessarily anything aggressive, but I think it's more of a bit of, you know, that tactical decision making coming in.
Yeah, you know, just like they were at a compound that was down below in a bowl, definitely not ideal for any sort of scouting. So that's why, you know, like Galaxy Race, for example, is driving on up on top of a hill, starting to get those scouting on in, because scouting and making those rotations early on, that's really the most important part of the game. That sets you up for the rest of the game. So it really is that you said it yourselves, not entirely moving big moves to be aggressive, but definitely just moving to give themselves a little bit of advantage in terms of game knowledge, in terms of knowing where people are, where they're rotating, and where exactly they can play next.
And it's all about strategy. It's all about, you know, all the essential little bits and pieces that we can see, you know, getting put together across the board. And of course, you know, I'm really curious to see, as we see the teams starting to get a little bit closer, as we are nearing the end of this first phase, the blue zone, of course, making its way on through. This is where the players start getting, you know, within render range of each other. That's, of course, where we can see you with the players from the Snipers and Galaxy Racer. MJ just exploring the you know, the wide open road. Just looking to see what is up ahead.
It looks like all of them.
YaLLa. Yeah, everyone's just waiting.
Yep, I mean, they're just waiting as of right now. They don't have to go on ahead and do anything drastic just yet. So they're just chilling all out, you know, they're just chilling inside of their building. All of them were together. I wonder if they were just trading a little bit of loot, making sure everybody was happy, because this is a team game, you know. You can't go on ahead and have one person not having enough meds or util, something like that. So a little bit of a reconvene right there before they're really going to start making a move, especially because, I mean, they're chilling as of right now. They know that they have to go grab a good position, but it's still kind of early. I mean, the first zone is in fact about to pop, but nobody is around them. So everybody else, though, I mean, we'll see where they're going to go on ahead and try to grab.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty exciting rotation about to come on in. So now, waiting in anticipation to see exactly which locations the teams are trying to move into and whether or not they'll be able to find a good secure position to make a good play from. As you can see, of course, the players here from HOTLINE making their way, just holding in the compound. It's almost smack dab center zone, but of course we're waiting to see where the next shift is going to be going. Of the zone at the current moment, centering up over through around that Pachinki region. So let's see now whether or not they'll still be in zone as the next shift comes in. And the answer is yes, centering up once again, just a little bit more over on towards Pachinki. So definitely expecting to see those rotations now start coming through.
I'm looking forward to see who's going to go on ahead and play up on top of Church. You know, that's the highest part of Pachinki, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a team going ahead and set up there. And also, if this does continue to be more of a city game, I mean, it's going to be exactly the same thing that we saw from Los Leones. We're going to see a lot of people going ahead and start sending it on in there, because that's where the safest place is going to be. As of right now, though, it's still just GUNZ. Nobody up at Church just yet, but RTG taking their northern side. I mean, iKURD also kind of scouting it out. I mean, GUNZ might have just lost their top position here with this Church, but I mean, I guess at least they still have all of Pachinki. Maybe they'll go prioritize maybe the barns off in the field as well. But it does look like our first fight has gone on ahead and started as well. It's going to be between Snipers and Galaxy Racer.
Oh yes, here we go. MJ already getting knocked out in the process, as well as picked on up. The shots now finding their way on through, and of course Snipers already having their first kill under their belt. Will they look? Well, they're definitely looking to pick up more, but of course, will they be able to get that done? As Galaxy Racers now just moving up in front of them, a ways right there on the side, just lying in wait, waiting for Marco to come over the ridge so he can put the shots in and just, you know, just welcome him to the edge of the hill. Of course, those utils finding their way on up once again. Zahid getting hit by a waste who was lying in ambush. Of course, now Marco trying to make that play, trying to make the head, and of course finds the shots up on towards Oasis. The utils being king once again. Now, Snipers trying to retaliate, but of course SCYTES right there alongside them. So it is going to be a pretty difficult spot to be fighting in, as they are pretty exposed. But fortunately, we see a lot of smokes already being deployed. And now the Snipers can focus on getting their numbers back up, as we can see the shots there. Of course, coming in towards Ultron, who got knocked out. So Max is now the last remaining hopeful, potentially, for the Galaxy Racer team. Things are looking pretty tough, though.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised SCYTES hasn't gotten like closer or something, but they don't really have to. They spotted out one, and Snipers going on ahead, finally pushing after getting that res, spotting out the last member of Galaxy Racer. It looks like they're going to be our first team eliminated in that 16th place spot, and it looks like Snipers are able to grab the top of this mountain. And I mean, SCYTES, they're all the way down on the southern side. I feel like that's not the best place to be able to go, so maybe they'll go on ahead and try and figure out a way up there as well. Maybe just surprised that SCYTES didn't decide to be a bit more aggressive, but honestly, maybe they didn't have to.
Yeah, well, we never know. Like, it all depends, you know, things could have gone either which way. There's always that what if, you know, what if they did this, what if they did that. But I mean, for the current moment, just looking at what has happened, you know, things are still pretty relaxed. Not too much, but it's also not too aggressive. The players, you can see it's a very... there's a little bit of a calculated play coming through here. You know, the players really holding back. They don't want to, you know, do anything foolish just yet. they're holding up, planning the best possible rotation they can pull off. And of course, we see the players there from GUNZ even coming in with a really wide 2-2 split. So definitely some interesting plays coming through. But of course, now with that zone shifting up once again, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a migration coming in over the map once as the teams all now need to try and move back up in towards that zone.
You're talking about planning for rotations, but honestly, on this hard shift, there really is none with a hard shift like this. It's just grab your vehicles and just absolutely send it. Obviously, said that before we knew. Hard shifts are so difficult. Everybody just gonna grab their cars, try and find a spot inside zone. I mean, it already looks like Fate is kind of being the brunt of the usual situation that happens. Driving straight through the middle, is getting stuck between two teams, doing a ton of damage. Reef right there popped one of their tires as well, so not quite going to be as fast, but whoever gets through all those people first will find one of the best positions, two of which it looks like three actually. RICO Infinity team going to be grabbing the side of Ruins right there, and same with Falcons.
Oh, let's see now. Will NASR be able to find us? It's keeping a very watchful eye there, but of course, they do have a little bit of company, as you mentioned. You know, Falcons right there down towards the south. Things are looking pretty tough, but this is where it gets interesting, especially around these compounds. We've seen some insane fights break out here in the past, but of course, now Fate also looking to pull up in towards Watertown. We've got a few teams up in Headshot Hills. Things are looking pretty tough, but of course, that is exactly what we're expecting. It is the finals. It is match 4, and there's no more time for any relaxing plays. This is where things are getting real. The players are getting down and dirty. They're getting serious. Of course, focusing on the performances here, and things are looking up. Of course, looking to see exactly who's going to be the team to move themselves up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, you're right. It's starting to get real with this hard rotation. I think it definitely clicked into everybody's minds. Okay, wow, this is really getting started. This zone, this game is not messing around. We need to go ahead and try and find a good location. And it looks like iKURD is going to try to do that by taking this spot from Fate. They already got a knock on a 1. The res came through, but here comes the nades. Maybe they'll be able to go ahead and get a re-knock. But Esrod, it looks like he might be in a little bit of danger, but he's able to get away in time. So Lath goes down, and oh, well, there's crashes everywhere.
Yeah, everybody's looking to crash some kind of party somewhere on the map, and of course that is just what is going to be happening for the remainder of the map. Seeing that we still have 15 teams in play, we are, however, now heading up in towards that 4th phase, so things are going to get pretty tough from this point moving forward. Pachinki still in play, Watertown in play, but of course now as the zone is about to pop, Fate get eliminated in the process. The zone shifting hard over towards that western side, and now is when the fights will come. This is now where we see RTG finding those shots onto the side there of the players from NASR. Of course, we see SUDOR just lying in wait, looking to pick up the confirms in the process. Some easy points they could have awarded to them. Of course, those utils there from Hidan getting sent on over. You can see YaLLa already making that trip back up in towards zone, but Hidan now pushing onto the side here of NASR. The rest of his team just hanging back for that additional bit of cover. Of course, spots the movement coming in on Hidan. Oh, Hassan goes down. A miracle gets picked up in the process. Nabo, now the last remaining hopeful for the NASR team, quickly jumps in the buggy, gets ready to rotate out. Fortunately, choosing a good angle to go at it. Of course, the players there not being able to find the shots on him just yet. That, of course, being the players from SUDOR. But now, as he moves up, he's got YaLLa, he's got Alpha, he's got iKURD all in front of him. So this is going to be an absolute tough play for Nabo as he gets picked up in the process. Of course, YaLLa also gets eliminated. Wow, NASR! Everybody's now just starting to drop like flies. And of course, the players there from iKURD, they are just capitalizing on this, already sitting on 7 kills. Full squad. And of course, they're looking to gain even more points as they just look to play this position up here on Headshot Hills. And this is a really tough terrain to fight in.
Yeah, you are not wrong. There's so many ridges over here. I call them like wrinkles, so that's what I know them as. They're like wrinkle mountains because there's so many small little ridges. And oh, it looks like the fighting actually continues on the southern side. Sykes currently getting pushed on by the snipers, and
That is a big uh-oh.
More crashes.
Yes, yes, and it's not gonna stop just yet as the players here from SCYTES come in to reinforce what they've done so far, picking up the snipers in the process. Well done to the SCYTES, but of course, now they can quickly recover their health, make sure they are good and ready to roll back up in towards the zone. The players here from GUNZ, however, now pushing up on it to the side here of SUDOR. As you can see, Safe and Track 2 already getting knocked out. We got Esketon and teammate up ahead now trying to make that last little bit of a play. But here we go, Header now moving up, trying to pick up the res. But the third party shots from RTG are finding their way on in. This is such a challenging region again to be fighting in, but of course, this is what we are hoping to see. We're seeing the teams getting absolutely challenged for their plays, and of course, some absolutely phenomenal utils getting sent up once again. But GUNZ now looking to pick up the rest of the SUDOR team. As you can see, those utils getting flung on over as Raouf and Hamodi push a little bit further forward quickly. Just looting the crates there. Hidan trying to get that res back up in towards Track 2. Does so successfully, but out comes the utils in from the players there from GUNZ. It is going to be an absolute tough one to get out of, especially with the players from GUNZ absolutely just bombarding them with the utils.
Oh, wow. Yeah, only smokes as their cover over here. GUNZ definitely trying to take advantage of it. They know that they're going to be somewhere in there, but unfortunately it looks like all of their nades are going a little bit too far, not quite going to catch out SUDOR here. And I mean, it also looks like they're a tiny bit, like they're just outside zone, so they're going to start taking a ton of damage as well. The zone once again popping, actually centering on up donating. It looks like Falcons are very happy inside of that compound, but that just means everybody on the edge that already were having a difficult time are just going to have to continue because there really aren't too many spaces. Will somebody crash on the Falcons? Because if nobody does, Falcons might have this one in the bag. And SUDOR didn't already have a hard situation. It looks like now they're getting shot in the back from an entirely different team other than GUNZ.
Oh man, we weren't expecting things to be easy, but of course now Lord just makes it so easy for himself, running over the players from SUDOR, sending them off into the lobby. But now as we jump up into the ruins, you can see the players here from Real Tiger trying to make their own play, trying to push on up in towards the zone. But first, they need to get past the players there from RICO Infinity. Of course, the SCYTES now looking to do the exact same push up in towards zone. The players from Ra'ad just up ahead of them. Falcons not too far away, holding up in the compounds right on the edge. Of course, that is the only compound within the zone. Now, that is an absolutely crucial position to be in. And if Falcons can hold on to that, they can really capitalize on the position. But now, Razur finding a few shots. Ghost now also looking to improve their own position as they now send down on to the players here from Ra'ad. Munir quickly dropping down. The shots come in. Ghost looking for the spray in the smoke. Not finding it just yet. Munir looking to make that play. But of course, now they get picked up in the process. Razur closing it up. Of course, now HOTLINE and RICO Infinity battling it out. iKURD getting sent back into the lobby. 8 teams now remain left to fight it out. Who will be the team to claim that chicken dinner, as everyone is fighting tooth and nails to secure their own position within this phase. You can see, of course, that eastern side is looking pretty tough as the players here from Real Tiger 9 are now just descending down on it to the side there of Alpha, picking up chaos in the process. But Kaito and Jody are still pushing a little bit further up in towards the zone, sending out a very interesting throw there with the smoke. Beautiful rebound. And of course, just saving their butts for a little while longer. But of course, the western side is heavily congested. As you can see up in that northwestern side, the teams there from RICO Infinity, HOTLINE, and Falcons still just battling it out. But Alpha now feeling the pressure out in the open. They are exposed. We got Real Tiger just on the opposite end of that ridge line. Things could make a turn for the worst if the teams are not careful. I mean, they want to try and stay in it as long as they can. Kaito just managing to evade the knock, but he is in a slight bit of a tricky spot. All right, they also now need to move back down in towards the zone. RTG and Falcons in a really beautiful position, but this is where things are going to get quite tough for RICO Infinity and HOTLINE, as they've got quite a bit of distance to cover, and there's so many teams lying in wait for them.
Hotline, honestly, they had a perfect spot to be holding out multiple teams on the northern side, and so far working. There's still one more team up there with the zone pulling down to the southern side. They can continue to do so, but then they're going to have to go ahead push into a team that's going to be holding them out as well. So right now, Hotline at this point, at this stage where their location is seeing this new zone, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to stay there and try and take out RICO Infinity team before making a move, because there's a point where if you're in such a hard position, maybe you do just have to focus on kills, and looks like Alpha Legends looks like they're trying to go for positioning and kills by taking out RTG. They're now in control of this eastern side.
Wow. They just stepped up on that one. Beautiful push coming in. They're only a two-man team doing that. Wow, that was amazing. Well done. That was beautifully played, but of course now we look to see what the rest of the lobby will do. They now still have quite a bit of pressure up in the north here. As you can see, a Hotline, RICO Infinity, everybody, as well as the Falcons, trying to push back up in towards the zone. Molto now looking for a few hits onto the side there of Rashid. But will he be able to pick it up? We got Prestige also now just on the edge. Real Tiger 9 gets eliminated. 6 teams left to fight it out, to duke it out for that chicken dinner. Molto now just patiently waiting. Falcons pushing on up, applying the aggression. Here we go. They've spotted him out. They come rushing in. Oh, down goes Molto. Quick, swift move in from the Falcons, but of course Omar is still alive. NASR has spotted him. He is now looking to pick up that kill. Up comes Ragnar, also strafing into the building. Damar just patiently waiting there. Creeping up behind NASR. Is he going to take the shot? He is so close. Cue the shark music as we got Omar now just trying to get ahead of that blue zone. But he needs to get up if he wants to do that. He gets up. He's not spotted just yet. So far, so good. But up comes NASR. Oh, the hits continue to fly as NASR closes it up. But now Falcons and RICO Infinity are fighting for control of this northwestern side of the zone. Oh, Last gets hit in the window. Never Alone is now alone. And of course, well, they are now alone in the lobby. Well done. What a push that was coming in from RICO Infinity. Alpha Legends also getting eliminated. 3 teams now remain. It is RICO Infinity. It is the players from SCYTES. And of course, it is the GUNZ.
Wow. Oh, man. The people who went on ahead and won the compound RICO Infinity team, Falcons, unfortunately not winning in that situations. It really looks like it's going to be RICO Infinity team and SCYTES that are very happy here. GUNZ, though, still being able to stay alive into that 3rd place position. They're now the ones that really is going to have to make the big move, because this zone pulling over to the western side, I mean, they have to go on ahead and make some sort of a decision. Who are they going to go on ahead and pull up to or crash or get close to? Because that could go on ahead and completely change the rest of it. And it looks like they're starting it off with some knocks onto the furthest people away from them, RICO Infinity team.
I mean, this is such a difficult decision to make. Who are you going to try and focus on? Are you going to try on the team that you can spot out in the distance, or are you going to look to the team that is pretty close to you, but you don't know exactly where they are? But of course, now you can see Rauf. He isn't even wasting a single moment. This is a shot comes straight on through to the players there from RICO Infinity. GUNZ just picking that one up. But now it is the SCYTES up against the GUNZ. A 2v4 battle. The players here from SCYTES already sitting on 8 kills and a really strong showing so far from them. The GUNZ, of course, sitting on 10. Now it is 11. Oh, make it 12. GUNZ claim the chicken dinner and a 12-kill game. Absolutely insane play. And of course, they finished off with a full squad still alive. Absolutely insane stuff.
That was an amazing push across as well, an amazing split, using that ridge to take out both teams basically at the same time, taking both those fights. But we'll be able to talk more about that and with those match stats to see just exactly what points went where after a short break. Don't go anywhere, y'all.
we keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after yet. Thinking about if I saw you acting like you don't know me at all. I'm always checking my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Of course, this is the final day and we just came back from our 4th match over on Erangel. And well, it was an absolutely insane game. Once again, GUNZ coming in with their 2nd chicken dinner of the day. And of course, doing so in style, finishing off on 12 kills. Absolutely phenomenal performances we are seeing here today in Span. It is getting pretty close on that leaderboard. Things are not looking too easy anymore. Well, not that it ever was, but still, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it does look like now going into this. I mean, at the very beginning of all the games today, we're just like, wow, everybody is really just in one game's reach of each other. But after every single game that's gone by, the few teams have been really showing that they're going to go on ahead and grab all the points. And speaking of points, let's go take a look at who grabbed what from this last match. GUNZ Esports grabbing the chicken dinner also got a total of 27 points. SCYTES in 2nd with 20, then Alpha Legends in 3rd with 18. RICO Infinity grabbing 4th with 16 themselves. FalconsEsport in 5th with 11. iKURD in 6th with 8. HOTLINE Esports in 7th with 4. And Real Tiger 9 with 4. There's 2 teams I want to point out. One being iKURD and the other being Alpha Legends, both of which were able to jump up here with the amount of kills they got. Look at that, 7 kills for iKURD and 10 kills for Alpha Legends.
Yeah, some really impressive stuff, as I've already said. But of course, you know, we're seeing that consistency coming in. That is the key, you know. Consistency is key, and of course, that is what brings the biggest impact to the overall leaderboard. It's just how the teams are able to hold themselves on a consistent basis. You don't necessarily need to get the chicken every single time, but just be consistent in that. And of course, we see the players there from SUDOR over in 9th place on 4 points. The Snipers in 10th on 4. And as we move down the numbers, looking pretty tough. But of course, you know, it is what it is. We're in the end stretch of this tournament. We're in the end stretch of the finals here today, and of course we're looking to see exactly what is going to be happening as we get into our final 2 matches of the day. Of course, next up we will be heading over towards Miramar, but before we get to that, Span, some really tough plays that we had coming in this match just here on Erangel. Of course, we have a few highlights just to point out a few of those, just to remind everyone what exactly we saw happening in this game. And of course, some really phenomenal stuff as expected. And of course, as usual, some really tough plays.
And also, just as a reminder, you know, this is how everybody did this game. It's going to go on ahead and influence that main overall leaderboard, which we'll be taking a look at shortly once that is ready for us. But one of the teams that went out really early that was in 3rd place was Galaxy Racer. So since they went out first, it'll be interesting to see now where that's going to go on ahead and place them. And other teams that did really well inside this game, if that's going to go on ahead and pull them up any further. Because we did talk about the teams are now slowly distancing themselves, so it is going to be much more difficult to go on ahead and grab something higher. And sorry, I just watched him run over that last player there. It's definitely a really good moment coming into there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of those cheeky sprays come in, a few cheeky rotations, of course. Now Alpha, oh, such a beautiful crash right into the side here of RTG. Like I said before, I'm really impressed with the overall performances we're seeing coming in. It's absolutely brutal stuff. Again, I'm so glad I'm not playing against any of these teams. I don't think I would even make it past the lobby. But of course, the shots just finding themselves up time and time again. Really impressive. But of course, now this is where we saw the players from GUNZ just capitalizing on the chaos. Look at that, already 10 kills, looking to pick up the last one, and they did. But honestly, looking at the gameplay we have here, it is just beautiful. This is such a nice representation of PUBG, and of course, you know, we've got 2 more to go. So, you know, it is so far from over, and it's really exciting just to think of, you know, what we've already been seeing today, the changes, but of course the players from GUNZ bringing in a second chicken dinner on the finals here today. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, we know that just in yesterday's games also, we saw some pretty impressive things coming in. As I believe the players from GUNZ in yesterday's games, they were able to pick up 1 chicken dinner, but SUDOR and RICO Infinity both had 2 chickens yesterday. So I'm looking to see if any other team will be joining GUNZ for today on that double chicken dinner run.
And yeah, as you said, it is definitely possible. It happened yesterday. I think that's interesting, actually, to point out, because the first day it was quite even, and then the second day it got stacked a little bit, and even today it's starting to look like that a tiny bit as well. I feel like maybe I would have expected to be the opposite. Maybe some teams like doing well, and then everybody's slowly figuring it out and making it a bunch more even. But really, I mean, this entire time throughout those finals, I feel like has been a bit surprising with what has been happening, but still just amazing gameplay in general. And GUNZ being able to go on ahead and grab their second chicken for today. They were one of the teams that was really struggling at the beginning, which was kind of surprising, and now it seems like they've totally gone on ahead and bounced back. Each day they've gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we know that, you know, you have days where it's just not your day. So the first day wasn't the best day, but they've definitely made up for that. Just based on how they've been performing, you know, for the remainder of the days. Of course, not, you know, not ending up at the top of yesterday, but they got so close. And of course, already today, they've been able to bring in 91 points. So really strong stuff from GUNZ, of course, leading by 30 points, right? So iKURD, also, they are the team with the second highest points for today, already sitting on 60 points. So a really strong showing coming in there from GUNZ. And of course, you know, those placement points really doing them good.
Yeah, and we talking about that as well. There were a few teams that we went on ahead and pointed out at the beginning as well. Like, oh, this team's doing really well in the placement point department rather than the kill point department. But really, at this point, you really got to start going on ahead and grabbing both if you want to find yourself towards that top 5 spots. And those teams that are consistent do have very similar kill points, placement points, but then there are a few that still are showing that they're really good at, whether that be kills or placements. And either way, it's just going ahead and try and grab as many points as possible, you know, to try and get yourself up there. Whatever works for your team. Yeah, each team has a different play style, so, but yeah, it's definitely been interesting to watch those points go on ahead and grow, because actually a lot of the teams were pretty similar. Now we're at a point where I feel like a lot of the stats kind of are very different.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as we mentioned before, for the next matchup, we're going to be heading over in towards Miramar, right? So if we look at what we saw in yesterday's performance coming in from the team, SUDOR was the team to grab the chicken dinner, finishing off on a 12 kill game. We had NASR finishing up, of course, then in second place on 5. We had Galaxy Racer finishing up in 9th. We with 9 kills. Sorry, not 9th. They were in 3rd. And then, of course, we had the players from finishing up in 4th place then with 5 kills. And Alpha Legends actually bringing in a 10 kill game in that. But, of course, now also on to day 1, we had NASR performing really strong. They also with a 12 kill game. iKURD, RICO Infinity, Real Tiger, and Fate. So definitely, it's kind of a mix of who we could expect to step up on the next one. You know, we've seen a lot of potential come in, but of course now, which one of these teams are going to be the one to step up? Who's going to be the one to show themselves on Miramar? The final showing that we're going to be having there. Of course, this is the last time they'll have to get into those long-range shots, finding out in the desert, in the sand dunes. Of course, you know, just in the previous one we saw today, it ended up right on the edge there of Los Leones, out on that hilltop, and of course, GUNZ just capitalizing on that positional play. So I'm curious to see whether or not we'll have a repeat of that. Whether or not the zone could maybe change things up a little bit, moves elsewhere, or could maybe even move in a very similar way as we saw earlier today.
You know, we won't know. I'm hoping we see something different, because that's always nice to see each different lane path zone come into play. It just shows us something different, and it's definitely challenging towards the players to try and going on ahead and figuring out something else. I mean, I'm sure they've played almost every single circle by now, though, every single plane path by now at this point. But it's interesting to see what's going to happen inside of that specific game. So we don't know. None of us know. And since Miramar, you went on ahead and read out a bunch of stats, it seems like, you know, there's kind of unknowns in terms of usuals when it comes to success on Miramar. That there really is no way to go on ahead and predict anything. Like, is it going to be one of those consistent teams going on ahead and showing themselves again? Or is it going to be one of those other teams that's going to go on and have a really good one-off game, you know? But let's take a look at their overall points before we jump into the game, DK.
Well, of course, looking at it right there, we can see the players from GUNZ sitting up in pole position, 204 points. RICO Infinity trailing behind by just over 30 points in second place. Also, 3 Chicken Dinners, 171. NASR, of course, also just under 30 points away from that, about 26 points down the line. We have them sitting on 147. Galaxy Racer, of course, then in 4th place on 135. SUDOR sitting in 5th place on 132. We got Fate over in 6th place in 125. YaLLa in 7th on 120. And of course, the players there from SCYTES on 119. So definitely so close up in the top part of that leaderboard, especially if we're looking in between, you know, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's not tough. But of course, you know, this page here, this is the surprise page. We're looking to see who's going to be doing what, but the more important part is to look, of course, now is who's going to be the teams, which 5 teams will be the ones to take that spot. Because as we've mentioned, you know, not only are they playing for the title of PMPL Arabia, but they're also playing for their slots in the EMA. So quite a bit on the line here. And I gotta say though, like 4th, 5th, and 6th place, even 7th place is still neck in neck. Only 15 points separating those slots. That's the difference between 4th place and 7th. So anything can happen. I mean, even 8th, the SCYTES, they're 1 point behind. I mean, iKURD, they 3 points behind them. You know, so it is really neck in neck. One good game could be the game to secure yourself a slot in, you know, the top 5. But of course, whatever the teams don't accomplish, next up on Miramar, they of course have the final match, Sanhok, to show up and just bring in whatever it is that they still need. But it's definitely going to be quite interesting. I'm expecting Miramar to be absolutely brutal now, right? The teams sitting at the top, they want to defend their slots, right? The teams a little bit further down, they want to get into those slots, right? So there's so much at stake here. I can't wait to get into it.
I can't wait either. I mean, we already took a look at it. It looks like GUNZ Esports at this point did, in fact, go ahead pull away from the pack. They just have to go on ahead and be safe for these next 2 games, holding on to that first place position. But 4th through 9th, yeah, all of them could go on ahead and grab that top 5 spots. So really, which 2 from, you know, that number, that many teams are going to go on ahead and do so. So that is a lot of options, a lot of variables. So going into these next 2 games, I mean, it's kind of nice to see that it's not predictable. You know, we can't just be all like, oh, we don't know who's gonna go make it. No, they legitimately are all so close to making in top of that top 5 spots. So every single fight that we watch, is because there's so many teams. I mean, 4th through 9th, that's a bunch of teams. There's so many teams. Every single fight is really gonna matter going into these next 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, and then of course another thing that they're also playing for, the individual players are playing for, is that MVP title. You know, there's a nice reward that comes along with that as well. So definitely things are looking pretty tough so far. So I'm pretty keen to see though, when we get to that point later on, of course, you know, who will then take the title as the MVP for PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. It is going to be absolutely exciting stuff, and there's so many players in the running for that. I mean, again, there's no one particular player that we could really point out or single out to say, I think it's going to be this one, right? We've just seen such a great consistency coming in from so many players, so many top fraggers, so many tough plays. It's so difficult, and I'm so happy that I am not the one that needs to make that decision. We can just rely on stats, you know, like, woo! I mean, that is something that I think that would be like a really, really bad one to do, you know, like it's one of those pressure spots that you don't want to be in. But speaking about pressure, right? Miramar, I'm expecting the pressure to come in, and of course, speaking of which, let's head on over to in-game. Let's see exactly what that flight path is bringing us and where it will be going. And of course, as we know, this is the Reno 5 Series, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 Series. And of course, well, Span, PUBG is mixing things up a little bit.
It looks like, yeah, I mean, we had all of our plane paths going over to that west. We only had one in our last game there that went straight down the middle, and now it looks like we're just going to go over to the east for a little bit, you know? So it looks like it is, in fact, going to give us a little bit different. Getting all the way over to that western side is going to be very difficult. So it'll be interesting to see where this first zone is, in fact, going to go ahead and reveal itself, because it is over there. We're going to have another recreation of what happened our very first game. Just chaos going on ahead, trying to get inside that first zone. A lot of fighting throughout the entire time. So we'll just have to wait and see what exactly is going to happen. And that also means that a bunch of these teams could potentially be having to go to their alternative drops. So we'll see what happens in terms of early looting or maybe fighting.
Yeah, I can tell you it is definitely going to be super interesting. Of course, that zone moving down to the south once again in the very difficult positions. I mean, it's almost a little bit of deja vu that we see coming in here. Of course, Los Leones once again still in place, so it's quite curious to see where the teams are going to try and drop down in this particular one. A lot of the players, a lot of the teams moving into the usual spots. We're not really seeing much of the upset with regards to the drop locations. But of course, I think the upsets are going to be coming in once we get in towards the next zone. Once the teams start heading down, start migrating down. But of course, already quite a few teams are already really well positioned within that zone.
Yeah, and it looks like, so this is the same zone that we had for the first one already mentioned there, and Los Leones, oh man, I don't know if I want another one of those, but we'll just have to wait and see. Not in control of that whatsoever, but we kind of know what to expect, at least at this point. We'll see what's going to go on ahead and happen coming out of that. At this point, I guess, you know, I kind of wanted it to be something different, so we'd see these teams, you know, be challenged in a different way. But since we're getting a similar zone, I guess the other thing that we could be looking forward to is like, okay, wait, these teams are just like, oh, we're used to this, we've already been in here, now we kind of were used to that terrain already, kind of giving us, you know, a little bit of a refresher from our first Miramar game. Let's go ahead and see how we can make it better. The only thing that could, of course, mess that up for some teams is, since that plane path was so drastically different than the first Miramar, that these teams could be just playing from completely different directions. So we have to see how that comes into play on this as well.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be interesting to see where they choose to go to. And of course, another interesting thing is Zaid running out in the open, just exploring the terrain a little bit, just looking about, admiring the scenery as one does. But of course, Raad is up ahead, so he can't explore for too much longer. He is, however, heading over towards that vehicle, and well, Delhub just on the opposite end over in towards water treatment. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not we'll be seeing an engagement coming in between the players there from Raad and the snipers. But of course, now Zahid quickly pushing on in, and where's he going to go? Oh, he might be heading up into water treatment. Is this a wise rotation, a wise move to make? I mean, there's nothing wrong with scouting out a little bit. All right, so cool. He takes it very, very cautiously. Moving up, just looking to get a bit of a lay of the land. Trying to see who's all down below. There we go. All right, yes. See, no, that, I have nothing wrong with that. That was some good scouting coming in there from the snipers. And of course, as you know, a good sniper needs a good scout. You know, and Zaid being a good scout at the current moment. But of course, there is another player from Ra'ad just up ahead, Desha. So he can't scout for too much longer because I'm pretty sure Desha has spotted him out as well.
Yeah, looks like he has a really good alternate angle. Yep, there we go. The first few shots hitting. Oh, wow, a lot of them taking him down very, very low. Just one more shot would have, in fact, taken him down. I was actually getting nervous. I was like, oh, I mean, he's going and he's spotting people out, but where's the rest of his team? A little bit worried. And it looks like Desha is just going to give up his angle over there towards the western side. So that is good for Zaid. He can heal on up, grab his vehicle, and start moving again. But I don't know if Zaid has spotted him out, so he might be stuck here. And if he stays here for too long, Ra'ad might make a move onto him, but he does have that vehicle. He could go ahead and start making a rotation away now, which I assume will probably happen shortly. Oh,
yeah, I think he might just be trying to, you know, just gather as much information as he can while potentially maybe waiting for his teammates to move up. We can see Marco and Amir, they have mobilized themselves, right? So now, of course, we just wait to see whether or not they'll be joining up into this position and assisting with the pressure. You know, whether or not they'll be able to find that, of course, now. Oh, the bolt action shots getting sent on over. Fortunately, Klabsh just manages to stay behind the cover there, but of course now looking to put a few shots in retaliation up in towards Del Hop.
Yeah, just a little bit of a back and forth. I actually kind of I was a little bit worried for Zaid there, and it looks like his teammates, they were just going on ahead and making a rotation all the way on the other side, so definitely trying to hold out Ra'ad at this point. They do want to take that seriously, it seems. It looks like they were just set up for an early fight. I mean, because normally if they didn't want to take this fight, they would have just driven away by now. But look at them. They're actually rotating in front of them as of right now, potentially trying to box them on in now. Uh-oh, this is not looking good for them. Oh, directly! Car crash!
Ooh, wow, nice show of aggression coming in here from Ra'ad. Marco gets knocked out in the process, and of course, down goes Zaid as well. Now, well, that wasn't Zaid. Sorry, that was Klabsh getting taken out right there. Of course, now Zaid, the scout, is now the last remaining player for his team. What a turn of events that was at the hand of Ra'ad. Wow, that nade was right on point. Unfortunately, not making it all the way over though. But the trajectory of that nade was absolutely amazing. Of course, now Ra'ad getting ready to move up a little bit more. Will we see them send up aggressively? Or they're definitely going to try. Oh, beautiful cover fire. Zaid gets picked up in the process. Beautifully done. Quick, swift move there from the players of Ra'ad. Wow, that was impressive. Well done.
That really was. I mean, it was snipers, I feel like, that was trying to be the most aggressive in that situation. I feel like now they're realizing, let's go on ahead and try to really get the last few amount of points going into Miramar here. And unfortunately, they were just able to go on ahead and protect themselves in that situation. So that's really good for them. But we can see there, one more left running away as of right now, trying to continue to play out the rest of this game. And it looks like further inside zone, Falcons are about to run into RTG.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential running coming in here. And of course, we look to see who is going to be the one to run the show here, as the players are all now still just busy rotating around. You can see HOTLINE also now just casually making their way on through. And of course, that blue zone is a little bit of a threat. It is only the first phase, so just a little bit of a tickle coming in there. But of course, we're about to hop into that second phase. And then they need to really consider getting back up in towards that zone. They are quite a bit of a distance away. Not an impossible distance, but it's an uncomfortable distance. But of course now, Alpha right on the edge of that zone, up in towards this northeastern side here, patiently waiting to see who will be venturing up in towards their way. You can see the sights now making their way on up, heading right past the players there from HOTLINE. We got our remaining player there for the snipers, of course, now just holding on at that far side and looking to make a little bit of a play there. Also not looking to expose themselves just yet. All right, that is, of course, Klabsh, just the zone, just a little bit further down. We see that knock coming in on, well, the knock and confirm coming in on Razur, therefore the players from the sides. But of course now RTG putting in a few more shots just a little bit further up ahead. A nice centering in there from the zone. But of course, Los Leones in play once again.
Yeah, this is actually, I'm excited for some of these holes that are happening up here on the northern side. I mean, they had to have known, okay, this is so far over to the eastern side that there has to be people starting to make a rotation down this huge road. So let's take advantage of that. Mana being able to take down at least one person for themselves so far. So that was a nice hold from them. A little bit of a different play maybe, just racking up some more kill points, and I assume eventually they're still making a move, especially when this next zone starts getting more closer to close, or maybe when this one starts really moving. But as of right now, they're just chilling out for right now. And right beside them is actually the solo from Sniper, just chilling up on top of the roof. I'm surprised they haven't spotted him out just yet.
Yeah, of course, now just trying to find the ideal entry point into those later phases. And of course, iKURD holding up here in the warehouse. Just keeping a very watchful eye on towards Fate, who we see just up on the hill over in towards Los Leones. So, again, a very interesting terrain for the players to find themselves in. But of course, now we look to see exactly what that zone is going to be doing as Blue Zone now pushes forward. Clapsh gets picked on up. The snipers go back into the lobby. And of course, now Alpha just patiently waiting in ambush, looking to see if anyone else is going to try and rotate into the zone up from the north. Of course, HOTLINE on their way on in, coming up from that northeastern side. Quite a bit of a trip they need to take here. But of course, well, they seem pretty eager to do it, as they now trying to catch up with the blue zone and not only trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit far enough away where they also have to pause to heal on up a bit before they continue on moving. And I mean, the good thing, I guess, that comes out of this, right, is that everybody in front of them might potentially, you know, start getting in a little bit of altercation, or they can just come in, play that edge zone, probably be fine. So not too bad going into only phase 2, but definitely want to make it in before the next one, I'd say. And it also looks like RTG and YaLLa are already setting themselves up on top of some of these mountains right beside this humongous bowl beside them. So, I mean, you said it at the beginning. This is going to be some interesting long-range fights that are going to be coming out of here just because of how Miramar is as a map.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting play, definitely, to see what is gonna happen. And of course, looking at that zone, you know, things are not looking too easy. But of course, we're looking to see whether or not it's gonna be a repeat of our previous visit right here on the Miramar map. And what a beautiful spray that is coming in from iKURD, picking up Sadat in the process. I mean, Sadat thought he was in the clear out in the open there, but iKURD said, oh no, buddy, I'm going to find the shots and put them straight in towards you. But of course, now Delhop looking to provide that extra little bit of cover onto the position of Sadat. Then Munir also now hot on his heels, keeping a watchful eye on the players from SCYTES. And of course, Phobia just up ahead, now just trying to crawl into safety. But indeed, well, in fact, rather than crawling up into the lobby, as we see iKURD now just making a little bit of a crash up onto the side here. The health bars not looking too fantastic. But of course, also the same thing goes for Raad. Not looking too great on the health. So quick pit stop here for the SCYTES as they look to recover of some of that health. Sadat is about to succumb to the injuries. And of course, off goes Sadat back into the lobby. But now as we move on over towards the players from GUNZ, they're taking up a high ground position once again. Alright, so we've seen quite a bit of aggression coming in from them, especially today, really making up for the plays over on that first day. But what an exceptional play it has been so far for the team here from GUNZ. And of course, they're looking to pick up any and all possible kills they can. Of course, whether that means they need to shoot at the players from RICO Infinity all the way over, just almost outside of render range. You know, they're going to try that. Of course, now RTG moving closer towards Los Leones. We've got the players from Falcons just alongside them. YaLLa also in the mix. Galaxy Racer just holding up right on their edge as well. So a really tough play once again. I mean, moving up in towards Los Leones. Whew, this is going to be another very interesting fight.
Yeah, and that's why we see every single team starting to make a move on in there. It looks like our purple teams keep following each other in this situation. YaLLa taking the shots towards Falcons as well, as they're now currently neighbors on the very northern side of this new zone. And I mean, they're not alone as well. They also have neighbors, YaLLa also beside them. So yeah, at this point, everybody really is starting to make a move, trying to get further on inside of here. It's just interesting to see. I'm curious to see where this next one's going to go, because is it going to choose the top side of Los Leones, or is it going to choose the bottom side of Los Leones, you know, more over to the western side that has all those warehouses. But at first it looks like GUNZ decided that they wanted to be aggressive, crashing onto this Prio compound that actually RICO Infinity team is located at. These are two teams, we've talked about it before, they're both very much capable of fighting, and I feel like they've traded each other back and forth at this point, but who is going to win this one, or are they just going to go ahead and leave? As of right now, it looks like GUNZ are the ones that have to make the move towards RICO Infinity team, so they might have to start a fight.
Yeah, well, it could go either which way. I mean, both these teams being super capable of handling these hot positions, these hot plays. But of course, now we look to see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Will it be GUNZ? Will it be RICO Infinity? As you can see, a few shots already flying up in towards Prestige Lord. Now finding the damage there. Of course, QTEL just trying to stay hidden in the little building there. And of course, now NASR keeping a very watchful eye up top. Tries to strike in towards Rauf, but the shots come in from all directions. QTEL, now the last one left to make a play for the side here of RICO Infinity. But of course, the blue zone has caught on up. It is going to be an exceptionally tough one to play. Blue zone and GUNZ pushing in. And of course, that gets the better of RICO Infinity. Down they go at the end of the players here from GUNZ. And of course, now some great shooting we saw coming in there from Hamodi. But now, the team here from GUNZ, they need to get their health back up. The blue zone is definitely not helping them out. But it is moving closer and closer to that Los Leones region. It seems like it's gone a little bit further down towards the south. So definitely an interesting angle for these teams to play in.
I'm curious to see how they're going to start making a move up this hill as well. At this point, I mean, this is that drop off that I was talking about. Is it going to go ahead, go down the cliffs, or up on top of the cliffs? And Galaxy Racer, as of right now, kind of stuck on that northwestern side below the cliffs. You can see the team now moving down below them. Definitely can't make it up on top. So it does look like, if anything, all the teams on top are very happy with their positioning. So if any kind of a zone, if it wants to shake things up, I feel like it should pull down to the southwestern side. But obviously, we don't know just yet. The majority of these teams are up on top of Los Leones on this north side. And we can see them even in that mini map. They're all right next to each other, but because of the city, I already talked about it, so many sight lines are cut off because there's so much hard cover here.
Yeah, but you also need to be so careful because, I mean, seeing that there's so many angles for people to be looking at you from, I mean, you also have to be watching so many more different angles just to make sure that you are yourself not exposed in that position. So yeah, this is really a difficult one to play. So really looking to see exactly what is going to go down. I mean, I'm expecting quite a bit of brutality once again, like we had in the first visit here. But now as we move over towards the more northwestern side, you can see Galaxy Racer, of course, just up ahead of the players here from Raad, Delharp and Desha. Looking to find those few shots. And of course, you know, this is a pretty difficult building to defend with only a two-man team.
Yeah, how they're going to go on ahead and continue to perform within the second to last game, we'll just have to wait and see. And meanwhile, it does look like some of these teams, I mean, Galaxy Race are kind of being forced to be patient on the very edge of these zones for this next zone to pop and show itself. It's just waiting time. You don't want to go on ahead and start moving too early because there is a better time later. You don't want to start moving before, first of all, you know where to move to. And also, if you wait just a little bit longer, you're safe where you are right now. Everybody else could start getting in a big fight. And I actually really like where NASR Esports is, kind of towards that center. They have that huge 5-story building, so they should have a lot of sight lines on this stuff. And yep, now we're pulling up to that main overview map because we're about to see this start making a move now. And really, there's a team in every location at this point.
Yeah, definitely there is. And I mean, whichever way the zone decides to go, it is going to be crazy fighting all the way through. And it heads a little bit further in towards the east. So the players from Fate, SUDOR, and NASA are already secured in that zone. But of course, now we're looking to see where the rest of the lobby is going to be going. Only 2 teams have been eliminated so far. We are in the 5th phase, almost in the 6th phase. Wow, this is going to be an absolutely brutal Miramar finish once again.
And it looks like they're not moving immediately. They know that they're super far away, and they know there's somebody beside them. So Desha is patiently waiting for Galaxy Racer to make a move. They're able to take 2 of the members down to around half HP. The vehicle very damaged, and the others are just going to go ahead, continue on driving. But they tried taking advantage of what they saw, and it looks like they're not going to get the kills, but they might shortly, because that means that 2 members of Galaxy Racer no longer have a vehicle to continue on with that huge rotation they're making. And oh my goodness, this is a really hard push happening here between SUDOR and Fate.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. They're getting right up in towards it. But of course, Fate now picking up the damage, picking up the pain there onto the side of Fate, as you can see. Well, Fate now, well, sorry, Fate is holding their own rather against SUDOR, sending quite a bit of damage into the team that pushed up right there alongside them. But of course, fortunately, they haven't been taken out just yet. SUDOR now still on 3 players. Fate still on 3 players. But of course, now they have a slight disadvantage as one of their players are pretty low on health. But of course, now Fate quickly running back upstairs, just looking to secure the building a little while longer. They are smack dab center zone. And this, of course, is one of the positions the teams are going to be fighting for. 14 teams remain, 44 players still in this game, and things are only going to get tougher from this point forward.
It's also at this point forward where there's just going to be absolutely fights happening everywhere. We can already see in the feed, YaLLa Esports taking a big fight with HOTLINE Esports. I mean, the Fate SUDOR fight definitely isn't over yet, and everybody else right next to each other. It doesn't look like the YaLLa HOTLINE fight will end, though, with HOTLINE being taken out at this point. I mean, so many teams can go on ahead and just literally be living in the same building as we're seeing there. But the next one, FalconsEsport down. This, I guess this is, I mean, we've called it before, a little bit of a kill zone, but the next one is definitely going to be more deadly.
Yeah, it's like the zone was saying to itself, finish him! And now all the players need to kind of cope up with that. And of course, this is looking still to be an absolutely insane zone. So you can see those nades coming in all over the place. And of course, now iKURD Kalaga looking to send up a few of his very own players here from YaLLa. And NASR still just trying to make a play, but they are north of the zone. They need to get all the way back up in towards that. And we could see Raad now coming to the zone. And of course, Real Tiger 9 striking up into the side here of Galaxy Racer, Awaits and MJ. Now the 2 remaining hopefuls there, of course. Ultron out in the blue. Not the most ideal position to be in. Of course, getting picked up by the blue. Real Tiger 9 keeping a very watchful eye still on their position, waiting for that opening to come on through.
Yeah, MJ, he's just waiting for them to make a move out of their little sight line there. But as you can see, actually, the zone is directly beside them. They don't want to leave the cylinders in that direction. It's really MJ. He's just trying to figure out a way how to get across, and smoke's already popped. I wonder if he doesn't have any more. Nope, there we go. Starting to toss him out now, just as the blue zone starts making a move too. But will Real Tiger 9 be able to spot him out through the smoke is the current question. Awaits also trying to take it slow, is actually taking a lot of zone damage, and I think that means that Galaxy Racer is going to be the next team eliminated.
Yeah, a very unfortunate position they found themselves in there, but of course now the players here from YaLLa are sending up into the side of NASR. The shots coming in. Bandar laying down quite a few hits, but of course Hassan finding the shots on through. And of course now you can see RTG wrapping it up there for Raad, but here we go. NASR not done with the fight just yet, moves in to pick up a few more kills and send the players there from YaLLa right back into the lobby. We got NASR on 5, RTG on 5, GUNZ also sitting on 5 kills. So 5 teams, or 3 teams rather, looking really good with regards to those kills. But of course, so many more still to go. As you can see, Real Tiger 9 now putting a few shots up in towards Senke, who gets picked up in the process. GUNZ also now feeling the hurt as the shots find their way on through. But NASR trying to hold on to the building up in towards the north. This is a heavily congested region. 9 teams, 26 players, and a lot of them right in the same building even. So, yeah, this is going to be absolutely brutal.
I mean, I expect nothing else. So many people, so many teams still alive in this small of a zone, everybody directly on top of each other. I'd expect nothing less of this, especially with this big building here. There's so many teams right in this area. Nobody really wants to start the next fight unless they obviously have the advantage, because once the fight happens, then everything is just going to break loose. I mean, you can already hear so many bullets and util being used that RTG, first of all, is going to be taken out, but of course it continues. Zone getting even smaller, centering up. Actually, it looks like a lot of it is out in the open. So these teams up on the northern side, inside buildings, they got to go ahead and finish this up.
Yeah. I mean, this is now where everyone is trying to hold their own. You know, everybody is trying to step up, trying to give that final performance they can on Miramar. This is their last chance to get in those shots, but of course you can see Ragnarok there just cooking up those nades, sending them over, trying to find the damage into the side of Alpha. Alpha now getting pinned under the stairs. We got GUNZ moving up from the side, and of course this whole section of the map is looking absolutely brutal as Ragnarok sends up nade after nade, looking to pick up kill after kill though. Of course NASR attempting the exact same thing, but Ragnarok picking up the kills, seals the deal on to the side there of Alpha. And of course now with NASR down below, this could be the one where we see Ragnarok picking up several more. We got Miracle, Hassan, and Nabo just patiently waiting it down below. Of course, the whole squad there from NASR, all 4 of them just positioned, patiently waiting to see what the play will be, as we see Ragnarok now aggressively moving up towards them, taking a little bit of damage in the process. But Tika now stepping up, looking to find the heads. But of course now Lath and the rest of Fate all stepping in. It is an absolute insane back and forth between the players here from Fate and NASR as the shots continue to fly. GUNZ now stepping in with a bit of a third party there, trying to break up the fight. Hassan, of course, now getting knocked out in the process there by Freaks. Lath right there, waiting patiently, but of course Isawi comes through with the hits, picking up NASR. Down they go. And of course Lath coming in with a quick hit there on Nabo. Sights now also getting eliminated. SUDOR's feeling the pressure coming in there from Kalaga, as well as they now too go back into the lobby. 4 teams left to fight it out. We got the players here from GUNZ. We got Fate up ahead. Fate now meeting their fate as the shots come on through. Lath now looking to great, trying to move up on towards Isawi for that rest, but the blue zone is coming into the mix. Isawi now caught in a very tough position, trying to out-heal the blue while also trying to make that positional play. We've got iKURD and the players there from Real Tiger 9, of course, just up ahead. But here we go. Jigsaw now just waiting patiently. iKURD cooking up the molly, sending them over. Up comes the shots from Jigsaw, finding them. But down he goes. Freak picks him up in the process. GUNZ and iKURD now left to fight it out for the chicken dinner. Helm End now getting knocked out in the process. Ezrod, the last, hopefully goes in it to the blue, trying to get up to his teammate to get the numbers back up so they have a fighting chance. But of course now we look to see who will pick it up. Will it be iKURD? Will it be GUNZ? Will GUNZ pick up their 3rd chicken dinner for today? Wow. I mean, this has been absolutely nail-biting stuff. Raouf there from GUNZ already starting to push a little bit further forward, applying that pressure. Of course, Hamodi with the cover fire, just trying to keep them out of harm's way, just looking to find the spray. Hamodi quickly ducking down, by not before putting up quite a bit of damage in towards Esrod. Helm End now getting knocked out by the blue zone, so this could be the final play here as Freak now steps on in, looking to see if he can find the shots in towards Esrod. Esrod's so low on health, but here we go. Freak comes running in. They find the hits and down they go. GUNZ claim their 3rd chicken dinner for the day. Absolutely insane plays coming in, and of course finishing off on 8 kills. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
That was great placement there at the end. I liked the use of smoke, but GUNZ just went on ahead and pushed out, make sure they didn't have anywhere else to go. So that means that was the end of that game. We'll take a look at the points gained by each team with some match stats after a very short break. We'll be right back.
We keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after yet. Thinking about if I saw you acting like you don't know me at all. I'm always checking my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals. This is the last day. We just came back from our 5th match, and what a match that was over on Miramar, where we saw the players from GUNZ coming in with their 3rd chicken dinner of the day. Span, it has been absolutely insane stuff. And of course, well, we also have the stats, the match breakdown.
Yeah, and there they are. GUNZ Esports all the way at the top, 15 place, 8 kill points for a total of 23 points. iKURD, meanwhile, grabbing that 2nd place spot with 18, actually tied with Real Tiger 9 in terms of total points, 18 as well. YaLLa Esports in 4th with 16 total points. NASR Esports in 5th with 8. SUDOR Esports in 6th with 7. And then SCYTES and RTG Esports in 7th and 8th place, each being able to pick up at least 6 total points within that Miramar match. There was so many interesting fights that happened all throughout that, especially inside Los Leones, that ending there. But then YaLLa Esports, it looks like they were also able to pick up kill points too. So 9th with 5, Ra'ad in 10th with 5, Alpha Legends in 11 as well.
Yeah.
Then Galaxy Racer, HOTLINE Esports, FalconsEsport, RICO Infinity Team, and the Snipers. But the main thing I want to point out is that, you know, our first Miramar game that was difficult like that, basically the whole second half of that board didn't have any kills, but this one does.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a bit up, but of course now just to look at how difficult this match was. You know, we've got the highlights coming in here, and man, it was a pretty rough and rocky start. As you can see, of course, now just a beautiful exchange between the players here from Snipers and Ra'ad in that early parts of the game, but of course, some beautiful sprays there from Mana as well, over on towards Razur from the sides. Getting in that consistent shot, of course, following all the way on through. But of course, the zone leading all the way back up in towards Los Leones once again for yet another absolutely crazy finish.
Especially with how many teams were inside of the one building at one time. It looked like so many, but I feel like maybe it was just two. But there's so many teams right on top of each other that it looked unreal. But I mean, that's just what happens towards that end there. And even the team that went on ahead grabbed that second place spot, iKURD. They were fighting all the way until the end, but that meant that GUNZ Esports, they were able to go on ahead and just set themselves up to hold them out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but we saw some really impressive plays coming in here. I mean, the teams that finished in the top 5 spots for this match, you know, they all picked up either 8 or 6 kills. So some really strong consistency coming in across the board. And what a nade that was from Ragnar to seal the fate for the players from Alpha. Absolutely on point with the aim there. But of course, you know, as I've said before, this is exactly what we see in the Arabia region. These teams are just absolutely brutal with those utils. And now some easy pickings coming in there for Lathan. Of course, well spotted play there coming in from Kalaga, just seeing the feet. But that is all you need. You just need to shoot someone in the toe, and that is enough to send them back up into the lobby. And of course, get those squad wipes. But here we go now, GUNZ pushing in for that final play, gets the head in on towards iKURD. Absolutely phenomenal things. Of course, now GUNZ have already had two back-to-back chicken dinners, which of course puts them on a total of 3 for the day. So that's not a turkey just yet, right, Span? Because they didn't get, it's not 3 back-to-back chickens.
It's not back-to-back. Yeah, I would have had to be back-to-back to be a turkey. But I mean, they still got 3 wins, so that is that's a lot.
Yep, that is definitely quite a bit. Now, sorry, I was just going through the stats of the other maps, and I thought I saw 3, but it's pretty close, And of course, speaking about it being pretty close, we're gonna hop on over towards the overall standings to see where the teams are currently positioned. Of course, GUNZ sitting there with 4 chicken dinners in total on 227 points. We've got RICO Infinity Team in a second place on 3 chicken dinners, almost 50 points behind them. Of course, the players there from NASR over in the 3rd place on 155. We've got Fade in 4th on 141. We've got SUDOR in 5th there on 139. The players from Galaxy Racer over in 6th place on 136. iKURD in 7th on 134. And of course, the players from SCYTES up in 8th place on 125. But of course, just looking at the kills up on this page, absolutely insane amount of kills being done. I mean, aside from GUNZ with a very impressive kill count there, we see the players from SUDOR and RICO Infinity, both teams with the same amount of kills. Of course, now SUDOR's just one-upping, well, sorry, rather RICO Infinity, just one bettering them there with, about 30 more points with regards to placement. And as we move onto the second page, we see the players here from YaLLa Esports, of course, over in 9th place with 1 chicken on 125. Real Tiger in 10th with 2 chickens and 111 points. Ra'ad in 11th with 1 over on 110 points. Then, of course, we've got a HOTLINE in 12th place. There are 109. Falcons in 13th, 104. Alpha Legends in 14th on 92. Of course, RTG then sitting in 15th place, bringing themselves in 79 points. And then, of course, the Snipers sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. So, really tough day as we've been seeing so far. But, of course, we've got one more map to go. The next one up is going to be Sanhok. This is the map in which we're going to see what the teams will be able to do. I think it's going to be particularly difficult for RICO Infinity to try to close the gap onto the players there from GUNZ, but I'm curious to see who will be the top 5 teams.
Yeah, I don't think RICO Infinity, I don't think they definitely can't go on ahead and jump that gap at this point. It's like, what, like 60 points or something away? But yeah, but you said the top 5. I mean, even from 5 to 6, SUDOR and Galaxy Racers, they're just 3 points away from each other. So really, this last game really is going to be explosive. No other better term for it. All these teams, like, still just... everything is inside of this last game, and I mean that's usual. Kind of expected that situation. It does look like GUNZ are definitely safe. I feel like our top 3 are safe, but maybe 4 and 5 aren't. So as of right now, 4 and 5 is Fate and SUDOR. Will those go on ahead and be switched out with some of those teams below them? We'll just have to wait and see, nail-bitingly, for this next game to really start.
Yeah, so from what we just saw on the standings is, you know, the top spot is pretty secured so far, right? Like we've established now, it's going to be pretty difficult. It's going to take a lot of hard work for RICO Infinity to move all the way up, you know, to get that chicken dinner, as well as then sufficient amount of kills to catch up and try and surpass the players from GUNZ. That's of course hoping, you know, for the side of RICO Infinity, that if they do attempt that GUNZ don't acquire any points whatsoever in the next match, you know. So it's really, I don't know if it's going to be something that is too feasible at the current moment, but now we can turn our attention a little bit elsewhere, looking at, you know, as you've mentioned, you know, 5th and 6th place being pretty neck in neck. Of course, we also see the players from iKURD still pretty close. SCYTES and YaLLa hard on their heels. So there's a lot of potential for the teams in the top 5 to still change in this final match. But of course, the question is then, who will be the team to step up and secure themselves that spot in that top 5? Because I also think RICO Infinity, they look to be pretty safe in their own spot. NASR also, I think they're pretty confident. So I think the main fight is going to be between 4th and 5th place. Who's going to be the team to secure that slot?
Yeah, and we'll be able to keep a close eye onto each of those teams that are right on that edge, you know, the 4th and 5th, and the couple below them that are seriously only a couple points away from them. So, I mean, there could be some sort of huge game coming through from one of the teams even a little bit further below as well. So, I mean, I already said it. I think the best description is this last game is going to be explosive. So, if to see what chaos is going to go on ahead and be created, you know, like each of these teams definitely going to be playing to the best of their abilities, but I am assuming that everybody is going to be putting on their A game for this one. They know how important this last match is because it is just down to this one left. Nobody is safe in that area, so it's going to be a difficult one. So some of these teams, even if they might have been consistent for a while, if they're not consistent in this one, they might not make it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, like the only, okay, looking back at the results, I think maybe only the 2 top teams are pretty secure in their spots. Yeah. But definitely it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how the teams are going to go about this map. Because, you know, like we've established now, you know, aside from the prize money that's at stake as well, they are fighting for that slot, you know, up in towards the EMA. So definitely there's quite a bit on the line here. So this is the final dance, the final show, the last tango for the teams to go through to get up into that leaderboard, improve their standings, and just show us what they've got, what they're made of, and of course just how aggressive they can get on that Sanhok map. So expecting to see an absolutely phenomenal play as we get ready to move closer and closer to that final match. So Span, I need to ask you though, like, which team are you looking towards in this final map? I ask you every single match rather throughout the day, and I'm gonna ask you this final time.
That's so mean. I am going to be looking at, I think those teams right on the edge, honestly. I'm gonna be looking specifically. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna choose SUDOR Esports again because they're the ones I chose day one of finals of being one that I think is going to be. You know, we created our faux top fives, like what we think's gonna be up there, and I was just like, I feel like SUDOR's gonna be up there, so I'm gonna choose them. I think that right now they're in fifth, and I think they're either gonna take it or go further potentially. So we'll see what happens because they're right on that line.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, in that case, I'll still stay with Fate, you know, because I've been, I've selected Fate as one of the teams that I'll be keeping an eye on. So hopefully we'll see that performance come in from them in the next match. Looking to see how things will go and, you know, just who will be the team to come in with an absolutely beast mode performance, bring in an exceptional play in the final show here today. But of course, you know, it has been quite a journey. You know, we've said the number of games the teams have played. Yes, 92 done. This is number 93. But of course, aside from that, it has been an absolute blast just looking, watching, you know, observing these teams go through this. Just go through the paces, playing it all the way from the league days into the first Super Week, and then the second week, the third week, leading all the way up in towards the finals. It has been such a journey, such a long road these teams have been on. And of course, you know, they've also been on such an exceptional journey before even coming into the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. So really, really impressed with what we are seeing here. But of course, now we're going to be heading on over into the final map, which of course will be Sanhok. So quite a bit of excitement, a bit of anticipation, maybe even a little bit of angst on my side to see how the teams are going to be performing in this final map. And of course, we look at where that first zone is going to be popping. Of course, the flight path not being too crucial, too essential, but it is a nice one nonetheless, cutting through pretty much the half of the map. So still making, you know, pretty much all the drop spots relatively accessible for the teams.
Yep, all of them going to be able to nicely spread on out on this one, though just immediately it looks like our far eastern side of this map is pretty empty. I mean, we can see SCYTES over there kind of landing towards the bottom, but otherwise everybody kind of waited on this one for the plane to go a little bit further. However, still very spread out. Our circle is basically smack dab in the center of the land, so I don't think anybody's really going to have to make some sort of big movement. So honestly, no predictions as of yet. I don't say everybody sells a good spot, but oh my goodness, the hot drop happening again. Snipers deciding to drop onto Galaxy Racer.
There we go. Well, if you want to do it, you know, if you want to bring in the upset, the last match is the one to do. And of course, Snipers now challenging the players here. Galaxy Racer up in towards Bootcamp. We still have the players from YaLLa also just positioned up on to the north of their position. So definitely an interesting place for the teams to give their final show. But let's see who will make it out of Bootcamp alive. Will it be Snipers? Will it be Galaxy Racer? Will it be YaLLa? It can be any of these three teams, as the shots now already start to find their way up on towards RICO Infinity, as iKURD comes pushing up on it towards them, picking up NASR in the process. Of course, now Helm and the rest of the crew here from iKURD, we've seen them drop up on this hill time and time again. Of course, now Prestige just patiently waiting, looking for a potential opening onto the side there of iKURD. Any additional points will greatly benefit whoever gains them. So let's see now, will Prestige be able to make that play?
As of right now, being sneaky is the way to go. And a little bit of a replay of the thing happening directly to the northern side. It looks like, oh my goodness, almost got the knock into one of the Snipers members, but instead, a member of Galaxy Racer is going to go down. There's still 3 of them left, but all 4 of Snipers are still alive as well. We know how important this game is to Galaxy Racer. They're one of the edge teams. Snipers a little bit too far down. They're not going to go ahead and make it up into the top 5, but it looks like they wanted to go on ahead and have a little bit of fun, a little bit stirring of the pot by dropping onto this situation. So far, they at least have 1 down and out, which is making it spicy. YaLLa Esports, I'm sure when they find an opening, they're also going to go on ahead and get heavily involved.
It's kudos to the snipers. I mean, it's still coming up, you know, just making that final play, that final dash, just bringing in whatever they can, you know, not going out without a fight. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. So a lot of respect for the snipers here. But of course, we look to see who's going to be able to hold their own over in towards bootcamp. We still have 3 teams positioned here. This is, of course, the snipers, Galaxy Racer, and the side of YaLLa. You can see a few utils now getting sent on over, but of course iKURD and RICO Infinity still battling it out as NASR now just got picked up. Prestige, oh, gets spotted, gets found out, and up comes Kalaga to knock him right back down. And of course now the fight is still continuing onwards as Galaxy Racer get eliminated. Wow, the first team back into the lobby. What is going on here?
That is definitely upsetting. That could potentially go on ahead and drop them out of that top 5, but obviously we'll have to see how everybody above and right below them will perform in this. But also, YaLLa finally taking this as their time to get involved in Nade, taking out another member of Snipers. One of the YaLLa members was knocked, but now all pushing together, they find the last one, and Snipers are eliminated right after taking out Galaxy Racer. So it looks like one after the other. YaLLa all 4 up after getting this res on the Bandar. They have won boot camp, and I mean, right above them, iKURD is still set up and waiting. Are they going to do another situation where they stand at that roof and start taking shots?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Of course, now things are heating up all across the map, as we can see RICO Infinity, Ragnar just tapping away steady over towards the players here from HOTLINE, looking for those hits. We can see Mumbai and Molto now making that rotation away, but Ragnar venturing a little bit further down the hill, looking for the loot crate. But of course now he needs to be careful because the players there from RTG just on the side. But of course now right back up in towards bootcamp. YaLLa as well as iKURD just playing the position here. Helm End just waiting up on that roof, looking to see if anyone's going to come into the scope here. Will he be able to pick that up in the process? But of course, it is going to be pretty tough. Either way, it is quite the range, quite the distance. But SUDOR now pushing across the waterway here, using the crossroads section up in Painan to push up on it towards the players here from RICO Infinity. But of course, QTEL just down below. Here we go, track 2 now getting ready to push on in, apply the pressure, apply the aggression. Will he be able to pick it up though? Just a little bit of back and forth between both sides. Will they get the shots? Oh, QTEL starting it off there with a Vector in a hot pursuit of Saif. We've got Hedan and Esketon just on the opposite end there. Also now looking to just provide that extra little bit of cover for the teammates, that extra layer of support. But of course now QTEL sneaks on in, finds the head with the molly up on towards track 2. Saif and Ko now trying to hold on QTEL and Ragnar. Oh, trying to make the play. QTEL gets picked up in the process. Now it is up to Ragnar to make the final stand, the final play for RICO Infinity. Will we see them last through the zone? Or will they get sent back into the lobby? Well, SUDOR is definitely going to try and make this the last play for them. As we see now, HOTLINE also just rotating up ahead. Well, we see those shots come in. SUDOR now just clearing out building by building, compound by compound as they push through, looking for the final player from RICO Infinity.
Ooh, I mean, he's just chilling right now. He knows he needs to go ahead and hide, but right when he hears those feet, he's going to start pulling that pin of the nade. If he's able to at least get one with that, that's going to be huge, but oh, does a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not enough for the knock, so it really is still going to be him versus a 1v3. The other one across the water, that does a ton of damage, down to around 1. Uh-oh, just one more bullet, but he gets the knock on a safe instead!
What a play that was, though. I mean, that was a good show. A good little bit of a dance coming in there. And of course, what a stylish way to finish off the match there as RICO Infinity gets sent back into the lobby. But of course, kudos to them. Well done. Still holding their own, not backing out of that fight just yet. Putting up the necessary shots. But now, as we move over towards the players here from NASR, up on the edge of Quarry, just scanning the vicinity. We got the sights also now just moving about. We see a few shots up ahead there. Of course, as we see Alpha actually doing a bit of self-harm here. That's not good. Don't do that. Of course, now Jody quickly just getting that res back up in towards Chaos. Now looking to see whether or not Alpha will be making it through this, pushing up a little bit further. Still looking for a good position to move into.
Yeah, they're able to play up on top of this hill safely for now. I mean, wow, it's difficult to go on ahead and continue to run around this terrain, figure out which ways to be able to finish your rotation, because basically on Sanhok you kind of have to expect somebody to be at every single option. It does look like Rod, if they're able to make a long rotation down to the southern side, they should be fine, but right above them is an entire other team, and already 13 teams that are the ones now alive. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, honestly, what happens next, because the zone is so central. The next one going to be popping very shortly. Everybody, I feel like, should be comfortable by now and are just waiting to see where their next rotation needs to be.
Yeah, and of course, as we've seen time and time and time again, that positional play is absolutely crucial. It is absolutely essential if the teams are looking to be picking up some strong points. But of course, looking at the current spread of the zone, the teams are still having a little bit of distance between them, but there is a slight bit of a congregation of teams towards that more centralized portion of the zone. Of course, we see that zone shift now just closing in on itself. So again, not a lot of crazy rotations expected to come in from the teams here, as a lot of them are already secure within it. But of course, now we'll be seeing whether or not the players are satisfied with their positions, and if they think they could maybe strengthen that in some way, shape, or form. But of course, we're still waiting to see where Real Tiger 9 and RTG are going to be rotating on up into, as we see the players here from Raad now just moving across the bridge. Of course, right up ahead of them is the team there from SUDOR, still holding up in towards Pai Nun. So a little bit further away over towards the south, we got iKURD also just up on the hill there. Just perched up, just scouting the area, looking to see if they can find any potential action down below. But of course now, this is where things could get quite interesting for the side there of Raad. SCYTES also now moving up, heading closer over towards Jody. So we're waiting to see now whether or not Jody is going to try and rotate out. Yes, indeed, Jody is pushing a little bit further away. Potentially maybe looking to lure the players there from the sides, but they haven't really heard the movement just yet. They don't seem to be too alarmed just yet.
And there they go. I mean, nicely up on top of that hill. It does look like Alpha Legends is in fact going to spot them out for it, but I mean, they should be safe. They still have a lot of cover at this point. Still just a little bit of just shots back and forth towards each other for the majority of these teams. There are definitely a few that have to go on ahead and make a big rotation in, and it looks like one of the members of YaLLa is going to be able to spot out a member of Alpha Legends.
Oh, of course, Chaos getting knocked out once again. We've seen Chaos get knocked out quite early a few times, but of course we know Chaos is a strong player. He's, proved himself in several matches. But of course, we look to see what the players here from YaLLa are going to be doing. You can see Falcons just off on the side, iKURD up on the hill still, and of course the players there from HOTLINE not too far away. But as we move over towards the players here from HOTLINE, Real Tiger 9, we can see them now just trying to find their way across the bridge, just scanning the area, being a little bit cautious, which of course can be expected. But now, here we go, surprise, just risking it all, rushing across. So far, it looks to be pretty open, pretty clear, safe rotation across the bridge, and of course gives the go-ahead for the rest of the team to join on up. Now we look to see where exactly the players from Real Tiger 9 are going to try and move on into, as they now still have a little bit of a distance to go, to get all the way up in towards that zone, securing themselves a good position. Of course, well, yeah, they're right on the edge of that. There's quite a bit of zone still left for them to choose from.
And it looks like, I'm not quite sure where he's driving there, but I guess we'll find out shortly. So yeah, they're currently taking some blue damage, having to figure out a way inside of this next zone still. Meanwhile, NASR, they've been in here inside of Quarry, nicely spread out. Honestly, they're all very far away from each other, but as we can see here, they basically have all of it to themselves anyway. Only Fate over from the eastern side could potentially go on ahead and mess with them at this point. But the other two members of Fate, as we can see, is all the way down in the bottom corner at docks, actually. So they're very, very split up on this one. They have a vehicle, though. They are going to be driving, and it looks like they're in for a trip because the zone hard shifted away from them. Hard shifts, I feel like, are pretty usual at this point over to that western side, and it's directly smack on top of Pai Nan. So it's an interesting ending there with the river right in the middle.
Yeah, definitely gonna be quite a bit of a fight, quite a bit of a showdown for these teams, especially moving into Painan. That is not a, it's quite an interesting set of fights that usually break out there with the teams we see moving through that region. But now the lobby is forced to move into that region, so definitely expecting some insanity to unfold there. But of course, now you can see Phobia here from sight. Just quickly scoping the area. Real Tiger 9 also now just moving up. But of course, we got Rashid here from the Falcons. Just lying in ambush. Looking to see if he can find an angle on towards Surprise. Maybe bring a little bit of a surprise of his own.
We'll see. They're definitely aware of each other's spot here. There we go. Molotov's trying to spread. It does, in fact, catch him on fire. Uh-oh. I mean, able to get it down onto one. This is not looking good for Falcons. I'm wondering where the rest of them are. It looks like they're a little bit spread apart on this one compared to Real Tiger 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting fight either way. Of course, we know coming into this that we saw the players there from Falcons sitting up in 13th place. And of course, the team there from Real Tiger 9 sitting in 10th place. And not a lot of points separating the two teams. Only 7 points. But, well, any points that they can find will benefit them. As you can see, Surprise now getting hit in mid-air. Beautiful shooting coming in from the side here of the Falcons. But, of course, now we look to see, will they be able to wrap this one up? Will they be able to find those last few shots in to the side of them? I mean, quite a few interesting plays can still come from this. As you can see, Falcons just waiting patiently to see. They are secure in the zone, but of course we have that blue zone closing up now as well. So the teams could potentially start rotating up again. The team that's not too safe at the current moment is the players here from Alpha. They've taken quite a bit of damage. As you can see, Del Hop here now from the Raad pushing on in, looking to close it up on the side there. Oh, down they go. Alpha Legends head right back into the lobby. Good night for Alpha. But of course now Raad looking to quickly recover a little bit of health as we see the players there from iKURD finding a few shots down in towards them. Kalaga also getting knocked out in the process. But YaLLa looking strong though, sitting already on 6 kills. Well, let's see whether or not they'll be able to continue with that momentum. iKURD now also just looking to get the res back up on towards Kalaga as Ezrod is pushing up a little bit further. But also we're waiting to see where the next phase will be taking us, as they did center up over towards Painan, but not 100% just yet. Real Tiger 9 still going at the fight here, just trying to lay down the fire onto the side there of the players from Falcons. But of course now Falcons have been reduced down to never alone and last. So the last 2 players making their way on through. Let's see what they'll be able to do.
They gotta finish it up very quickly as well, because once again, hard shift down to the very southeastern side of the zone. Looks like whoever decided to stay over on the eastern side of the river is going to be very happy. However, that means everybody else up here are gonna have to make rotation just down and around. Very small piece of land that's already has players on it. So these might be the last few fights before they're gonna be held outside of zone. So they might go ahead and take that seriously before they make a move. But also, it looks like some people are just deciding to go and be aggressive, as in crashing into new positions. SCYTES have a vehicle starting to make a very quick rotation into this next one.
Oh, let's see, will they be able to find a good spot though? We've got the players from NASR just spread out up ahead of them. A good utilization of the hard cover here, but now let's see whether or not they'll be able to leverage that. As you can see, of course, Nabo and the rest of the team using the high ground, also using the rocks to choose a good spot to play from. But now this is where SCYTES start pushing on in. The blue zone is hot on their heels. They need to find a secure angle in the next phase. But of course, Hassan and his team, they're focusing all their efforts down below, looking to pick up a few more points onto the side there of the players from SCYTES. Phobia already looking to improve itself as well. Moving forward, Nabo, Batika, everybody just spread out, looking down on towards them. But of course, there we go. Hassan gets knocked out in the process. The SCYTES now looking to push up a little bit more aggressively on towards this. Phobia just on the side here. Let's see, will he be able to make the play? Nabo just up ahead, but of course now Real Tiger 9 venturing up in towards Painan. As you can see, the players from GUNZ just welcoming them. And of course, Ramp here now the last remaining hopeful for the Real Tiger 9 team. Will he be able to secure a spot for them though? As you can see, Freak and the rest of the players here from GUNZ still just moving about, but several more teams now also moving into the vicinity. As we got the players there from RTG coming in from that western side, and of course looking at that zone. Things are looking pretty tough. Quite a bit of a spread with the teams all across the zone here. But of course, Real Tiger feeling the hate, feeling the pressure. Oh, the hits come on in from behind. Ramp now just trying to get ahead of it. Will that nade be the one to close it up? Yes, indeed it is. GUNZ pick it up. RTG now trying to move on in. But of course, we have quite a bit of damage coming on towards Marshall. Freak looking to pick up the kills. Will he be able to get it done? Absolutely insane plays in this final show, this final match. Of course, YaLLa sitting on 6. We got players from Ra'ad sitting on 4 kills so far. Let's see, will we see HOTLINE and SCYTES as well as the Falcons be able to pick up any kills? They haven't found any just yet. Of course, now Ra'ad and Co. Everybody just right here on the northern side of the zone. Everyone trying to send up the utils, looking for those hits. Of course, Ra'ad just holding on to the compound, but they still need to get down south. They need to get back up in towards the zone. Fortunately, they're not too far away, so it's not a major concern for them just yet. But of course, they're looking to make things so hard for the team here from iKURD.
iKURD is one of those teams that could potentially go on ahead and jump into the top 5. So if they go out here, I mean, it could make it so that they do not. So this is definitely a very important fight happening up here in iKURD. They're the ones that are having to make the push, and so far it looks like their util is good. But unfortunately, did they catch themselves on fire? Yeah, it looks like... Oh, I'm not even quite sure. It just looks like a ton of people now getting knocked on this northern side, and one of them, though, Hellman, is going to be able to find himself a spot inside one of the buildings inside of Painan.
Wow, yeah, we saw that Molly come in from the iKURD side, but of course now we're looking to see what is going to happen. We got Fate right up ahead, SUDOR right there with them as well. Well, Fate rather on the far opposite end. We see a HOTLINE now getting picked up in the process. We got NASR and YaLLa pushing in from that eastern side. Of course, iKURD down to Helm End, looking to make that final bit of a play, hold that position just a little while longer, but here we go! The hits come on in from the GUNZ, picking up RTG in the process. Beautifully done, beautifully shot, and of course now 8 teams remain. YaLLa and NASR side by side, up on that northeastern part of the map. Let's see who will be the team to reign supreme up in the northeast. Of course, now Fate just down below. As you can see, Miracle razoring down with the hits on Tarif. But of course, Yamaz focusing his attention down over towards everyone down below. Of course, now Miracle managing to find a little bit more. Let's see now, will the shots find their way on through? Yes, Lath gets picked up in the process. Miracle, now the last remaining hopeful for the team. They're trying to make a quick play. YaLLa now, of course, getting spotted on the hill as they push on in. Track 2, picking up knock after knock after knock, though. NASR get eliminated. Of course, now SUDOR keeping a very watchful eye, already sitting on 6 kills. YaLLa get picked on up as well. Down they go. SUDOR now just up here alongside the team from GUNZ. Nice 2-2 split coming in from SUDOR. It could be quite a beneficial play for them. Of course, Desha from Ra'ad trying to get up in towards Painan as well, trying to secure an angle in the zone. 10 players remain, 5 teams. SUDOR still sitting on an absolute full squad. Really great stuff from them so far, but of course Fate just up ahead is Sawi that we saw just getting knocked out. Ragnarok just off in the distance. They're trying to make a play. As you can see now, Falcons on 1, Ra'ad on 1, Fate on 2, GUNZ on 2. Ooh, Ra'ad now on 1. SUDOR sitting on 4 players, just holding on to those numbers.
I really like the split that they've been holding this entire time. You said it, the 2-2 up on the northern southern side of Painan. From there, they were just able to hold out everybody that was having to make a push towards them. There's nobody in the very center of this circle whatsoever. They've been able to hold everybody out as of so far. My only concern would have been is if enough teams somehow pushed close enough towards them, if they really were going to take that as a potential 2-4 fight. But as you can see here, that is not the case whatsoever. We still have 5 teams left, and all of them are up. And wow, a lot of those nades doing a bunch of damage, but SUDOR, so far they're just being able to hold everybody out because of it.
Yeah, SUDOR really bringing their A game in this final match, and what an impressive show it is so far. I mean, Fate, Ragnarok just trying to out-heal in that blue zone. GUNZ sitting on 7 kills, down to 1. Rauf being their last remaining hopeful, also caught out in the blue zone. But of course, then we got last there from Falcons. Just trying to hold up alongside the players here from SUDOR, who's already also sitting on 7 kills. They're looking to pick up one more potential kill on the side here of Falcon. Now let's see, will they be able to get that done? You can see Rauf also just there over on the right-hand side, trying his utmost best to stay alive as long as possible. But of course, Falcons get picked up by the players from SUDOR, making it 8 kills for them. Now they just need to stay in the zone and hope that the 2 other stragglers don't make it all the way through. That, of course, being Rauf. Oh, SK what is happening? Beautiful reactions there from Rauf, but gets picked up in the process. Down he goes, back into the lobby, and it is now Ragnarok trying to out-heal the blue zone up against the team there from SUDOR. Don't think he is going to make it, but he is still going to try and lay down a little bit of fire. You know, hoping to go out in style. Throws the pan, off he goes, and the chicken dinner goes to the team from SUDOR. Absolutely insane finish. What a match that was. We were expecting the final match to be crazy, and indeed it definitely was. But of course, we're going to be jumping into all the breakdowns of everything after a quick short break. See you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia final day. We just came back from our last match of the day, Game 6 on day 3. That of course is the 18th game for the finals, bringing us right to the end. And of course we saw the players from SUDOR playing an absolutely phenomenal positional play in that final zone, which of course, well, granted them that chicken dinner. So absolutely amazing stuff, well done. And now of course, this is where we kind of, get to see what the final results would be. But of course, before we get into any of those things, we are going to be going through the match results just to see where the teams ended up. And man, Span, this was a really tough game. I mean, the zone wasn't too brutal. The flight path, it was a flight path. But just the way the teams went through, I mean, it's Sanhok, the flight path, like, what's that even, right? But yeah, just the way the teams stepped up in this final match. I mean, SUDOR, they just came to the party. They just stepped up, they brought it, they went absolute ham. They just went crazy. But of course, let's look at the match stats just to see how ham the teams went.
It looks like SUDOR Esports set herself going ham, grabbing the first place spot with a total of 23 total points, and second will be GUNZ with 18. YaLLa Esports in third, picking up 14 kills and only 2 placement points with 16 total points. Fate Esports in fourth with 13 points. Raad in fifth with 11. FalconsEsport in sixth with 10. iKURD Esports grabbing that 7th place spot with 8, and NASR Esports also in 8th place, grabbing a big 6 points as well. I mean, that's absolutely insane. The YaLLa and Fate stats. YaLLa, their stats was mainly kills, while Fate, they were able to go on ahead and stay alive and grab that 3rd place placement points.
Yeah, some really interesting things that we see coming in here. And of course, this comes to show, if you bring in a quite aggressive game, it doesn't really matter where you finish. I mean, and that has been pretty evident here for the players from YaLLa. I mean, sneaking up into that 3rd place, really strong performance coming in from them. And of course, they went out in 7th, but they ended up in 3rd place in the overall match rankings. That is just absolutely phenomenal stuff. So well done, well played. Really good showing by the teams. But of course, it's been an absolutely interesting day. Just looking at the level of gameplay, the aggression, the strats the teams have been applying throughout the day. Really impressed with what we've been seeing.
I am super impressed. And yeah, even just that Let's game itself, we already touched on it a little bit. I feel like, I was expecting pure chaos, really. Like, the zone really had the opportunity to do whatever it wanted, and it kept centering. I mean, Painan is, not the center compound, but it was very very close to each other. That, everybody did start having those nice rotations in, but it still seems like everybody ended up catching each other, trying to make those run-on-ins to get further inside of it. I mean, just the cliffs around Painan are actually really difficult. That's why for a while we saw like a ring of teams around Painan and then some inside of it, because everybody on the outskirts, they can't just run up to Painan because it's kind of out in the open. So that's why we saw like 2 levels of fighting, right? Everybody fighting on those outskirts trying to find their way in, and then everybody in Painan just making sure that they're definitely not going to make it towards Painan. So that's where the main conflict came from. But then the end really just came down to who really was able to make it inside Painan to begin with. But it is now the moment we've all been waiting for, DK. Very shortly, we're going to be taking a look at that overall leaderboard. And as we know, the top 5 are going to go on ahead and continue. Actually, there it is, going on ahead, showing itself. GUNZ Esports will end off with that 1st place spot, 4 chickens, and a total of 245 points. RICO Infinity Team in 2nd with 3 chickens, 172 points. SUDOR Esports are jumping up 2 spaces, grabbing that 3rd place spot, 3 chickens, 162 points. NASR Esports grabbing 4th with a chicken, 161 total points. Fate Esports in 5th as well with 161 points. that is our top 5, and of course everybody else. I mean, we'll just read off everybody else as well, because I mean they did so well. I mean, 5th Fate, 6th iKURD Esports, YaLLa Esports in 7th, Galaxy Racer take 8th place, SCYTES in 9th, Raad in 10th, Real Tiger 9 in 11th, Falcons Esports in 12th, HOTLINE Esports in 13th, Alpha Legends 14th, RTG Esports in 15th, and then the Snipers coming up in 16th place. I mean, just big congratulations, and honestly, like big GGs to all those teams. That was amazing games, weren't they?
Yeah, it was really impressive stuff. And of course, you know, looking at the difference between 5th and 6th place, it was such a close call. I mean, only an 8-point difference coming in between the players from Fate and iKURD. So really down to the wire. All right, and of course, looking at, you know, the teams, the top 5 teams there, we see a strong chicken dinner distribution coming in there. Of course, GUNZ sitting on 4, RICO Infinity on 3, SUDOR sitting on 3, and then of course NASR and Fate, both teams also being able to pick up those chicken dinners. But a surprising performance though, because I mean, Real Tiger 9, they found 2 chicken dinners through the finals here. I'm surprised that their points weren't any higher. But of course, you know, looking at the level of competition, things have been pretty tough. So you could probably argue that it is kind of, you know, it is one of those things, you know. We've seen it also going through the league play days, going through the super weekends, teams with chicken dinners not finding themselves in the positions they would like to be. But of course, you know, one of the things we're going to be looking at as well is our top 5 players. Of course, this is throughout the day. As you can see, we got a Hamori coming in there with a good amount of damage, 466, picking up 2 kills. We got Hidan coming in with 375. We got Galaga, of course, sitting on 382. Lord coming in on 325, and Rauf on 297, but with the longest survival time. So we got 2 players from GUNZ, 1 from iKURD, 1 from SUDOR. In fact, sorry, 3 players from GUNZ, all up in the top 5. So they're all, of course, in the running, I assume, then for that MVP award. So that is also one of the announcements we're looking to be making here today. So quite a bit of excitement, you know, waiting to see who is the player, who is the one that's going to be crowned MVP for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 Spring Split. So quite a bit of a play there. I mean, several players to be contending with. So I think that is quite the accomplishment in and of itself. So really some exciting things that we could be seeing there. But of course, now if we look at today's matches, just how these teams have been playing. I mean, the amount of kills that have been done. We see, you know, of course, the players from GUNZ bringing in 110 kill points. We got the players from SUDOR finishing off exceptionally strong on 87 in total. That is quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of kills that have been, you know, brought in through the games here. And I mean, this is just insane. This is only over 18 games.
Yeah, it really is. Only over 18 games, being able to go on ahead and achieve that many points to pull yourself into those top spots, that's absolutely insane. I mean, we already talked about it. A bunch of these teams are capable. It really just comes down to consistency and just being able to take a look at those points that each of those teams were able to put up. It really is impressive that they were able to go on ahead and continue to perform the way that they did throughout this entire final series.
Yeah, I mean, just especially even over the finals here, right? So they had 6 games per day. Now that really tests the players, tests, you know, their perseverance, because I mean, concentrating that hard, staying focused for 6 games, that is quite the bit of a challenge in and of itself as well. So let alone from the performance they were able to bring in. I mean, I've got mad respect for these players, for all these teams, everyone that participated here. Guys, you guys have been absolute beasts. You've been absolute legends. But of course, you know, only 5 teams can move on in towards the next phase of the competition in general, in moving up in towards the EMEA, getting themselves a beautifully secured position right there. And of course, well, yes, so many interesting things have played. So, I mean, I really have to say I was quite surprised by just the level of utility skill we see coming in. I mean, we saw some absolutely phenomenal grenades being thrown throughout the whole series. And, just some absolutely on-point shots even coming through. It's been an absolute blast seeing these teams go through the paces.
It really has. I feel like every single day as well, every single map ended up throwing a different challenge to each of these teams, and it was really great to go on ahead and see how they approached it in the first place, tackled it, and some of them succeed in each of the challenges that was provided to them. I'm very happy with what we were able to show off their capabilities for each of the situations that these final games have given us. So I do believe that these games were really, really well done, and these teams were able to go on ahead and show exactly why they are the top 16 Arabia teams.
Yeah, a really good representation that we had, of course, coming in here. But was there any match in particular today that stood out for you, that was just an absolutely amazing one?
Ooh. I think I will choose our first Miramar game of today, specifically because it was our first city ending, finally. And then also, I feel like it was very, very clear what everybody was thinking. So I think that was pretty impressive. It was clear what everybody was thinking. It was clear what everybody should do. And to see all of them try and work towards that. So I thought that was pretty impressive, personally. How about you?
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. I mean, it was a really good showing. I mean, such a tough position to be fighting in Los Leones, right? I mean, the tricky part about Los Leones is, especially when the zone kind of starts centering up there, is how are you going to get out of there if that zone decides to move up like it did in that first match, right? The first Miramar match, just moving a little bit over towards that cliffside. So it really challenges the teams, and I honestly think if we look at how the zones were shifting and how the teams coped with that zone, for me, the most satisfying one would also then be, Miramar, because the teams really handled themselves exceptionally on that map, and I'm really impressed with the level of play that we saw coming in from that. So yeah, some really, really strong performances there. And I mean, like, if we just go through all the days, all the games that we've seen, there's highlights in each and every day, right? Some insane plays, some insane shots, some very interesting angles or stuff that came in. So yeah, I don't know, like, does anything ring a particular bell that you were, very happy with, that you were like, to me that was the best part? Because I know you're gonna ask me, and like, for me, there's just too many to mention, though.
I don't know about the best part, but I will definitely say something that I think is the most pivotal part today would obviously have to be in the last game, because everything was so close. But I think one of the most pivotal parts for one of the teams was when Galaxy Racer just got hot dropped on by the snipers. I think that one was really, really solidifying a decision for one of those teams there, and it was in the side of Galaxy Racer for this case. They ended up jumping, what place were they before that match? They were in the top 5, and then they ended up being all the way back down towards that 8th place. So I think that while there were a bunch of impressive games, I feel like I wanted to point out, I feel like that was the most pivotal game there happening. So, I mean, it's interesting to go on ahead and see how each of these teams are going to go on ahead and perform there as well, because even as well, YaLLa ended up jumping up in there too, and we hadn't seen that yet today. So just that entire bootcamp situation there was very, very dangerous. So
but I mean, we've seen interesting plays. For me, like, sitting thinking about it a little bit, like, I'd have to say the Miramar map from yesterday, where we saw the players there from GUNZ just bringing in a 22 kill game. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We've never seen a 22 kill game. I don't believe we've seen it in any of the days that we've been going through. It's been really, really tough. But of course, don't just take my word for the interesting things. We also have a few highlights from, you know, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And here we go, heading in to a little bit of some of the action here from today. As you can see, of course, that interesting position over in towards Miramar. The crazy fighting we saw over on towards Sanhok. Some really, really tough plays. And again, I'll say it, I'm so happy I wasn't in this lobby.
Oh my goodness, me neither. Me neither. Yeah, you're right. But just every single game that happened today, just being able to take a look at this, even these last few matches, it's just. I mean, we already talked about it. I think that there was a really nice showing there of what exactly was happening for today's games. Everybody was able to go on ahead and play different strengths that were given with all of the choices that happened today. So I'm happy with what we ended off with, and I'm also really happy to see how everybody went on ahead and performed, and I'm pretty proud of everybody. I think we saw a pretty impressive situation coming through from all of the teams. So I'm satisfied with that, how that turned out. I don't know about you, but I definitely think I saw some pretty impressive things. So
yeah, I mean, to think we started off with 20 teams, you know, playing it out over the league days, playing it out over the super weekends, to move on to be the final 16 teams, all the way up in towards the finals. This has been an absolutely, you know, absolutely brutal fighting, a relentless fighting that we've been seeing coming in. So one thing definitely that stands out for me was the consistency that we've been seeing coming in from, you know, teams, for instance, like RICO Infinity, the players there from GUNZ, but also SUDOR. They just also stepped on up, just brought in that extra bit of play, you know, just moving on in, and of course looking at a quick sneak peek there of their results, you know, like if you want to see it, yeah, if you missed it, just rewind a little bit, just look at it again, you know, it's like, yeah, just rewind and pause and see what you can find, you know. So like, you know, so to sound like a next level pro, I'm doing exactly the same, pausing, rewinding, looking at that again, so we can actually see what it was that we missed. But I mean, definitely a few interesting things that we've been seeing across the board as the, you know, the teams have been going at it. And like I said, RICO Infinity, really impressed with how they've been playing. I'm really impressed with what the players from GUNZ have been doing. Yes, we had a few upsets along the way, but of course, you know, it's still a very impressive play that we had coming in from players here. And of course, well, what we missed on that was we had the players from SUDOR. That was SKTon, Track 2, Hidan and Saif, as well as 3 OBD. And we saw Fidan sitting on 6,746 total damage. Very impressive stuff coming in there, bringing in 31 kills along the way, being able to find a 35 knocks. Yeah, some really, really strong stats. So the rewind and pause, it works wonders. You can see all the stuff exactly where it needs to be. But of course, yeah, so I got to give it out to those teams. You know, really impressed with how they've been playing. And I mean, I'm curious to see when we get into the fall split. So this was the spring split. I'm curious to see what the fall split is going to look like. And of course, which of these teams will be seeing back once again when we get in to the next edition. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of growth, a lot of development coming in from the team. So the next one span, it is going to be pretty hot and heated.
I do not disagree, especially this is, you know, Season 1 PMPL Arabia situation here. I believe this is probably a really great, I mean, honestly, every single league or tournament each team plays is a great learning opportunity. I mean, there's always something to go on ahead and learn and make better. So if anything, this was definitely a great opportunity to go on ahead and use their skills, show why they deserve to be here, use it as a little bit of learning experience. And I already said it. We definitely saw it happening throughout all those games. So taking this one, moving into the second one, as you said, I'm interested to see if we're going to see something even more. Like, is something else going to go on ahead to develop? I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of VOD review and practice coming after this one.
Yeah, because as we know, of course, some of the teams will be moving on through up in towards the EMAs. And then, of course, we have teams again playing in to the national cups, playing in, the campus championship as well. We also have teams then participating in the PMCO, the PUBG Mobile Club Open. And then finally from there, we'll see teams moving all the way up in towards the PUBG Mobile Pro, Pro League Arabia once again. So quite an exciting road for the teams to go through and go on as they progress upwards and onwards, and definitely hoping that we see a lot of the teams that we had right now in the spring split back again joining us for that fall split. But of course, the teams will take that comparison of the teams in the spring split, looking at their stats, of course, happening over in the fall split, and then from there on be determining who will be moving on from that point on as well. Of course, from there on it is on in towards the PUBG Mobile. I believe that is the global challenge, if I'm not wrong, something like that, or the World League. It's quite a big competition to be playing in. So yeah, there's definitely a very interesting road still ahead for a lot of these teams.
And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going ahead and continue to tune into a bunch of those, y'all, because I'm sure that we will see a lot of growth and even more fantastic gameplay to watch those. So it will be definitely interesting to see any sort of growth or changes that come through, especially after this one. So it's just a start, so it'll be interesting to see, because as you said, it's just starting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty long, interesting road for the players to go on. So yeah, what I'm keen to see is, as I said, who we'll see back. But aside from the teams ending up at the top, right, is there a particular team that you were particularly impressed with how they were performing throughout the Pro League?
That I was particularly impressed with? I mean, man, you even asked me, like, going into that last game, who I was keeping an eye out for, and it was SUDOR. And I'm gonna keep one of them is definitely them, because they only got into 2 super weekends throughout the main part of the league. But you just taking a look at their stats and what they're able to accomplish just in 2, I was like, oh, that's pretty good, So they were able to go ahead and do really well in this one, which I'm not surprised about. But then, of course, have to shout out all those teams that were able to go on ahead and be continually consistent or had impressive plays as well. So honestly, too many to name, in my opinion. But definitely
all of them.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah. But there we go. Of course, I want to give a big shout out to all the teams, all the players. You guys have been absolutely amazing. And now, of course, we want to thank the viewers as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Also want to give a big shout out to Professor Tarzan and, of course, Highland Wolf. They were also assisting us when we were sharing the roles with casting and, telling the story of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And what a story it was. So big shout out, lots of love going to both of them there. But of course, that is going to bring us to the end for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Spring Split 2021. I hope you guys have a fantastic time. Look forward to see you back in the next one. Stay safe and good night.
Bye, y'all.